You're listening to part 3 of a 5-part podcast. The other parts are available in your podcast feed right now. Timecodes are in the description of this episode down below for when each film is discussed and when we are joined by each of our special guests. Enjoy.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo. Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
So, I've got a fun anecdote.
Oh,
and
I hope it's Japanese related.
I don't want people to think I've forgotten about the other storylines we've set up and then mysteriously vanished from. I'm still thinking about getting an eye exam. The whole I can't see without my glasses thing. That's still I can't remember the other storylines.
You had COVID.
Oh, I didn't, but we resolved that. So
Okay,
good.
I every time I watch one of these movies and they're referred to as meddling in some way, I think I feel like I kind of put it to bed, but I was going to give like a meddling update in every film. I probably still could or should, but the word meddling has been used in pretty much every film, but very infrequently is it meddling kids. It's meddling something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, now that we've got our admin done. Oh no, sorry, you still had your anecdote.
I had an anecdote. I was scrolling through Hinge today, which is the dating app where the way you
scrounging around looking for ass.
It's the dating app where the way that you connect with someone is you have to reply to something they've put in their profile, and if they like what you've said, they'll allow you to continue the conversation.
So I've never been on Hinge, but so hypothetically, if you're a hot girl, you just have like dozens and dozens of replies to your little
the worst
things.
replies you've ever read in your life as well.
Yeah, right.
I will say though that Hinge tends to be it tends to at least in Christchurch, it tends to represent like the fringes of society.
Right.
Anyway,
I feel like that's where the worst people are, though.
Well, that's probably true. But from a you're like if Tinder is Hollywood and Bumble is like indie film, Hinge is like outsider art.
Serbian film or Martyrs.
No, not that bad. just yeah. Anyway,
Hinge is like a student. Hinge is $1 genre.
Yeah. I found there was a girl on Hinge whose you can include little voice messages as one of your things, which is very funny, and I always love to listen to them because it's like such a strange peek into someone else's life. But this Hinge quote said, it was like, "You can't convince me that," and it was like, "You can't convince me that Scooby-Doo Spooky Island is not a cinematic masterpiece." And then further down her list, it was like something else about Scooby-Doo Spooky Island. And I responded to this, Richard, because I'm a nerdy male film buff on the internet. And I said, "Are you referring to Scooby-Doo Zombie Island, or are you referring to the Scooby-Doo movie where he goes to Spooky Island?" And she replied, we matched, and she said, "Scooby-Doo Spooky Island, 100%. And I said, "It's not called that." And she was like, "What? It's not called Spooky Island?" I was like, "No, it's just called Scooby-Doo." And she said, "Oh my God, I've gaslit myself." And then I didn't reply because she's probably too young for me, and I don't know why Hinge even put her on my radar.
How old?
But
How old are we talking?
22. She's 22.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to be like, this, I can mine this for content for the podcast. Normally, I like to think I'm a little more self-aware than to correct women on dating apps. And I know,
yeah, but if they're wrong, it's like... that's so funny that you mentioned that, because yesterday I was having a discussion with people at work about the Scooby-Doo films and talking about how I'd been watching them. And someone said Scooby-Doo Spooky Island is my favorite.
Wow.
And I've never heard anyone call it that. I didn't know that there was...
Maybe
it was
it
up
was the
for
same
debate.
girl. How old was your workmate?
22.
Oh my God. Is her name Bleep?
It is. And last name. And she's from Christchurch.
Well, I think this woman was in Christchurch.
So was my workmate.
Oh. It could very well be the same person.
Anywho, we're here to talk about Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword the same way we've been here for the last about a dozen hours, I don't know. And what is Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword, directed by Christopher Berkeley? No Rotten Tomatoes score as expected, but
what is tradition?
What is this about?
This one is about the gang go to Japan, and I know what you're thinking. They've been hired to go to a mystery. No, they're just on holiday. We're back. We're back into the globe. We thought we were out with the Goblin King, but we're back in with the Samurai Sword to their globe-trotting adventures. Though I do think it is a combination of globe-trotting and the whatever genre Goblin King is. But we'll get to that soon. There they meet a contact of theirs who's going to have fun in Japan with them. And the whole thing is that like Daphne is really good at martial arts, so she's going to practice martial arts at this like real high up martial arts school in Japan. And they get there, and meanwhile a ancient Japanese samurai sword is stolen from a museum, and it unleashes this undead samurai upon Japan, and Shaggy and Scooby find that they need to go and awaken the green dragon to become samurai themselves, and that is the only way that they can then get the spirit of the green dragon to enter their samurai sword, and they can defeat the evil samurai. And I guess I can bring this up now. I thought it would be, I wouldn't have teased it if I knew I'd be immediately talking about it, but and the monsters are real in this one, so it is a combination of the monsters are real genre and the globe-trotting genre. There is like a couple of twists and turns. I believe there are meddling kids to speak of. But that's basically it. There's a dragon in it. It's got a pretty interesting voice cast. And let's talk about that. I started this movie and I was like, oh god, they're in Japan. Who are all? It's going to be like, and Tom Kenny as the samurai or some shit, you know. Like, and then the voice cast came up at the end. And it looks
and I couldn't pronounce any of their names.
It looks as if, like, all the Japanese characters were played by Japanese voice actors. There's the dragon is not played by a Japanese voice actor, but is not doing a Japanese accent.
It's played by Brian Cox.
Brian Cox, yeah, there you go. So, you've got Brian Cox, you've got George Takei has a brief appearance
like
in
two
it.
lines there, right at the end.
Yeah, as the spirit behind the evil samurai. Yeah, so, you know, this came out in 2009, and it has the good sense to cast, like, the characters as the race of the actors they are, which is something that has only really just become, an ethical standard that a lot of cartoons aim to reach. That's not to say that Scooby-Doo as a series, as a franchise, is wiped of any cultural appropriation or racism, because I'm sure it still shows up, and I'm sure this wasn't, I don't know how much Japanese influence was on the storytelling here, but they got actors who are of the country they are shining a light on, so good on them.
Well, thank God for that. So this is Casey, speaking of voice cast, this is Casey Kasem's last performance as Shaggy before he retired in 2010 and then passed away in 2014.
Wow.
Yeah. This is also the last film to use the animation style from What's New Scooby-Doo. And
so this is the last What's New Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically.
Yeah, it's the animation. I've started watching some spoilers. The next one is a live action one. The one after that is animated again. I have started watching that, and the animation style does change slightly. And I believe this is also our last animated film in SD. Go on widescreen after this, baby.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
So,
By SD, I thought you meant Scooby-Doo.
And we're going into Hooby-Doo.
Yes!
So, I've come away from a few of these recording sessions. Peek behind the curtain. This hasn't been one long recording session. Yeah. And I've thought, I think I'm not putting my best self on this podcast. There's been a few segments where we've talked about how, this is a inferior sequel to Barbie, and I was thinking about what I could do to sort of spice up or just get better sort of content into this podcast. And so what I've decided I'm going to do, because I think in a way I've been kind of a bad podcasty boy, which is a little behind the scenes term that we've thrown around for years. When one of us does something wrong, AJ, you'll be looking at the edit and you'll say, I think I was a bad podcasty boy here because I, hit the mic or I sneezed into the mic or whatever. But something that a lot of guests do when they come on their show, but something that I haven't done since maybe Shrek, if that, is I took handwritten notes during the film, and I'm going to start doing that for the rest of the films.
I do want to say to those who are like, how do you not take notes? Way back when, well, first of all, there are notes. They're just not while watching the film.
Yeah.
And the way I sort of have adapted to film franchise Fortnights over the years is that whatever I don't remember is fine, because we'll be saying so much as we go through the episode that if I said everything I thought while watching said movie, it'd be too much. So I sort of let myself relinquish that amount of work. But I've written a couple of notes during the Scooby-Doo
That's
watches.
So funny. I'm like talking about this journey of self-discovery I've gone on to take notes now, and you're like, I actually think it's kind of stupid. It makes the podcast worse when I take notes.
But also, I've also done it.
So let's just have a look, because there are like important talking points in here that are important to things we've brought up before. But this is it's a wooden notebook with a Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves logo on it, which was gifted to me by Paramount Pictures, and I thought, so this is now going to be
we're such bigger boys than we were when we did the Barbie episode.
I know, right? You're a crew member on Letterboxd?
I've got a crew badge on Letterboxd. Who would have thought? Yeah. Who would have thunk that this would be where we are?
Not this guy. So one thing that is interesting and adds to the discussion we've had earlier, and so does the next film actually, is that they arrive in Japan. They're at Shibuya Station, which I've been to, and
does it look like how it looks in the movie?
It actually does, yes.
Wow, that's so interesting.
And yeah, my next note as well ties into that. But they're looking around. They're hungry, and they look around, and there's a Scooby Snacks vending machine, and it's the same box of Scooby Snacks we've seen before, but obviously the logo in Japanese. And this is a fascinating addition to the lore of Scooby Snacks. That's something we're going on about. My theory that it was like a tie-in product made for the mystery gang, and then the Scooby-Doo and the gang have just boxes and boxes of unsold product, because who wants a cookie that has dog biscuits in it? Isn't 100% for dogs? Isn't 100% for humans? I kind of think that this could potentially fit in that universe. That they're huge in Japan. It's like Spam in Hawaii or something like that. These things that people, I mean, I guess Spam's not something that's like discontinued elsewhere, but I'm gonna add this to my headcanon until proven otherwise, that it was a tie-in product that took off in Japan, and
that's how they fund. That's why none of them have fucking jobs.
Yeah.
They all went in together on these horrible snacks that only went off in Japan, and that's how they fund their mysteries.
Then also at Shibuya Station, they see the statue of Hachiko, the dog that waited for its owner, which very similar to the Jurassic Park episode of Futurama. But yeah, I've seen that statue, and
it's real as well.
Yeah, that's a real statue. I've got a photo with that statue, and Scooby wishes that he one day will have a statue. He does at the end. That's his character arc. And as far as I could tell,
Scooby-Dooby-Doo to celebrate, and that's the end of the film.
As far as I could tell, there isn't like a real life statue of Scooby-Doo somewhere.
That would be a hell of a tie-in gimmick for a straight-to-video
Well, it's just one of those things that, like, I was wondering if, because there's statues of Godzilla in Japan as well. There's a statue of Chris Cornell at the Seattle
Right.
Uh,
Well, I guess the question
museum,
is...
but it's like, yeah, is there anywhere in the world that's tied enough to Scooby-Doo that they would put a statue of him?
Yeah, is Scooby-Doo big in Japan? I'm going to guess, despite him being a cute animal, I reckon he's probably not big in Japan, because this is the first Japanese movie we've seen. You'd think if he was big in Japan, there would be a Scooby-Doo anime by now, you know? Like, there would be... Like, I reckon Scooby-Doo has no presence in Japan.
Yeah, I wasn't specifically saying, is there a Scooby-Doo statue in Japan? Just, is there a Scooby-Doo statue anywhere in the world? And I couldn't find evidence of one. When you Google Scooby-Doo statue, it just, shows you, like, little figurines.
I'm going to Google, is Scooby-Doo big in Japan?
And while you do that, it's... I'm interested in... The films are starting to get a little bit more meta. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been that way for a wee while.
It's been that way for a wee while. The 2 films from now is quite noticeable. But there's a moment in this one where they all say their catchphrases. So it's like Scooby-Doo, Zoinks, Jinkies. And Fred says, I still don't have a catchphrase. And what did you think of that? Apparently he later on says, hold the phone, becomes his catchphrase a little bit.
I thought his catchphrase was, well, gang, it looks like we've got another mystery on our hands.
Yeah.
But that's kind of interchangeable between he and Velma, I think.
And he also says, let's get split up and search for clues. I feel like that's the most iconic
He has
Fred
heaps
line.
of iconic catchphrases. I feel like TV shows, when they start drawing attention to their catchphrases, there's always like some part of it that feels a bit insincere, like they're navel gazing too much. And it can either be something like this where it's like, oh, and Fred doesn't have a catchphrase when he absolutely does. Like, what's Daphne's catchphrase?
Help.
I would sooner say Fred has a catchphrase than Daphne. So you got Zoinks for Shaggy, Scooby-Dooby-Doo for Scooby, Jinkies for Velma, all right, gang, let's split up and search for clues from Fred. What does Daphne ever say? I don't know. I feel like that's way more of a... What does she say in the movie when everyone says their catchphrase?
Well, it says, according to Scooby-Doo Wiki, it says when Shaggy, Scooby, Daphne, and Velma each say their catchphrase. In my notes, I've just written down that he says it in response to Zoinks and Jinkies. So I think maybe Daphne doesn't actually say one.
Right. I'm going to look up. What is Daphne Blake's catchphrase? Daphne, getting into... No, that's her... Danger-prone Daphne is stuck again, is what the wiki says, but I don't think that's her catchphrase. Yeah, I feel like she doesn't... Maybe, look, maybe we need to go back and reflect, and maybe we'll find that she does have a catchphrase, because this is a crazy way to try and do this. On air, try and figure it out. She's got like a whole section on her Wikipedia page, her Scooby-Doo fandom page. Maybe I'll check that out. I have got answers is Scooby-Doo big in Japan?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
So someone posted on our Scooby-Doo 4 years ago. Scooby-Doo is a pop culture icon in the West, but does anyone know how much success Scooby-Doo and other Hanna-Barbera productions have enjoyed in Asian territories, specifically Japan? Was the series a hit in there or more of a niche thing? The top reply, a quick Google search tells me that most people in Japan haven't seen or heard of Scooby-Doo before. When you Google is Scooby-Doo in Japan, there is also a TV Parrot Analytics article that says... Parrot Analytics has found that the audience demand for Scooby-Doo Where Are You, the TV series, is less than 1/10 of the demand of the average TV series in Japan in the last 30 days. 64.1% of all shows in this market have this level of demand. So, I guess Scooby-Doo... Oh, wait, here we go. Resetera has an article called... And so the names of Scooby-Doo's the characters in Japanese. You ready for this?
Okay, yep.
So, in Japanese, Scooby-Doo is called... Is this true? Klooper. Shaggy is Boropin. Fred is Handsome. Daphne is Jenny. And Velma is Megako, which literally means glasses girl. Apparently, these are the names of the Scooby-Doo characters in Japanese.
Wow.
I'm watching... The Japanese... I'm going to put this in. The Japanese Where Are You theme song. This is insane.
どうしてお前は弱虫なのさだからみんながバカにするどうしてお前は臆病なのさだからみんなが笑うのさ弱虫毛虫のクルッパ弱虫毛虫のクルッパワンコ仲間の恥さらしたまには戦え手柄を立てろそれゆけ弱虫クルッパ
I mean, like, I guess it's interesting to look at this, and they've done a Japanese movie, and like, there's no like who's a character who's massive in Japanese? It's like Crash Bandicoot, right? Crash Bandicoot is an American property with a massive Japanese influence, and because of that, so much of the culture that Japanese has put upon Crash Bandicoot seeps into actual Crash Bandicoot productions. Like the Funky Bandicoot dance was from Japan, you know, and there's nothing like that in Scooby-Doo. There's no point where they make reference to Scooby-Doo being big in Japan. That's so interesting. Maybe we're completely wrong. If you're Japanese and listening to this, please let us know.
Well, they
how
probably
big
haven't found the podcast because they would have seen Scooby-Doo. They're like, I don't know what that is. I'll just skip this.
That's just what I was thinking. So now I'm going to Google, is Barbie big in Japan? Japan is now a thriving market for Lika-chan, as Barbie is known in the market. So we might be missing a massive contingent of our audience as a sequel to the Barbie episode because Barbie has a massive Japanese influence. Shall I go to Acast and see what our Japanese audience looks like? Is this interesting?
Yeah.
This will be a good amount of dead air for the denoiser to be able to pick up my my air conditioner and playing in the background. Okay, let's see. Insights. Okay, we've got an audience tab. Let's look at listeners by group, by gender. No, I want listeners by location. There we go. Okay, location. This is not specific to let's see, Japan. Oh my god. Well, it probably won't matter. I'll say that much. I don't know if we're losing a big contingent of our audience. According to our downloads in the last 30 days, only 14 downloads have come from Japan.
Wow.
Which, you know, I don't want to reveal all our, you know, how many.
But that's one of our biggest.
Okay. We have had no listeners to Barbie from Japan.
Wow. Well, we don't need to leave this then. Something happened in this film that perked my attention. Has Fred ever offered a Scooby snack before? Like, did that just jump out at me randomly, or is that actually an uncommon thing?
Does he give him one in this one?
Yeah.
Interesting. I did because in the next film, Shaggy offers one to Scooby.
Yeah.
And that got me thinking the same thing. That is it only ever the ladies who are offering the Scooby snacks?
Yeah.
No, good question. Is this peeling back the curtain, peeling back the layers of Fred Jones as a character even more as we discover that like he's really not about the whole Scooby snack thing. It kind of makes him uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That Shaggy's eating dog food.
Yeah, he doesn't want to encourage it.
Yeah.
For a few movies as well, we've been seeing this like mix of. There's actually some really cool animation in this film, I will say as well. There's a chase scene that plays with color really well.
Yeah, right.
And but yeah, we've been seeing this like the 2D, 3D animation, and it's still like it's at the stage now where it's. Like in this film, I mean, where it's not 100% perfect. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, you know, when it's a 2D animated movie, but there'll be a 3D object in it. It's quite often like a car or some kind of object that's you know, moving
the
across
Loch Ness Monster and the Loch Ness Monster movie was 3D.
I noticed it in Family Guy a lot. Like that was where I first discovered it. And was like, why does this look slightly different? And now, like when watching Family Guy, stands out quite a bit. But yeah, it's a technique. So essentially, you know, if it's
how
doing
the Planet Express and Futurama moves as well.
You're doing digital animation, 2D animation, and you can create a 3D model that, you know, is painted with block colors and has 2D outlines. But then, you know, you could rotate that quite easily in a computer in a 3D space rather than having to figure out what each frame from each angle looks like. And yeah, I know I sometimes I find it quite egregious, sometimes I don't. And in Scooby-Doo, I'm finding it quite egregious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to stop watching them?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. What is 3D in this one? Is it the dragon?
Yeah, there was just a few things that I noticed, and like, because quite often as well, it's knowing what it is and why it's used. It's really interesting to see how it's used, and they're like, oh yeah, like I guess, like a door opening or something like that, and it's like, oh yeah, I guess it would be like, thinking about what each frame of that door opening would look like. That it would be much easier to do just that.
Oh, nice. Right, I get you. Yeah. Well, I mean, do you think it's gotten better since it first started showing up in Scooby-Doo?
I think so. I think, maybe as we get to some of the more recent films as well, it might be more or less seamless, but
it might be great. Yeah. It might be the best thing we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, the only
now that we're done with these pitiful SD versions of Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if this is what they're doing with SD, I hate to see their HD. But just a couple of last little notes as we move on is that one that Brian Cox does such a good performance in this. As the Green Dragon, I thought he was so good. Like, yeah, it is one of the best guest performances we've had. I've written down that he put his whole Coxacy into it.
Very funny. I think as well. I like that this presumably adds to the permanent canon that technically Shaggy and Scooby are like these immortal samurai going forward, because they passed the test and become the samurai. So, like, is that going to be like just something that's going to lay dormant in the background for the rest of these?
It is interesting, like, as well, that because there's the sequence here where they have to go through it's like a elemental sort of things. They go through like a water gate and a fire gate and
a water gate.
Yeah. They go through a whole Watergate scandal, but so they have to go through all these different gates to pass the test. And I was like, this could have been your whole movie. It's like, it's a very quick montage. But it's, if we're looking at more of the template of Goblin King, which is just, you put the rest of the gang out of action and Scooby and Shaggy have to rise to the occasion, that it's like, this whole quest of going through gates and becoming samurai. Instead, it's a very quick montage, the last 15 minutes of the film. But yeah, it's like there's a whole movie worth of content in there. Yeah.
That being said, I'm getting pretty over, and have been for a number of years, using elements as a plot device. Thought fire, water, air, earth. But I did come up with something similar today, actually. I was talking to my flatmates about including Pickle Darling, who we were speaking to not but a few hours ago, where I put forward the notion that perhaps if the next like new fantasy world, instead of like basing all the locations on a different element, what if they're based on a different taste, like of the taste buds? Like, what does the sour village look like? What does the salty plains or the spicy forest look like?
I feel like you would just use that as an excuse to be like, oh, the spicy forest, that's just the fire one.
That's just the fire one, but not all of them have a direct analogy to, like, an element. Like I guess salt would be an ocean, I would think. Yeah. I think sweet would be like a
cotton candy.
The
clouds would be cotton candy.
Sweet would be like Candyland. And we decided sour would be like the carnival world.
Interesting.
Like a spooky carnival.
Okay, yeah,
right. And bitter is like an arid desert.
Yeah, coffee. It made out of coffee.
Yeah. This is like the Candyland board game, but for every flavor. Let's workshop that. This is my continue the franchise. Just the only way I could get it off the ground is to make it a Scooby-Doo movie.
I want to make the last thing we say on Scooby-Doo and the Samurai Sword is I wrote down Shaggy's last line in the film, and therefore Casey Kasem's last line as Shaggy, and I was thinking maybe maybe it's I'm like, as far as I'm aware, he retired after this movie, and this is his last performance as his character. But he might have done it on a radio show or something like that, or for
Right.
his grandkids. I don't know. But his last line in the film, and I was hoping this would have some sort of, Robin Williams in Night at the Museum 3-esque sort of thing. So let me set the scene for you. They are standing at the new statue that has been unveiled of Scooby-Doo, and they're all having fun. They're all laughing. Scooby-Doo loves his statue, and Shaggy says this, like, we might just have to leave Scooby here and take the statue home. And with that, let's move on.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo. Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Wow, powerful stuff. Anyway, AJ, we're back in the realm of live action. Scooby-Doo, the mystery begins. We finally find out how the mystery began. We've been clamoring for an origin story for I don't know how many films now, and we finally get one. And obviously it's not just an origin story. There's more to the plot than that. So AJ, could you please tell me what that plot is?
Yeah, sure. So this, if we mentioned, this is the first live action Scooby-Doo film since Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. This nowhere near the same budget or star power, but basically we meet each of the individual mystery gang in high school, and then Shaggy and Scooby-Doo meet up, and they are sort of a breakfast clubbian gang of riffraff who are forced to know each other through a communal detention that they get, but their friendship is thickened when some ghosts start appearing in the school, and they are, because no one believes in ghosts, the mystery gang themselves are blamed for this sort of prank, and they're forced to work together to try and clear their name. And prove that they didn't do it. The red herring of the film is Vice Principal Grimes, who you're led to believe is the man in the mask who seems to be commanding the ghosts. But with anyone with any semblance of understanding of story structure will be able to point out, well before the movie's end, that the real villain is actually the principal who was the is it? Oh yeah, because he's collecting stamps, and the whole thing, the MacGuffin of the film is a time capsule. And I'll say it, Richard, probably one of the weirdest and most straight to video-esque things, like qualities of this film, is that the whole thing is like, ghosts aren't real. There's someone human at the center of this, but then early in the film they can see that, like, well, no, two of them are real ghosts, but we've got to find out who the person who's clearly dressing up is. And it's just so silly, because it's like, no, you can pick one or the other. Either the ghosts are real or they're not real. It's very funny for them. They don't seem to care at all that ghosts are real. They're more interested in working out who's controlling the ghost, which I would think would be much less interesting in real life.
Yeah, it is. As well, the villain's whole plan about, like, I'm going to create all these ghosts, because Coolsville was washed away by a dam, and they just built another town on top of it. So underneath the school, there's the old school, and inside there is a time capsule with this rare misprinted stamp that he can collect. And it's like, you could have just gone down there and got it. You didn't need to do all this.
Yeah, Richard, so much to talk about with Scooby-Doo, The Mystery Begins, is that what it's called?
Yes, it is. It was originally called Scooby-Doo in the Beginning, apparently.
Oh, I don't like that, what else I don't like is this movie, Richard. I reckon this is one of the worst ones we've seen so far.
It absolutely is. I'm putting this last in my ranking.
I've placed it only above the like incessant boredom that was Reluctant Werewolf and a few of the other first ones we watch. This sucks. This feels like now these movies are speaking my particular language of bad movie. You know, like I was kind of lost in the middle of all these like on par animated films, but this this is like, oh, thank God we've been given something to talk about this deep into the podcast. And I was looking forward to this one, and it is nice to have the animated ones broken up by these, and we've got a few more live action ones to go, but there are so many things to talk about with this one and why it's so bad. Where would you like to begin?
What did you think of the casting?
I thought the casting, Richard, was bad. I thought that, okay, first of all, and what
Fred's
is like
brunette.
maybe... yeah, and maybe the only piece of like stardom this movie has, Robbie Amell plays Fred, who's the brother of Stephen Amell, who's
cousin,
more famous,
I
but cousin. And not only has he got the movie version of Fred's personality that is almost wholly absent from the TV series, but as you say, he's also got dark hair, and isn't wearing Fred's costume.
Yeah.
He is so far removed from the character that he's supposed to be portraying. It's insane. Why didn't you just
really
give him
sounded
blonde
like
hair?
You were leading to something else there.
Well, I guess
How far removed is he?
I reckon, here's my theory. This movie did not pay enough for Robbie Amell to bleach his hair.
Yeah, probably.
That's the only thing I can think of why you wouldn't make him blonde. Yeah,
according to IMDb and Scoobypedia, apparently him being brunette is a reference to a deleted scene from Scooby-Doo 2002 where it's revealed that he dyes his hair.
Bullshit. That's someone trying to make an excuse.
Yeah. One thing that's really funny about this though is you have all these weird versions of the characters, and we'll get to Shaggy in a second, but Frank Welker voices Scooby-Doo, and so the characters look bad. Their acting is bad. Scooby looks like shit. Such bad animation. But he sounds amazing. He just sounds like Scooby-Doo. Right. It's like, you hear it and you go, that is the voice of Scooby-Doo. Everything else around him is wrong.
You need to look up, if you're listening to this and you have access to the internet, you need to look up what does Scooby-Doo look like, because in this movie specifically, because in the original live action films, he's this I don't want to say photorealistic, but they've kind of married photorealism with cartoon.
It's as good as they could do in 2002.
Yeah, whereas this is just a 3D render of the cartoon character. And it is very scary looking. There's a bit where he sees ghosts come out of a grave and he oogas his eyes, and I had to take a photo of it because it is really, really creepy looking. So also he's used so sparingly in this movie. It is so
he would have been
funny
expensive as fuck for this movie.
Of course, and this is such a cheap movie, and they don't think about that when they greenlight it, and then they go, "Oh fuck, with the hero character, the titular character has to be in this." And so there are things like they will be taught. He'll say something looking up towards the gang, and then the shot will be them looking down, talking off screen, so you won't actually see Scooby-Doo in the shot, and for the whole climax he's been kidnapped, so he's not involved in it. It's so cheap and so clear. I don't have too many issues with the Velma and Daphne casting. It's maybe of note that Velma is being played by an Asian woman, which is kind of interesting, and Velma's changed race a few times in modern.
I also want to point out that this intrigued me when I was watching it, but the ages of the actors at the time: Daphne was 17, Velma was 18, and Fred and Shaggy were 21.
That is interesting,
because they seem a lot older.
Yeah. The woman playing Daphne in the 340p version of this film that I had to watch looked enough like Bryce Dallas Howard for me to be like, Bryce Dallas Howard would make a good Daphne.
Yeah. No.
Like a really good Daphne. In a modern live action one, if they ever do that.
Yeah.
So no, not too much to say about them, but let's talk
about
Norval
Bloody Rogers.
Norval Bloody Rogers.
Shaggy Bloody Rogers. So he's played in this film by a guy called Nick Pilatus. And
what a role to land.
What did you think of his portrayal?
I mean, I can only directly compare him to Matthew Lillard, maybe one of the most perfectly cast actors in a thing ever, right? And while Matthew Lillard's Shaggy felt soft and natural, it felt like that's just maybe what Matthew Lillard sounds like. And to be honest, he kind of does sound like that a little bit, I think, in real life. You know,
Matthew
like
Lillard
he's only
does. Yeah.
Matthew Lillard does. Whereas this dude, what's his name again?
Nick Pilatus.
Nick Pilatus is shoving a voice. He is doing an impersonation, and it's an exhausting impersonation because everything he says sounds like this. This is my impression of this guy doing Shaggy.
Like, Scoob, we gotta go solve this mystery?
Like, it's so forced and so nasally and it's so grating.
But the thing that got me about it is, so just then you were straining yourself. You were visibly straining to do that voice. He doesn't at all throughout the movie. And it's not because it's an effortless performance for him. And this is a theory I have, and it's borderline impossible to verify because the behind the scenes for films like this aren't documented very well, especially if there's something that they would probably want to keep secret. I think his entire performance is ADR.
Do you reckon it's not even him?
No, not necessarily that it's not him. I think that every single line he does in this film was recorded later.
I wouldn't be surprised if they hadn't mastered the voice by the time they started filming. Because the thing you're shackled with when playing Shaggy, compared to the rest of the Mystery Gang,
if you will.
Shackled with. None of them, except maybe Velma, which even that changes movie to movie, none of them really have a distinctive voice. I would say, like, Frank Welker's Fred is distinctive, but that's only because he's played the character so much.
Time,
and they seem to be perfectly happy to just not have Freddie Prinze Jr. or Robbie Amell even attempt. It's just a normal guy's voice, whereas Shaggy's got the cartoon voice, right? And so the woman playing Velma does do a little bit of the jinkies kind of
Can
voice.
I get a little bit of the...
Jinkies? Can I get a jinkies?
Zoinks!
Zoinks! She's doing a little bit of that, but that's also not a very hard voice to do.
Yeah.
So I reckon, like, they probably started filming and they were just like, we're not putting this expectation on any of the other actors in this movie. So just do your normal voice.
Just don't feel bad if you can't do it,
Yeah. And then afterwards they're like, nah, this doesn't feel like Scooby-Doo at all.
Yeah, like that's genuinely what I think happened. And then he had to go back through every scene and ADR it. But it's watching this movie was one of those times where I was like, I'm actually a better actor than these people.
Yeah, nice.
and also just thinking about, like, I could make a better film than this. Like, I'm a better director than comedy horror. Sorry, that's
it does have a director.
Brian Laurent.
Hey, what else has he done? That name did sound kind of familiar.
He made... Oh, interesting. He did... he wrote Beethoven's Big Break.
Aha! A movie we loved, comparatively.
Oh, he directed Beethoven as well.
Oh, wow.
He directed...
Well, he must be into dogs, then.
The Flintstones, Flintstones and Viva Rock Vegas, Jingle All the Way. Are we there yet?
So we've absolutely encountered this dude before.
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. What does this have a Rotten Tomatoes score by any chance?
It does not. It has 49% with audiences though.
God, just miserable. Just a miserable time with a story I was so either like confused by or not interested in. Like at the start I was like, maybe the ghosts aren't real, and then they possessed some football mannequins and I was like, okay, so I guess the ghosts are real, which brings up another interesting point. Is this supposed to be a prequel to the live action movies specifically, or just a Scooby-Doo prequel?
There's a funny
that happens to be live action.
It says on IMDb trivia, a lot of assumption is led to believe that this is a prequel to the live action Scooby-Doo theatrical movie from 2002.
Well, I don't think it is, because monsters aren't real in that one, and maybe this would be a good segue into what I know you want to talk about. The treatment of Scooby snacks is very different in both films. In the live action one, they are this name brand that you can buy, and Shaggy shares them with Mary Jane, played by
Isla Fisher.
Isla Fisher on the plane, and she mentions that she loves them even though they're supposed to be dog food. She says they're vegetarian. So vegetarian dog food is what that movie told us Scooby snacks were. And I think also implies that Scooby was named after the snacks, because you're not going to meet someone who loves Scooby snacks who you want to impress, and you're not just going to not say, "Oh, I'm 1/5 of the creative team behind Scooby snacks."
Yeah.
But so tell us, in Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins, what's the deal with Scooby snacks?
So Shaggy has them over to his house because he's a fucking dropkick and his parents don't give a shit about him. And so he's able to just hang out in the basement with them. And he has them over and he says, here's some snacks. And they're just like in a Tupperware container. And they say, oh, these are alright. What are these? And he explains that it's just a little something he made up, and they don't have a name, but he lists the ingredients of them, which are flour, sugar, yada yada, and ends it with a little dog biscuit or kibble thrown in for texture. And Fred and Daphne spit it out, and interesting.
And despite not preferring this to the original live-action film, I do enjoy the Scooby Snack origin more, because what it tells us, Richard, is that there's this untold story that's happened somewhere outside of the Scooby-Doo lore, where this group of people sold these snacks and they got big enough. And I reckon you're right. I reckon that they got big in Japan, and I reckon that's how they fund. That's the working theory.
That's how they can be on holiday all the time and just happen to run on all these mysteries.
Yeah.
Was there anything you enjoyed about the film?
I
have two things. There was two back-to-back gags that I enjoyed.
Tell me them.
So Scooby, how Scooby and Shaggy meets is he sees the ghosts rise up and he awoogas himself, like you mentioned. But then he's running just away from the thing, and he runs through a fence, which leaves a Scooby-Doo cartoon-shaped cutout. That's a gag used in like Roger Rabbit. I find that very fun. And then he runs into Shaggy's house, and these two haven't met before. They're just about. It's going to be hilarious. Scooby jumps onto. He's just seen ghosts. He jumps onto Shaggy's lap, who's been sleeping, and Shaggy wakes up and he's got a white sheet over his head. He looks like a ghost, and Scooby's like, oh my god, ghost, there's a ghost. And then Shaggy takes the sheet off, throws it off himself, which now puts it onto Scooby, and then now he sees this white sheet figure and thinks there's a ghost, and then they flip it back and forth a couple of times. And it's another one of those jokes that I'm like, I can't believe I haven't seen this done somewhere. Like, this feels like such an obvious like joke, and it's like it's a good gag, but it feels like something that just would have popped up in something else before.
And I talked about in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed how like it does a good job of translating the Scooby-Dooian jokes, like visual gags, and that feels like a Scooby-Doo visual gag. There are a couple of them in this. And it actually ends with like a silhouetted version of the mystery gang like walking along, sort of imitating that famous like walk cycle that the whole gang does from the 60s cartoon. I liked that joke. I thought that was a good joke.
There's also it looks like shit, but I like it. There's when Shaggy and Scooby are hiding in the dark, and it does completely pitch black screen except for their animated eyes.
Yeah,
that's quite fun.
That did look like shit.
Yeah,
looked upsetting, to be honest. It looked scary.
Yeah. There's also one joke in this film where Shaggy's like, keep off the grass. I made it funny. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Not only did you not make it funny, but like, why did you point it out?
They're in the graveyard.
Yeah.
They're in the graveyard.
Yes.
And one of the character, it's like Valmore Daphne reads the tombstone of one of the ghosts, and then another character reads the tombstone of another ghost, and then Shaggy goes, keep off the grass. Keep off the grass.
And then says, I made it funny. And it's like...
Which ruins the joke. Shaggy should be unaware that he's said something funny.
Yeah, that's why I wrote it down. A complete misunderstanding of why that's funny and the character of Shaggy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be that they're each reading signs, and if Shaggy had just said "keep off the grass" and then they moved on, that would have been hilarious. I would have been broken, Richard. I would have laughed, but I didn't at all. I don't think I laughed once watching this movie.
Yeah. Also interesting. So in the last film we talked about how this was the end of the What's New Scooby-Doo era. But they used the What's New Scooby-Doo pop punk theme song in this film.
Yeah, it's used at the end, and I reckon
not sung by Simple Plan.
Not sung by Simple Plan.
No, it's a I kept an eye out because I was wondering if I'd heard.
Is it Sky Cycle?
Is that like a Christian rock band or something?
Sky Cycle.
Yeah, what's Sky Cycle?
They did the music for Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. The only thing they were famous for was Scooby-Doo.
Oh, and the lead singer went on to something else. Yeah, the Panic Channel. Ann Arbor was the name of the band.
That's interesting because I thought it was Simple Plan. Well, actually, I didn't put too much thought into it, but like, I wonder if it's just like, right, we've made this movie for $200. Like, but we have access to everything, presumably Scooby-Doo. What can we add into it for free that can up its production value? And it's like, well, we have a Simple Plan song that they signed a contract to us to use. So that's actually what I initially thought, but that's interesting. Of the names, speaking of the names of the Scooby-Doo shows, the line "Scooby-Doo, where are you?" is also yelled by Shaggy in this. A lot more restraint than how they use it in the first live action film, and I kind of, part of me emotionally responded to that being yelled out.
That's not like you to have emotional responses.
No, agreed.
Did you feel any other emotions? Like, maybe did you there's like an oral sex joke. Did you notice this?
No.
There's when the ghosts are, to borrow a word from Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, when the ghosts are unleashed on Coolsville, there's a bit with like they're going crazy through all these cars, and one of the ghosts like rises up from between a woman's legs in the car and goes like
licks their lips.
And she like freaks out. Yeah, it's...
Do you reckon that feels like something that could accidentally be perceived as an oral sex joke?
Yeah, like that ghost was definitely doing it's probably a Ghostbusters reference, really. The only other movie I can think of where a ghost performs oral sex on a mortal.
Dan Aykroyded him.
Yeah, she did.
I did notice that scene we were talking about before where the sheet is going over Shaggy and Scooby. I wasn't going to bring this up. There is an unfortunate framing where for a moment when the sheet is on top of Scooby, it looks like someone giving head while they're under the covers.
Yeah.
And I actually thought it looked exactly like that, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what a screenshot this is. Remind me, if you're listening this far, remind me in our Cult Popture Discord, and I'll try find a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
And post what looks like young imitation Shaggy getting a blowjob from a ghost Scooby-Doo.
From a ghost dog. From Ghost Mutt. Is there anything else you really want to talk about? There's an interesting, like, forced love triangle with Daphne and Velma and Fred
that goes nowhere, and nothing happens with it. Yeah, so there's a initial sexual tension between Fred and Daphne, that is just sort of the same thing you would have seen in the original live action films, that sort of thing. But then there's also borrowing a scene from Monsters Unleashed. Daphne gives Velma a makeover and gets her looking all hot.
She was played by an 18-year-old. You couldn't say that about Daphne, though.
Okay, well, there we go.
Daphne, I think, was actually very ugly.
I think anyone under 18 is ugly, like revolting. And she's like, you know, with a little bit of style, 10 minutes a day. It's a real weird, like, pro makeup thing, pro patriarchy kind of message. She's like, 10 minutes a day, you can look pretty, and that will also get boys looking at you. And she's like, oh,
boys? That does not compute.
And she's like, yeah, are there any boys that maybe we're going to ask you to the prom that we never see in the film, even though it feels set up? And then she's like, what about Fred? He's cute. And then Velma, like, plucks her eyebrow too hard or
Daphne.
something, and she's like, "Ow!" Daphne
she
punched Velma's eye.
cuts one of her fingernails,
cuticles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as sort of like a vaguely aggressive.
Yeah, no, she's
protection.
intentionally hurting Velma because she's shown interest in fruit.
Yeah, and then later on, they're in disguise to sneak back into the school because they were expelled or suspended. And this is a funny scene because Velma's all dressed up looking hot. Daphne is dressed as a goth. Fred's dressed as like a gangster, like a skater boy, and Shaggy and Scooby are each in individual plastic rubbish bins. And then the vice principal turns up and they're like, "Oh, quick, do something to distract ourselves." So Velma jumps behind the bins that Shaggy and Scooby are disguised as, and Daphne and Fred start making out, and the vice principal tells them off. And I was like, oh, here's how to write a screenplay. Velma is going to see this and be like, "Oh, weird that you would do that after I told you I liked him." But she doesn't see it, and that's the last that happens in the film. This does have a sequel that we're going to be watching in a few movies' time. Are you looking forward to that? Is it the entire cast returned?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very much a direct sequel, yeah. I'm not looking
open to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it will be bad, but I am interested to see it now that I'm a good podcasty boyman and am taking notes.
Listen, that'll be this episode. How Barbie had that crazy thing happen where we talked about our woes, and then the message of a following Barbie movie directly communicated with our insecurities. Do you remember that? That'll be the emotional storyline of the Scooby-Doo episode will be us going from resigning ourselves to this being an inferior episode to putting in the mahi to become better podcasty boys by the end of it.
Yeah, and then there'll be a Scooby-Doo movie about believing in yourself or something.
Yeah, some
what are the chances of that?
Broad theme.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo. Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
That was a sexy clap from me.
I woke my dog up when I clapped, but it's okay.
What's your dog's name? Is it perhaps Scooby-Doo?
Have we started yet?
Yeah, we've started. That you talking about your dog will be the official start of this segment.
Yeah, because I did get a dog since we last recorded. I got him about 3 weeks ago.
Oh. Wow, that is an incredibly cute dog.
I know. I got him just in preparation for this recording. I got him because kind of like a method reviewer. I'm a method podcaster, just like Christian Bale is a method actor. So I got a dog. And
are you feeding the dog things dogs probably shouldn't eat, like giant Subway sandwiches and things like that?
Yeah. No,
great.
He's very unhealthy. He will be dead within a month, they say.
Hooray! Wow, I only needed him for the episode
by then. So
yeah. His name is Hobbs.
Oh,
nice.
That's cute. I love him.
It's from Calvin and Hobbes, not from Hobbs and Shaw. So don't you fuckers say it's Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah, what
it's
will
Calvin and Hobbes.
What will be the more culturally relevant Hobbs in 10 years,
Oh, Calvin and Hobbes is forever, baby.
I hope so.
I
certainly prefer
it left in 96, and it's still a staple of comics. So I don't think Hobbs and Shaw that crapped out after one movie so far.
For now. As we've alluded to, we have special guest Lily Hanson here with us. You've been on the podcast before, haven't you?
Yeah, we talked about Sleepaway Camp.
We sure did. And now, it would have been great. The next film we're talking about is called Camp Scare, which would have made a lot of sense to get you on. But no, we're talking about Scooby-Doo, Abracadabra-Doo. And Lily, I want to ask, do you have any history of performing magic?
No, but as a child, what kid doesn't love magic? I remember like watching David Copperfield specials on TV. And I remember like being a kid with cards trying to like create a magic trick. And it is still fun even as an adult. There's a place called the Magic Castle in LA. And I went there for the first time just before the pandemic. And it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. So,
did you ever go through a magic phase, AJ?
Very briefly. There was a joke book, like 1,001 jokes that this guy wrote for kids that you'd find it in like lucky book clubs. And he also did a 1,001 magic tricks book, which I read, and I was like adamant that I was going to become a magician. I don't think I learned
was going to do every trick.
I don't think I learned a single trick. I can do the thumb thing. I learned that a long time ago. But that's about the only magic trick I know.
In English, Doc. I went through a bit of I remember a similar sort of thing that I got a book. I went through a phase of for Christmas or a birthday or something, I got like the balloon animal balloons, the long balloons, and a book of how to make those. And so I could, if you want to provide me with one of those long balloons, I can make you a dog. Or a giraffe, which is just the same thing but with a longer neck. So sometimes you fuck it up and you go, yeah, it's a giraffe.
Nice. That's actually how I believe God invented giraffes. Was he fucked up a dog and was like, it's a new thing.
Yeah, I mean, what they say, a camel is a horse designed by committee or something. Wow. That's all I'm going to do here is bring up like old aphorisms or
like them.
Idioms. But yeah, I mean, magic is cool, right?
Magic is cool, and I think people who perform magic are cool.
Yeah, and I also remember when there was like the masked magician who would reveal all the tricks while wearing a mask. That was the show while I was younger, and that was fun to watch, although probably not fun to watch for the magicians giving away all their secrets.
That's why he was masked, presumably.
Yeah. But on a similar vein, speaking about personal histories, Lily, do you have much of a personal history with Scooby-Doo? Were you a fan growing up or anything?
I watched it.
That's been everyone's response. I don't think we've had a single diehard Scooby-Doo fan as a guest yet.
Yeah, like I sound like I'm on like the witness stand right now in court. Like, what's your history with Scooby-Doo? That's my impression of you. I watched it. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like what I loved growing up was I loved all the Warner Brothers stuff like Looney Tunes and Tiny Toons Adventures and Tasmania and Animaniacs. And then I moved on from that to Simpsons. And before that, I watched Flintstones. And I did watch Scooby-Doo, but it wasn't like one of my favorites. Oh, and also like Ninja Turtles cartoons. So like it wasn't like one of my faves, but I was aware of it. And I watched some episodes and enjoyed it.
You hadn't seen any of the movies before then? This is your first exposure?
I mean, definitely not like, I mean, I don't remember what I saw. I mean, it was so long ago. Definitely like something with Halloween and mummies and stuff, but certainly not this movie from 2010. Yeah.
So this movie came out in 2010. As you said, this is the first one to feature Matthew Lillard taking over the voice of Shaggy from Casey Kasem, who retired, and Matthew Lillard, of course, played him in the live-action films we've been covering. And it's funny, like, we've spoken about this a little bit, but I knew that fact for a while that he eventually took over the role. It's crazy that it was like 6 years after playing him that they said, like Casey Kasem retired, and they thought, fuck, who do we know that can do a Shaggy? But, we've been keeping the audience in suspense for long enough, I think. Can one of you please, or if you want to collaborate on it, that's fine. What is Scooby-Doo Abracadabra-Doo about?
Good question, Richard. Good question. What is one of a dozen Scooby-Doo movies I've watched in the last 4 days about? The main thing I remember is that this is distinctly the start of a new era for the animated movies. We had our globe-trotting era, and now the art styles changed a little bit, the presentations changed a little bit. I believe Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, the show, has started now, and it is not, this is not, this is going to be so confusing. This is not a Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated movie because the art style is different, but they aired concurrently, I guess. So that's the setting, the premise of this one. Lily, do you want to take the story?
Sure. So it turns out Velma has a sister named Madeline, who's at a college for magicians.
That's why Richard was asking about magic.
Yeah, so it's called the Whirlin' Merlin Magic Academy in this old castle. And then there's this cast of characters at the academy. Marlin, the wizard, the magician's brother, who's like the cook. And then Crystal, who's the assistant, and then blah, blah, blah. There's kids there learning magic, but there's a giant griffin, not a giant Peter Griffin, although that would have been a fun crossover.
That would have been scarier, I think.
Hey, Lois, I'm out of magic. my impression of Peter Griffin is shockingly close to AJ. But so there's a giant griffin scaring away the kids, and then Velma's mom, like the call to action, Velma's mom asked the Scooby-Doo gang to go check in on Madeline. So they arrive, and there's a neighbor, Calvin Curdles, who's he makes crazy flavored ice cream, with gross flavors, like broccoli and Brussels sprouts, which I found quite funny. And it's kind of like the every flavor jelly beans or whatever. And so he wants to take it over, and blah, blah, blah. It's like any Scooby-Doo mystery. There's the big thing of the griffin, and then there's who's the evil person here and who's the red
really
herring.
Behind this, gang?
Yeah. But I think really, what every Scooby-Doo adventure is going to be. So it's more like the fun of it is what's the premise and what are the fun and games. And so for here it's magic. And so it's you get to see the gang. You get to I keep saying the gang because I don't know if I can name them all from memory because I'm not that familiar. Velma, Daphne, Fred, and Shaggy. And so you get to see them in a creepy castle. You get to see them try to learn magic tricks. You get to see them interact with a banshee and run away from a griffin. So I think it's definitely watchable as an adult, and I think kids would get a kick out of it. I thought it was all right. All right.
I think you bring up a good point that it's we know the structure. So because I was thinking about this earlier today, is what am I in if I am enjoying anything about Scooby-Doo? Because this is what the 20-something. What film is this, Richard? The 20th one?
Yeah, I think 20 or 21.
The 21st. You're doing 21 of these.
We're doing 47 of these.
Okay, wow. I thought it was less.
No, I thought I was special.
It's 47. and I was trying to think, what part of, what is the appeal of Scooby-Doo? And it's not really who done it, is it? That's not really what anyone cares about. It's about, what fun setting and location will this one be? Because I've started to try and prove to our listeners that I've been paying attention, sort of eloquently put out who did it and why for every Scooby-Doo movie. And so for this one, it's Marlon Merlin, who's the ugly younger Merlin brother, who was always second fiddle to the handsome other Merlin brother. He is operating the Griffin, which is a puppet, and he's operating it via a blimp, a Zeppelin, that emits its own fog. And, that's one thing I've started to notice is that these, smoke and mirrors that these villains do to make monsters look real, the more complicated the monster, the more impressive the fact that it's fake always is. This guy got a fucking Zeppelin. He should be working in Hollywood. This stuff is awesome.
Yeah, it's wild. It's the strings are suddenly visible when they need to be visible. But I think all of that I was kind of rolling my eyes at. But I will say I noticed the voice immediately. That character is voiced by Brian Posen. I think I'm pronouncing his last name right. Maybe not. But he's he's big in the comedy world. He was on Mr. Show, Bob Odenkirk and David Cross's show, and he's been on the sitcom Just Shoot Me. He's had little parts in a lot of stuff, and he's very funny, and there were some character interactions. And is that Patrick Stewart doing Curdles? Or is that...
That's Jeffrey Tambor doing Curdles.
Oh, whoops. I have them mixed up.
There is, interestingly though, there is the guy who plays Merlin, the good Merlin brother, is played by someone named James Patrick Stewart. So
that's not Patrick Stewart. Okay.
No.
Okay, yeah, that's what threw me. I was like, oh wow, he's deciding to go really professional for this childish movie. No, but there's some funny interactions. Like, you have like the ugly brother, so to speak, and the conventionally attractive Siegfried mixed with Roy brother. Then like the pretty brother at one point is like, oh, it's just all the luck. I got the looks and he got the brains. And he goes, yeah, lucky me. And I mean, that's just funny, it's a funny interaction there,
I think I really liked this one too, and this next era, we've seen a few ahead of these. This is so far the most promising era of Scooby-Doo movies, I think. I think because artistically they've rebooted everything, so there's sort of like more chunkier outlines to their classic 60s depictions.
It's a little bit closer to their original designs, but sort of updated for HD. And also, fun thing about this one, this was our first animated one in widescreen, and boy do they show that off, because it just throws you into the deep, like a lot of sort of procedural shows, like cop shows and stuff, they start with like an unrelated couple like stumbling upon the body or something like that, and then you don't see them again. Some of these movies start like that, and it's this attractive young couple and the woman, of course, and there's a lot of horny animators, as we're about to discover on the Scooby-Doo team.
The cold open, that was the most Barbie-ish proportion.
But there's the shot from behind the woman, and it is like just the fattest, juiciest ass you've seen in your life, taking up 60% of the screen. And it's like, you want widescreen? You got widescreen.
We were waiting for this.
If you want, I could stand up and turn around and show my ass, and maybe I could beat that and be the fattest, juiciest ass.
That's the best thing I think a guest has ever offered. But
then AJ would stand up and show his ass and beat me. So I don't know.
Before Richard taking the cake from all of us, literally taking the cake.
Speaking of the widescreen, I mean, I thought the animation had some cute things, like when Scooby-Doo eats this, like his favorite dish. It's like Scooby snacks and cranberry sauce, and like he sticks his face in, and there's a moment where he becomes Santa. Like it's playful animation, and I did like, there were a couple horror references at the beginning in the first act. Like there was Karloff Chemicals, Boris Karloff, and then they had like a reference to The Shining. When the van was going down the roads, they played this like Shining-esque music, like do-do-do-do-do. But then that was it. I was hoping there'd be other little sly references for the adults. You know what I mean? Like, I would have liked to see a little more of that, because that was neat. I thought.
I think they direct it to hook the adults in who have put it on for their kids, and then after 10 minutes they're like, we don't need any more adult references. It'll be fine.
I also remember at the start there's a bit where when they get the call, when Velma gets the call from her mum, and they're just in the middle of having solved a mystery, and she's like, it's exposition time. Like,
I did not like that. No,
there's so many of those jokes in this sort of era.
It's not something that works in real, like, I think for me, meta jokes, they have to work like Scream. The Scream franchise does this really well, as you know. Like to me, like a meta joke that works is when Shaggy's like, oh, did you notice that every adventure we have, people go, oh, we would have gotten away with it too if not for you kids, and then we're gonna pull the mask off, and then they do it to someone and it's not a mask, Like, I think that's a meta joke that works, but like there's no reason in the scene for the character to be like, oh, like, you know what I mean? So I didn't like that sort of meta joke, but maybe you did because you've been watching so many.
Any break from the reality of Scooby-Doo is welcome to us. No, I guess I agree in the sense that like breaking the fourth wall isn't necessarily part of the language of Scooby-Doo. What am I saying? What sentence did I just say? I want to talk about as well, This has quite a compelling will they, won't they love story.
I was going to say, do you guys ship?
Do we ship?
We have no choice but to stand.
Well, there's 3 couples in this, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of love in this
A lot of love.
story.
And a lot of
You
laughs.
have what is it? Madeline. Okay, the first couple. So there's Madeline and Shaggy, right?
Yep.
She has a crush on Shaggy, and then there's what's revealed. It's Curdles and Rumblebun.
Yeah, you're so good at remembering the character names. But
I just watched it, so
okay.
And then there's a B plot that's barely there with Daphne and Fred, where Daphne's trying not to be clumsy, and she says that she's clumsy. I haven't seen her be clumsy. Is that her thing? Like, I didn't.
No, she is good at everything.
Yeah, the character attributes that get given to each character in each movie are often like unique to that movie, and they'll try and act like there's the general personalities, but like the Fred and Daphne love will they won't they, that gets like reset every couple of movies, and like that's always happening or not happening, and it's starting to become very unclear what the situation is, because it'll be like, I can't remember specifically what it is in this movie, but there'll be one movie where they're definitely together, and then there'll be another movie where they are cordial enough and still flirting, but then one of them will start flirting with someone else, and that annoys the other. And so it's like, what is the situation here? I'm dying to know.
Well, yeah, that's interesting, because I just assumed that they were already a couple, but it's like a children's show, so it's kept platonic, and I just assumed Velma's gay, and Shaggy, who knows what he does to that dog when no one's looking. But so I was kind of, but I'd never, it wasn't in my head that Daphne was clumsy, and they didn't show it. They told it more than showed it. So that was kind of odd to me. Like the whole movie, it kind of was like, it could be an hour, not an hour and 20 or whatever it is. 'Cause it's a little kind of draggy in spots, but overall I enjoyed it. But the back to the character dynamics. That's what I assumed, is that Fred and Daphne are a couple.
Yeah.
I for one, personally, I so wanted Shaggy and Madeline to end up together. That was a bummer. The guy needs a win.
I guess like what I liked about it is that there's an implied history. They're like, Shaggy, we're going to see Velma's sister, and there's that resonates with them, and there's something so compelling about a past romance being the dynamic between two characters. I think
that's why people listen to this podcast.
Yeah. So refresh my memory, Richard. They don't end up together at the end.
No, he sort of starts to.
Don't they kiss?
I think you might be thinking of an upcoming film,
another movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't kiss, but I mean, it's very well done though. Like they have it in the story where Shaggy ends up dressing up like a knight, so he. Like his story arc or whatever is to find his courage, and maybe that's in several movies, but he actually is a knight, her knight in shining armor, and it's well realized, that to bring that arc to a close. I don't remember. I just watched it, and I don't remember if they actually. I think it was just like keeping it open or something. I don't remember them kissing, but maybe they did. I don't know.
Yeah, this is apparently this is Madeline Dinkley's only appearance.
But then on her page, she's got a section for Scooby-Doo Franken-Creepy that says insert details here.
It's a flashback, no lines, apparently.
Okay.
Oh, and John DiMaggio from Futurama. He does. I knew I recognized that voice. It was killing me, and then when the credits came up, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's why it sounded kind of familiar."
Yeah, him and Phil Lamar in a bunch of these movies.
I bet.
He also appears in a post-credit scene. Did you guys see this?
No. What happened
for this movie?
Yeah, there's a very brief post-credit scene where the Mystery Machine, voiced by John DiMaggio, says, "You kids are still watching? Well, the mystery's over. Now move on with your lives." I need oil.
Okay. Well, wait. I thought Dave Attell was the voice of the
Dave Attell is the GPS.
machine.
I think, Richard, they change it to...
They do change it to John DiMaggio in another
in
film.
the next film.
Yeah.
So that's a thing as well that's entered as like now the GPS of the Mystery Machine talks, and it almost feels like they're trying to do another Scrappy-Doo. They're trying to like sneak a Scrappy-Doo character, like a sick member of...
What's a character we can add that everyone will fucking hate?
yeah.
I mean, yeah. Shaggy's favorite pizza is extra cheese, cheesy pizza in that dinner sequence. Is that like a staple of the... Is that what he likes?
It's a very interesting question, actually, because he has fluctuated between being a devout vegetarian to not being a vegetarian, and I guess, like, now they're just hoping no one will notice. What I think is more inconsistent than that, is the types of things we're told Shaggy finds gross and the types of things he doesn't find gross. So, like, he'll eat anything, and then like it'll be revealed like there was flies in that thing that you just ate, and he'll be disgusted. But then in another thing, he'll eat like some horrid combination of like, you know, chili dog ice cream or something.
Well,
like
I think that the difference there is that chili dogs and ice cream are both food.
Right.
Flies are not food.
Yeah.
AJ, you've been eating flies on us.
But yeah, that's true, because in this movie, Shaggy and Scooby eat the ice cream, Curdle's ice cream that tastes like gross things. It's like meat-flavored ice cream, and, well, not that vegetables are gross, but, you know. But yeah, it's
kids, you
Brussels
listening?
sprouts flavor, and yeah. But yeah, I thought that there's a point where Shaggy and Scooby eat it, and it seems like they just love it. And I thought there'd be a point where they'd be like, ugh, because it's not like chocolate ice cream or cherry or, you know.
Or even
but
fly
maybe they were
ice cream.
like, we can't, what do you say?
Or fly ice cream, which AJ, of course, would love.
Yeah.
I will lap it up.
But maybe they, oh God. But yeah, maybe they, now I'm imagining like a Scooby-Doo crossover with Cronenberg's The Fly, you know.
Not outside the realm of possibility.
But yeah, they probably didn't want to have them be grossed out because they want kids to, you know, eat their veggies. So, yeah.
That's a good point. We've been doing a couple of fun little segments with our guests, haven't we, AJ?
We sure have, Richard, and I'd love for Lily to participate in these fun little games.
Okay.
First off, you have to stand up and turn around, and no, you don't.
And show my fat, juicy ass.
First off, Lily, may I ask, you only have to give the date, not the year, but when is your birthday?
February 23rd.
Very soon.
Wow, February 23rd. So we've got a spreadsheet, Lily, where we've collated the first appearance of every Scooby-Doo villain from any of the shows. And so we're doing what we're calling a villain horoscope, where we're giving you the villain that debuted on your birthday, or closest to your birthday. February 23rd, you've got the enigmatically titled Morgan Le Fay from Scooby-Doo, The Sword and the Scoob from 2021, which I think might be one of the movies we're watching.
It is a movie, yeah.
Oh wow! Is that the first guest who's landed on a movie instead of a TV show?
Morgan Le Fay is like a real historical creature or person.
Well, according to Google Images, they're a very sexy vampire lady. So...
Yeah, she's part of the legend of King Arthur.
Okay.
I love that. Yeah.
So there you go.
Love it.
Does that resonate with you? We struck out because our first guest was Greek and got Aphrodite as their villain horoscope. So we were like, it's got to match with everyone now. So does that speak to you in any way?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very pale. I like to. I can't be out in the sun. I like to stay up at night, and I bite people's necks and drink blood.
Oh, great!
So yeah, it works out great.
I think there's something to this villain horoscope, Richard. I think it's working out.
Oh, actually,
and I sparkle. All vampires sparkle.
I think that to be completely fair, I believe Morgan Le Fay is a fairy rather than a vampire. But Morgan Le Fay is also a Marvel Comics character who in the 1978 television film Doctor Strange was played by Jessica Walter.
Oh, awesome.
From Arrested Development.
Oh. Young Jessica Walter. I love her.
And then Elizabeth Hurley
R.I.P.
played her in Runaways.
This is a sexy character, Lily.
Very
this
sexy
is
character.
someone who's been portrayed by some of the sexiest people alive. So I think that's the best horoscope we've given out so far.
Oh, yeah. I love it. I love it. Morgan Le Fay. Maybe, that'll be maybe a good Halloween costume or something.
Ah, there we go.
All right, and now, what's your impression game like? Are you good at impressions?
We've heard you do fantastic AJ and Richard impressions on this record.
You know, I'm a woman of 3 voices, but I like to pretend that I can do more. So I like to try, and hopefully it's not a problematic impression. But yeah, let's go for it.
Alrighty, so we've got a leaderboard where we've asked all our guests to do
an impression of Martin Luther King Jr.
Boy.
So,
all right.
So what it is in a moment, we're going to ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression, and we're going to score that out of 3. And then if we think it's good enough, you can move on to a Shaggy impression, and we'll score that out of 3. And then if you rock that, you get to do an impression of any Hanna-Barbera or Scooby-Doo character. You can also, crucially, not do this if you don't want to. I think we should start giving that option
you can dip out at any point.
AJ, I love anything that's a giant waste of time. So
obviously,
you'll love
let's
this
do
podcast.
this.
Yeah, you're on a 24-hour podcast about Scooby-Doo, so that makes sense. Alrighty, can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
Yes, I can. Oh, Ralt Rapture is my favorite podcast. Oh, Richard and Ray J. Oh, for the love of Ray J. I don't know.
That was amazing. I think I'm willing to go. I think 3 to 2.5. What do you think, Richard?
Yeah. Let's go 2.5 and the extra 0.5 for stroking our egos. Also, I like the Ray J. I mean, I guess Ray J was the person that Kim Kardashian made her sex tape with. I'm thinking more like Rage.
No, I'm the guy that had sex with Kim Kardashian.
And filmed
Let's go
it,
back to that.
Yeah, I think I can do a better Shaggy than Scooby.
Well,
let's hear your Shaggy.
Let's hear it.
Like zoinks! Are we really gonna listen to this podcast instead of eat a pizza with extra cheese? Zoinks!
I think we should give this 3, Richard, because the voice is on its way there, but the context, the stuff you were talking about, felt distinctly Shaggy-ian. So I think we're gonna go 3 for Shaggy there. And lastly, any other character, it can be a Scooby-Doo character or a Hanna-Barbera character or something like that. Let you dealer's choice. Wait, no, I'm the dealer, so not dealer's choice.
Who are the possible characters?
You can do any of the Mystery Machine Gang. You could do Yogi Bear. You could do Vanilla Gorilla or whatever.
Okay.
You could do the Flintstones. You said you watched Flintstones. They're a Hanna-Barbera.
Oh yeah. I don't remember.
Wilma!
Yogi. Yogi. Not just your average bear.
That was excellent. Holy shit. That was awesome. I reckon 3 for that as well,
3,
which puts you at where are we?
Oh, if AJ can work the fucking Google Doc.
Oh my god, I'm actually so bad at Google Docs. I think that puts you at 8.5, which puts you in the lead, Lily.
Ooh, wow. Where's Boo Boo? Boo Boo is dead. He was killed in a California wildfire. He ran outside burning.
Avenge me, Yogi.
Now I'm haunted by Boo Boo's ghost, and I'm feasting on some campers.
Yeah.
Family of 4.
This is great. That we should have cracked out the impressions at the start of the record. This is awesome.
And I'm putting their organs in a picnic basket.
Wow.
What about their families, Yogi?
Well, when they come to mourn them, we'll pop out at the funeral and eat them too.
Oh my god, this is diabolical. Well, thank you so much for coming to talk to us about Abracadabra-Doo, Lily. I hope you had a good time, and thank you for your wonderful impressions. Before we go, where can people find you on the internet? You're an internet celebrity. I proudly tell people that you are probably the most famous person who actively listens to the podcast. because we've talked to a couple of like internet celebrities, but most of them don't listen. But you do, and I that is a very proud feather in my cap.
Yeah, like I especially love when you guys go through a horror franchise,
or Scooby-Doo,
or a comedy franchise.
Well, Scooby-Doo's the perfect marriage of both.
Well, no, I think Scooby-Doo is horror. I can't imagine, like, it would be horrifying if my dog could talk. You know, it's bad enough. Like, I love my dog, but like, if he could talk and be sentient, you know, and just be like, Lily, why do you drink so many White Claws every night? You know, it's like I don't want to deal. I don't want to be. I'd probably be criticized. You know,
well, that's the thing. I think
that's the last thing I want.
Every pet owner feels is that like, what if my pet secretly hates me and can't communicate it?
Yeah. Like, and then in the morning, like, well, bitch, why do you set 4 alarms to wake yourself up? You got. It's you know, it would be just a nightmare. So yeah, I think like having a dog that's fully conscious and it could be a horror. Maybe that could be the next. That, you know, they made Winnie the Pooh into a horror movie. Maybe there's a take on Scooby-Doo.
There actually already is.
Terrifying.
Yeah, there is.
It's called Saturday Morning Massacre. Yeah.
Oh. Well,
it looks terrible.
Well, well, you know what? We all learned something today, and. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. It's a thrill, and I like those games that we played. And
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, are you on Twitter and Instagram? Where can people find you?
Oh, right. So, yeah, I'm not on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. It's Lily Hanson. Yeah, and then like if you want to, I write copy for Gooder. That's just Goodr. On Instagram.
Cool.
If you read the caption and it makes you laugh, I wrote it. If not, I had nothing to do with it. And then back in the old days, I made videos on the YouTube channel Joe Goes, and so that's just like person on the street comedy videos at events and stuff.
Nice.
So that's in the past, but yeah, check it out if you want. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go, Lily. Thank you so much. My mind has been blown by your impressions. I think you'll stay at the top of the leaderboard unless we get like a real go-getter as one of our next
We're gonna
guests.
get like our last guest will be Frank Welker.
Yeah.
Yeah, or DiMaggio or Phil.
Yeah.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
And we're back. Who directed Abracadabra-Doo?
That was directed by Spike Brandt and Tony Schiavone.
Oh, okay. I thought, because the next couple are all directed by Ethan Spalding, and I thought, wait. The next in the style are, so I thought maybe this was the Ethan Spalding era. Guess not, can't call it that. Scooby-Doo Camp Scare also came out in 2010. Also directed by a guy named Ethan Spalding, Richard. I don't know if you've heard of him.
I haven't heard that name.
He's directed a couple of others. This has no critic score on Rotten Tomatoes. What is Scooby-Doo Camp Scare about? And for those not with a Kiwi accent, it's Camp Scare. Not scare. It's a hard word to pronounce in New Zealand. Well,
Scooby-Doo, like Camp Scare or whatever.
Yeah.
So Scooby-Doo and the gang travel to Fred's old summer camp, Camp Little Moose, where they don't like those camp big
those
mooses.
cunts at Big Moose.
Those big moose cunts. Which is actually a line from the film I was surprised to hear. But yeah, so, you know, like, obviously I don't need to tell you, we all know how summer camp works.
Obviously I don't need to tell you how summer camp works.
So he used to be a camper, and now he's going back to be a counselor, and he's taking the whole gang with him, and they are all just being dragged along, and he's a freaking little weenie about it. But they realize, oh shit, the whole thing's bloody empty.
Oh.
And yeah, it's and they think, oh, this will be those cunts at Big Moose.
Those Big Moose cunts.
Yeah. And yeah, it turns out that there's like a whole town under Big Moose Lake, much like in Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, they end up helping out, getting the help from some campers, one of whom is this little dweeb named Deacon, who couldn't possibly be a villainous mastermind. Wait a minute, he's actually Babyface Spumoni, or whatever his name is. What's his name? Babyface.
He's an
Britt.
adult man.
Voiced by Mark Hamill, who also plays Deacon, like the like a Carl Weezer type character.
Yeah.
And then transforms into Babyface Peretti.
That's very fun. But yeah, they're wanting to break a dam and empty Camp Big Lake and
Big Moose.
Big Moose. Empty Big Moose Lake and flood Camp Little Moose, which is why they made it deserted by pretending that there was some kind of ghoul and or goblin around. And yeah, there's something, because what's at the bottom of the... because the old town's down there and there's a treasure there. Yeah, there's
a treasure there. The villain, for those wanting to know, ends up being Rager Knudsen. He plays both the woodsman, who's one of the monsters, the fishman, who's another one of the monsters.
Oh yes, it's the idea is that all the campfire stories are coming true.
Yeah. He plays the Fishman and the Spectre of Shadow Canyon. Babyface Peretti is the mastermind behind it all. And they want to steal the treasure of Ricky LaRue from a town under Big Moose Lake. Richard, what did you think of Scooby-Doo Camp Scare?
I quite enjoyed this one. We get a lot of good character development. I feel like this is the most important that Scooby and Shaggy have been to the Mystery Inc. gang.
Right.
It's also very horny, this film.
Yes. So I've written this down.
I wrote in my notes, Boner City.
Wow. Camp Boner. Boner Scare. Yeah, when you get a boner and you're like, ah!
Camp Big Boner.
Yeah, no, I really liked this one as well. I dare say it had a broad churchian vibe to like. There's this deserted town. There's this lore for this old town that they're needing to learn more about. And I don't know, I enjoyed it. No, I presume it's about a town under a lake. I just thought it's always fun to explore a town's dark past. Yeah. I thought the twists were turny, Richard. I thought the turns were twisty, and the babes, hot as hell.
The babes, curvy.
We blew our load early talking about how hot Daphne can be, like 10 movies ago. Yeah. This would have blown my mind had I seen it when I was a little kid. Maybe it's because we're 22 films into a franchise and still not halfway, or maybe it's just plum horniness, Richard. But I feel like
run-of-the-mill horniness,
similar to what you said about that juicy ass that we saw in Abracadabra-Doo. The women are depicted way sexier in this than need be for a kids' movie. We got Daphne cleavage that had rivaled the live-action Daphne cleavage. We got frames from specific angles that emphasize curves. We got a character who's in the text. This new camp counselor, Fred likes her, and it's just because she's hot. And he's like, it's because she's hot. And you know what? I'm here for it. I've no problem with it. I will take anything.
Oh, of course you don't bloody have a problem with the old horn dog.
I need to light my brain up when watching these movies. Like, what are we talking about specifically? Give me Timecodes, Richard. You've got bikinis. You got Daphne and this other woman in a bikini,
and they jump off cliffs and they somersault and give you like a full 360 view.
And look. I think what's so interesting about this is, like, you can draw cartoon characters in bikinis and sort of downplay the boobage of it all. This is not downplaying the boob. These are like scenes are constructed around peering in.
They start, the first line they draw is the cleavage, and then the whole scene is constructed around that. It is also, I think, important to note that these are high school characters.
The other thing about Daphne is that
she's actually very mature for her age.
she's got like an outfit she wears for a lot of it are like these short denim shorts and like a camp button-up shirt that's tied, revealing skin. And again, it's like,
you could have put her in a different outfit.
This is a sexy outfit. Maybe I like the fact that they're high schoolers never comes up until the next film or two films from now that we're going to talk about. Among a voice cast which guest stars Tara Strong, Stephen Root, Mark Hamill, and Lauren Tom, we also in this film have Scott Menville, who plays Luke, and Scott Menville plays Shaggy in Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, that short-lived series that aired between two of the other movies. And what do you think, like, do you think there is an element of animosity in a recording studio when you have to co-star in a film with the more famous guy that took your role? Like, do you think Scott Menville doesn't like Matthew Lillard or anything like that?
If the documentary I Know That Voice is to be believed, which I watched, which is it's John DiMaggio executive produced it, and boy can you tell, there's a whole, they talk about different, like, it has different segments about like, this element of voice acting, this element, and then there's just a whole like 3-minute segment where they just praise John DiMaggio, and to use a term that they talk about how like he's the only white man who can pull off like doing a black guy's voice. And they talk about how
that's a weird thing to boast in a movie you're producing.
Yeah, the term they use is that they say he's the most Negro-throated person I've ever heard.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
that's worse than what we were saying about sexy cartoon characters.
Anyway, the sort of end of that documentary is that they talk about how, despite this sort of pool of, I guess like name actors, it's one of the, they say it's one of the least competitive industries out there, because they're so big on like, oh, well, I might not be right for this part, but oh my God, you should get John DiMaggio because, the character's a black guy. And, but yeah, apparently it's a very supportive industry. But of course, this is a documentary made to show you how great the industry is. So,
well, we know that when Matthew Lillard himself was not cast in Scoob, that there was a bit of upset there. But I don't know if it was interpersonal. I don't know if Matthew Lillard felt any anger toward Will Forte.
He probably did after he saw the film.
That's true. Or he didn't, because he's like, thank God I didn't have to put my name on that.
Should we go to my notes for the film? Because there's one interesting scene in this film that I wanted to point out, that there's a moment, I think it's when the sexy new girl is crossing a rope bridge, and of course, perilous activity, and as you would expect, the rope bridge starts to collapse while she's on it, and immediately Scooby and Shaggy dive off the cliff to rescue her without a moment's hesitation. And it's a really interesting moment, and that was also sort of why I thought that they're starting to become more important. They're starting to see their place in the mystery gang a little bit, like the night thing in the last film as well was part of this. But yeah, it's I saw it described on like Scoobypedia or something like that as like they're actually quite brave when there aren't monsters involved.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah, and it's Are you saying their role in the gang is to be the like Expendables, to be the Suicide Squad?
No, but
like they're the brawn, I guess. They're the muscle.
Yeah.
After all this time, we've worked out who they really are. They're the muscle. They're the bait. They're the live bait.
But yeah, no, it is interesting that they showed quite a lot of bravery and, dare I
Very
say,
proud of our
tenacity
boys.
in that
Wow.
moment. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I liked that moment. I also liked when they had to escape the dam breaking and the creek flooding in the Mystery Machine. I thought that was awesome. I thought that rocked. I thought Fred fighting the Spectre, I thought that rocked, Richard. I thought when Scooby-Doo's driving the Mystery Machine and they're like, I didn't know you could drive, despite the fact that this has been a repeated plot point through several movies. I thought that rocked. I thought the babyface, whatever his name, that was funny. That was a funny reveal. There is also a sort of the reason I like this new era that we've entered into.
Well, you've
of
explained
Scooby-Doo
it because
movies.
of Daphne.
It's part of it is. Is the both Abracadabra-Doo, Camp Scare, and we'll talk about in a couple of movies times, The Legend of the Phantosaur. They all have these opening sequences which are done in an art style you don't see anywhere else in the movies. Sort of this like almost like crate paper cutout kind of stuff that just shows like a Scooby-Doo story. And it'll be accompanied by a piece of music. And from what I can tell, most of the music in this new era is provided by a band called Just for Laughs. And it looks like it sounds like a comedy night or something. And they exclusively deal in what we in the freelance video editing world would call sound-alikes, which is basically think of a famous song and now buy a $15 legally distinct version of that. And like there's the opening song is called Here Comes Summer, which sounds, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's like a Beach Boys doo-wop kind of thing. But the credits song is called Perfect World, which is, it's Walking on Sunshine, just almost identical. Yeah.
That was me singing Perfect World.
Right. Okay, it didn't sound like Walking on Sunshine, though.
Well, I did. I was singing the verse, not the chorus.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, that was confusing.
Well, the chorus doesn't sound like that of Perfect World.
I guess the chorus is the different part.
Yeah.
I'll play some of it maybe in the episode.
Fucking piece of shit, you better.
Feeling good, yeah. I'm sitting on top of the world.
Richard, I absolutely hate it when Scooby steals food from Shaggy. It makes me so cross. It makes me so livid. I get so furious and frustrated. In this movie, Shaggy makes this like delicious, like 10-foot long sandwich for himself, and he turns around and Scooby just eats it. It makes me so angry. I haven't brought this up yet because I keep forgetting about it, but every time it happens, I'm just like, fuck, I'd be so fucking mad if my dog, if your dog did it, whatever, it's a dog. This is a dog with somewhat of a human brain. He should know.
That's
he
a
should
really
be able to
interesting.
Understand.
Does Scooby have a human brain? They saved Scooby's brain.
The Scooblish actually has nothing to do with him being a dog. It's actually just the like disconnected like neurons and stuff, and that happened because of the brain transplant.
So do you think that in the world of Scooby-Doo, there's been the world's first successful brain transplant? Yes,
I do, and I think it was to Scooby-Doo. I think the second most successful one, Richard, was to Scrappy-Doo, and that did a lot better. But everyone hated the cunt, so they kicked him out.
That's why they took his brain out, and then they did it, and they were like, now we've just got an annoying dog.
Yeah, we're never doing this again, and that's why there's never any other talking animals.
And that's why they're like, let's never talk about this.
What do you think when?
What do I think? I think probably he's just a dog.
No, I mean, what do you think about Scooby stealing Shaggy's food all the time? I think it's
so funny. My face lights up every time he does it.
How dare you? This is unfair on me. It's unfair on Shaggy. And you like Shaggy.
Do I?
You like Matthew Lillard?
Do I?
I reckon it hurts Matthew Lillard's feelings when Shaggy gets his sandwich stolen.
Jiggy's in the recording studio and he's like reading the script and it's like, oh, he makes a 10-foot sub, and he's like, wow, I really look forward to making the eating sounds for that. And then he's like, wait a minute, I haven't got the is there some pink pages coming? I'm supposed to be getting eating sounds. They go, no, the dog eats it.
And he's like, because he's a professional, he smiles, he goes, oh, very funny. But inside he's enraged by it. This movie might take place on my birthday, which is very interesting.
I mean,
for me.
any of them might take place on my birthday.
So they specifically mention that the way to find the treasure is that the spire from the underwater church on the summer solstice, the glint on it will guide the way. And I think I'm born on the summer solstice. My birthday is 22nd of June, which is the winter solstice in New Zealand, and therefore the summer solstice in America.
Wow.
You looking this up?
Yeah.
I should have looked it up.
Thursday, December 22nd.
Well, that's my younger sibling's birthday.
Oh, really? Well, that's the summer solstice in Auckland.
Right, so that's the summer. So therefore it'd be flipped, right? So this movie takes place on my birthday.
20th or 21st of June in the Northern Hemisphere.
Ah, okay.
But meanwhile, in New Zealand, because of the time difference, you would be celebrating your birthday.
Oh, awesome. Wow. That means that I would have turned, when was this? 2010. I would have turned 16? No, 17 when this movie takes place, if it takes place in 2010, which is
which we have no evidence to support.
No. And like, how many people can say that, Richard? How many people can say a Scooby-Doo movie takes place on or around my birthday?
At least 47.
Okay. In a post-credit scene in this film, it is revealed that the spectre haunting the camp was not a disguise for some reason, and is actually just a real spectre. And it's not really clarified because we saw a mask get taken off. So I think it's actually just Ranger Knudsen has put the costume back on and is having a fun time. Maybe he's discovered like that's his true self. Maybe he's like Batman, but for stealing
that's
gold.
Ranger Knudsen is the actual mask.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck, that's deep. Fuck, that's deep, AJ.
I've stumbled into Common Sense Media again because you type in these movies to Google to look for some stuff to talk about, and after you cross through Wikipedia, Rotten Tomatoes, IMDb, Scoobypedia, you eventually arrive at Common Sense Media.
There's only one left.
And Common Sense Media is sort of a quasi-religious rating group that tell you whether or not you should watch a movie. And on this one, they talk a lot about the how scary it is, but then there's one review from someone named Sarah E. And it has 1 star. And the title of the review reads "Sexist," and this is the review.
Well, are you sure it doesn't say sexiest? Because it is.
No, well, we'll talk about it. Oh, it does say sexiest. No, it doesn't. This movie is horrifyingly sexist. It includes male characters telling female characters to go back to being pretty, and they help solve the mystery. After they help solve the mystery, it shows off women showing off to men in skimpy bikinis and them gawking at their bodies, and includes a woman throwing open a trench coat to reveal very tight clothing. If it was real life, that woman can wear whatever she wants to. It's her choice. But that character is not real and does not have her own opinions. This movie was written and produced by middle-aged men. It's sexist and children are being influenced by it. And when I first read this review, well, I first started reading it, I was like, this will be good content. And then I got to the end and I was like, maybe I agree. There is a point to this.
It is funny, though, that it's like, in real life, like, she could wear whatever she wants, including a trench coat, which has sexy clothes under it.
Yeah. For example.
Yeah.
But, like, is there... Because, like, it's a difficult world to navigate, I think.
Yeah,
especially as like...
transplants have been successful.
Sorry? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a difficult world to navigate being the being like a man who wants to be,
we
be
so
doing
hard.
who wants to be doing right in the world, and like there was a time where like feminism meant like not even talking about sex.
Feminism meant never having to say
Are you gonna
sorry.
be silly?
I am.
Okay.
I was silly.
You know what I mean? Like that felt like the feminist take was to not even acknowledge the sexuality of something. And then that kind of developed to like, no, we're sex positive. We should be
You're not allowed to mention anything else.
Yeah. But like I guess like it's an interesting tightrope to walk between, and I try to be good in real life to like I'm losing my fucking
Let
mind.
women
Like,
be sexy.
well, not let. Let is the wrong word. To engage in conversations about sex without being a creep about it, I guess. That's my life. Is figuring out how much I can talk about sex without it upsetting the people in the room.
Yeah.
And this just got me thinking about it. But what is that?
Some kind of thing backing out.
Is someone trying to back that ass up?
There's like a bunch
is
of
that
cranes
offensive?
around and shit that like move. There we go. Some stuff.
I'm saying this like it's something that I struggle with. I don't think I do struggle with it. I think I'm all right at like navigating that line. But this is, I guess, like in this podcast, which is a piece of us, you know, this whenever we put out an episode, it's a piece of us on
We
the
get
internet.
weaker.
Yeah. And I want people to listen to it and get get an idea of who we are as people and our values and what we care about. And I think we have pretty morally true north values a lot of the time. And then we watch 22 Scooby-Doo movies and we're talking about how fucking sexy Daphne is.
Yeah.
And
you
like
honeypotted me.
Is that okay? Is it okay to talk about how sexy Daphne is?
Well,
when that depiction is drawn by as this
man.
review states,
Yeah.
by a middle-aged man.
Yeah.
Is that what makes it not okay?
This is what he wanted us to feel.
Yeah, but I don't want a man to be the person deciding that,
Right.
I guess.
Well, all right. Jess isn't home at the moment, so I can't ask her. Do you want? Is there any other? Do you have any women at home that you can ask if you're allowed to find Daphne sexy?
No, they won't reply.
They don't talk to me after I talked about sex too much.
I did like tell them about it when I was watching the film, and both of the women I live with responded with some variation of it's a cartoon character, which tells me that they didn't get it because cartoon characters can be sexy.
That's the point of some cartoon characters.
I'm not above that, you know.
Yeah.
Like, because if this review also, as we said, it says like if this was real life, the woman can wear whatever she wants to. It's her choice, and that's what struck me. Where I was like, okay, this isn't just like a fuddy-duddy review. This is like someone who actually like has values. Yeah, that I agree with, you know? And so maybe I want to take back everything I said about how sexy Daphne is, Richard. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say.
I'm going to leave what I said on the record.
Okay, well, should we move on to some less controversial reviews? I've got an IMDb review here from Snoopy Style 13 on August 2021. The review is called Good Freddy Adventure. Here's how it goes. Freddy returns to his childhood summer camp, Camp Little Moose, and brings along the gang. He's excited to be the new camp counselor, but finds the camp vandalized and terrorized to shut down. Despite that, a few kids do arrive and Freddy intends to be the best camp counselor ever. This is a fun Scooby-Doo mystery adventure. It has all the elements. Freddy is a good being a try-hard. It's not being anything different. It is simply good. Now, I thought it was interesting how much he talks about Fred in this review specifically. And what are we learning about Fred? I feel like the ongoing exposure to Fred, the ongoing Fred development has been one of the more interesting, interesting parts of this.
I had this written down for a future film, but I guess maybe it's worth talking about here. Is that I think it's like Fred's characterization is that he's like a dweeb.
Right.
That like in this, it's like, yeah, I used to love going to this camp when I was a kid, and then there's a future film where he talks about going to like a circus training school and stuff like that, and yeah, and everyone else is always just like, oh, Fred, you fucking lame-o. And I think that it's like, yeah, that's I guess Fred's character is that he's just like this super, I was gonna say, like he's what's the word? Like he's super, right and proper. I was going to say alt-right, and then I was like, no, that's not the word.
Sensible?
Yeah, he's just like a sensible, but to a fault. And then I think people think that he's a dweeb because of that.
Okay. It's funny how it's like, until watching 22 Scooby-Doo movies, I was like, Daphne, the smart one. Well, no, Velma, the smart one. Daphne, the resourceful, pretty one. Shaggy, the
stoner.
The dim-witted stoner. Scooby, the dog. Fred, and it's taken me 22 movies to arrive at the sensible dweeb.
Well, I think Fred's the leader. Is like, with that kind of, before you watch it, what do you think of them? It's like, Fred's obviously the leader as his sort of character. If you were to put the cast of Scooby-Doo on a not another teen movie style poster where it pointed at all of them and said, the resourceful pretty one.
I actually think every movie poster should be that for
yeah, so it'd just be so much easier.
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to talk about was that this is one of many franchise films to be at like a summer camp. This feels like a trope we've yet to, we talk about how when we write the sequel encyclopedia one day, we'll talk about the Prince and the Pauper sequel and things like that. Yeah. This is camp. The camp one, the camp sequel, or the camp movie as a genre. I feel like we see a lot of them.
We've seen like Camp Fred.
Camp Fred, we get Sleepaway Camp, we get Friday the 13th.
Well, these ones are all, the franchise is set at a camp. It's not a sequel where they go to a camp.
Yeah, maybe I'm not talking about sequels. Maybe I'm just talking about camp as a genre.
Right.
And like, what is it about camp? Like, I guess it's a universal experience, and so films get made reflecting
for Americans.
That. Yeah, but that's it. Maybe it's like not something that I went to camps though.
Yeah, not like summer camps where you.
How long are summer camps? Like
summer,
6 weeks.
Yeah, and they're like just random kids from all over. Like we did camps that were like 3 days, and it was just your class.
Yeah. Or Easter camp, which was several churches. Yeah, the idea of going... I'd love to hear anyone listening this deep into the Scooby-Doo episode. Please tell me, like, how long was your summer camps? Because the idea of being away from my bed for more than 4 days now is like... It requires a lot of mental preparation.
Yeah. And just, like, desperate to get, like, hand action. Under the shirt action. That's what it seems like, summer camp. Although I guess that's more of a counselor thing, isn't it?
Depends how old. If the kids are teenagers, then...
Well, I think the kids are young, and then the counselors are the teenagers. But I think that a lot of the stuff we watch that's like camp related, they're actually the counselors. Like Friday the 13th, for example.
Yeah, and that's probably so they can have them
do hand
having
stuff.
Sex. Or not having sex, as was the case with Camp Rock, where they'd never heard of sex.
No, they've heard of sex. They wear the purity rings.
Do they?
Well, the Jonas Brothers famously did.
Yeah. I guess it's interesting to see, like, this very specific thing that's popped up in so many franchises that doesn't actually feel all that familiar.
Wow. I think that we should discuss this further over... Scooby-Doo, Curse of the Lake Monster.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
AJ, we've recorded the last 3 films in one block. We've been sitting here for about an hour already, and I feel like just on the whole, our like sort of mental state has been pretty good. I tell you what, in the 10 seconds between recording about Camp Scare and Curse of the Lake Monster, I feel like I've gone insane.
Okay, good.
Like, knowing
Tell
that
me
we've
more.
just talked about 2 Scooby-Doo movies, I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in my head that I haven't spoken about yet. I know I have to watch one more tomorrow because our scheduling was so bad this time that we are having to do so many of these like back to back to back.
Yeah, what the hell happened? Barbie? I don't remember a single glitch in the Barbie planning. That just went smooth. The closest we got to any kind of like emergency was Left at London was kind of hard to contact, but that's it. Like.
Well, and also we had a guest drop out, but we ended up being.
Did we?
Yeah, our mystery guests that we had to get in at the last second.
Oh yeah.
We also didn't.
I don't know if that was the last second. It was like a couple of days in advance.
We didn't start Barbie until the 5th of January. We started watching, so I think it just the Christmas New Year break just
Terrible
fucked us up.
idea.
We were
should've-
so optimistic about doing shit before Christmas, but of course, when you reach out to people and say, "Hey, do you want to watch a Scooby-Doo movie and then talk about it?" They go, "Well, yeah, not for a while though, right?" And we were thinking, no, what about Boxing Day?
Yeah. Can I call you up on Christmas Eve to talk to me about Scooby-Doo? Yeah, no, I agree. We made a critical error in starting earlier, but there are 10 more films.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe that was why we wanted to do it. Yeah, no, I get you. I feel you. I think we needed this though. I think we needed this cram to happen in the middle of the franchise. The middle of the franchise in order
We're
to
not
like
quite at the middle of the franchise yet.
we got one more film till we're at the middle of the franchise. Well, I mean, we've watched the middle of the franchise.
Yeah.
That's the harder part.
Yeah.
The easy part being funny.
Yeah. I believe it was Charlie Chaplin said that anyone can make someone laugh. It takes a genius to watch 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
Wow. I actually said that.
Oh.
Stop attributing my wisdom.
Sorry,
to
I thought the toothbrush moustache was Charlie Chaplin, but I guess you were emulating someone else.
That's right.
Michael Jordan, for when he tried to bring that back for a while.
Which is still gonna get me in trouble because he's a black man.
Well, I mean, if you want to bring race into it, that's fine.
I think bringing Hitler into it was
okay, you're the one who
adjacent.
just said that name.
Well, technically Charlie Chaplin was white and you brought him into it, so you did bring race.
Technically, he was white. Because he was actually black and white.
Yes. This is great. Shall I start reading my notes now?
Shall I start recording?
I'm so hungry. That's not because we've watched 23 Scooby-Doo
That's
movies.
just a note
That's
you wrote
irrelevant.
down.
Scooby-Doo Curse of the Lake Monster also came out in 2010. What feels like the 50th movie to come out in 2010. The Scooby-Doo movie specifically. This was once again directed by Brian Laurent. We last saw him directing the live-action prequel Scooby-Doo The Mystery Begins, and Scooby-Doo Curse of the Lake Monster, Richard, is a sequel to that prequel. We're back in live action. We've got the famous live action cast playing the characters. We've got Nick Pilatus is back. We've got Robbie Amell is back as Fred. We've got Frank Welker still going strong as Scooby-Doo. This has no critic score on Rotten Tomatoes because Rotten Tomatoes does not want to give us anything to talk about for this 24-hour episode. What is Scooby-Doo Curse of the Lake Monster about?
Let me just pull open my...
Let me just watch it on 12 times speed.
Do you think that would work?
No, the YouTube
You're probably
doesn't go
right.
up that fast.
So, it's Summer Vacation, a very High School Musical 2 sort of sequel. They all get jobs together at a country club. Emphasis on cunt.
Yeah.
And yeah, they investigate this lake monster thing, and there's this cloaked figure, and all this stuff sort of going on. Meanwhile, Fred and Daphne explicitly become a couple. Emphasis on explicit, because they do show full penetration. And there's also Shaggy develops a crush on Velma. But things are thrown into bloody whack when they finally unveil the monster. They rip off its fucking head, and for the second time in the franchise, the monster is revealed to be Velma, and that she's
very interesting.
Been this witch, that the spirit of this person has possessed Velma, and Shaggy manages to get through to Velma inside, and they share a kiss, and then they're just like, nah, didn't love that, and then they decide to be friends.
Weird beat in a movie. I guess their like insistence on sticking to the status quo meant like, well, they got a kiss, but we can't keep them together because we're going to make more of these, and we don't want them to be a thing.
And they don't make more of them.
This film opens in media res with the villain getting their mask removed by a shocked Daphne, Fred, Shaggy, and Scooby, and it's like, who could it be? It's so bad. It's so poorly written. Like, they needed to do it in a way that not every character was there or something. It's just like, we know nothing else about this film. And what we're being told is it is shocking who is under the mask. Who could it be? Yeah, this is still garbage, bottom of the rung Scooby-Doo.
I prefer this one.
I did too. I thought this eked ahead a bit from the other live action prequel. I quite liked the lake monster. The CGI isn't the worst we've seen. And it's like this slimy little frog thing. It looks better than Scooby, who still looks terrifying in this movie. And I guess what we're left with here is that slippery, wet things are just easier to model and animate than a fuzzy dog.
It's funny as well, speaking of the fuzzy dog, he also awoogas in the first, like, minute of this film as well, when it's revealed that, it's not revealed to us yet who the person being unmasked is. But yeah, he does a full-on, like, even more insane than the last film, does, like, a massive awooga. And it's like, wow, yeah. Like, to me, it struck me as, it reminded me of the use of the F slur in Bill and Ted. That it was like,
what on earth?
This wasn't a great, this wasn't a great thing in your first film, but it felt like, it felt like a running gag. That like, despite,
I think they just enjoyed animating that.
Yeah, but despite probably their better and conscience, they put it in again. Just like,
there you have it, folks. The opening credits last forever into this film. The film is 10 minutes. The plot is underway, and you're still getting executive producer.
And it says special appearances by,
and then lists a bunch of actors I've never heard of.
Yeah. I had heard of it. Like, Nichelle Nichols is in this, who was a hero in Star Trek and just passed away last year. But also mentioned is Ted McGinley, who is someone who we've seen before on the podcast. Do you remember where we've seen him before?
No, where have we seen Ted McGinley before?
He is Stan Gable in Revenge of the Nerds, but he's also Thomas Ellsworth in God's Not Dead, A Light in Darkness.
Yes! What a connection. This actor's got to have the worst films, like, cred in the podcast canon, right? Like, he's carrying the heaviest, like, weight around.
He's also in he's in Wayne's World 2 as well, if we're looking at other sequels we might one day see him in.
He plays Uncle Thorny, who is Daphne's uncle. Who I thought was going to be some kind of villain, but ends up giving them a check at the end for $10,000. And they go, we should call ourselves Mystery Incorporated.
Yeah, so I get
and
sued.
It's like, that's why they're called Mystery Incorporated.
Is there any funny jokes in this one for you? Because there was one for me. So Shaggy's trying to get advice about talking to Velma, and he's sort of doesn't want to say that he's talking about Velma. And there was a couple of good jokes so he says to Scooby, "Can I talk to you man to man?" And Scooby goes, sort of. And then later on he says to Fred, "Can I talk to you man to man?" And Fred's like, sort of. I thought that was a funny callback. And then when they're discussing, because he talks about like, are you and Daphne like official? And meanwhile it's cut with Daphne saying, yes, they are official. He's saying, it's not official. And he's like, come on, man, it's summer. And Shaggy's like, yeah, who would want a girlfriend during daylight savings time? Which that felt like a classic Shaggy line. Right. And I was like, that's actually generally a pretty funny joke.
Nice.
So we mentioned that Frank Welker still plays Scooby-Doo on this. He gives one of the strangest vocal performances we've seen from Scooby-Doo in a brief moment in this film.
Is it when he's laughing?
Yeah. I've written down Scooby's laugh, nay cackle, at Shaggy having a crush on Velma. It's insane. Like, we know what Scooby's laugh sounds like, though.
Yeah.
But what does it sound like in this?
It's just a man laughing.
Yeah. it starts off the leg. Like, and then he goes like... And it's like, oh my God, what the fuck?
Well, there's a lot of weird kind of stuff which I didn't think fit in this movie. It's a lot more cartoony than The Mystery Begins. Yeah. There's a lot more cartoon logic. There's a bit where Shaggy and Scooby get Scooby. Shaggy and Scooby get into like a fist fight, and the way it's depicted as a big tumble ball of smoke and dust, how it's depicted in cartoons.
And he does the painted door on the wall thing.
Yeah, he paints a tunnel.
And then Scooby runs through the tunnel. Yeah.
That's not even from Scooby-Doo, the cartoon.
Yeah, that is true. But for me, I loved when it... love's the strong word, but I liked when it...
You loved this film. You thought this was the best one.
I like those moments of like cartoon physics. That's, to me, is like, yeah, why are you doing a live action Scooby-Doo if you But there is one sort of cartoon reference in this, which I fucking hated. So there's a moment where they're hiding from the lake monster, and they hide behind something, and then it cuts to like a different location, and the lake monster's looking around, and cut to inside Daphne and Velma. No, sorry, Fred and Velma and Daphne. Fred and Daphne have... are hiding in like a sporting goods store, and they're I guess pretending to be mannequins, and they're wearing their original costumes, Fred complete with a blonde wig, and it's a very lazy joke. Like this is a joke that had to be in here somewhere, right? But
well, they have to acknowledge that he's got brown hair for this.
Yeah, because he sort of looks at the blonde hair and he's like, oh, doesn't look too bad. I presumably teasing that in a third film he might dye his hair blonde. But the thing is, so this happened. I saw them in there, and I legit rewound the movie because I thought I must have zoned out or been looking down at my notes or something like that and missed why they were doing that. Or like missed a setup where they had to hide or anything like that. It's not. It just literally just cuts to them in this. There's never a moment where they're like...
Aren't they hiding from the lake?
Well, they're hiding from... But there's never a moment where they're like, quick, we have to hide in this building or anything like that. Like, it's never established why they're in that building. They were just in a different building a second ago. And yeah, it's such a weird, lazy... Like, there aren't even other mannequins in the store, so it's not like, if there were mannequins of Shaggy and Velma or something like that, then you'd have like a funny image that, they're all there. But instead, they're just standing still, wearing their iconic outfits, and you're like, okay, I guess it's a sporting goods store then, because they're kind of sporty outfits.
Yeah, I get you. What are your thoughts on the Shaggy and Velma love story that ends up going nowhere?
I liked it, and I was actually like, make this one different. Have Shaggy and Velma get together. I like their dynamic. I think that was fun, and I was disappointed at the end because it's also you're not. As an audience, we don't feel that there's no spark. There's no real way. I mean, there are ways to communicate it, but it's not in this. It's not communicated to the audience in this movie very well that there was no spark in their kiss.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what if I was to tell you, Richard, that Shaggy / Velma was not an unprecedented thing in the larger world of Scooby-Doo?
I wouldn't be surprised.
The two of them hook up in Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, which, as we said before, started airing in the same year. These are pretty visually distinct from the movie, so they're not related to the movies at all. The scene is like Scooby's looking for Shaggy and hears Shaggy whispering in a bush and thinks he's in trouble, and he runs through and Shaggy and Velma are making out. And Scooby screeches to a halt and he's horrified, and as Shaggy tries to explain what's going on, Scooby says, "You're reading on me?" As in, "You're cheating on me." And he's like, "What are you talking about, Scoob? You're my dog." And then there's also another scene where Shaggy and Daphne make out, but it's supposed to be Fred or something. It's very unclear. I don't know what was going on. I think it was some kind of like weird upside down logic where Fred turns into Shaggy.
Wow.
I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, they're like...
I watched an out of context scene from this show.
Yeah.
It looks like it takes itself a little bit more seriously, and there's almost some like Twin Peaksy style like weirdness, like cosmic weirdness going on.
Yeah, in Mystery Incorporated, they're secretly dating, and it predates the show. Apparently, yeah, he insisted they had to keep their relationship secret from Scooby-Doo because it would hurt his feelings.
Very nice. Speaking of Shaggy, though, and Matthew Lillard, of course, voicing him in that Mystery Incorporated show, Nick Pilatus continues to be maybe one of the most grating performances we've ever watched for the podcast. And he's doing this in between Matthew Lillard movies. So, like, the comparison has never been more pronounced, you know? And it's, to remind you guys, it's like Scoob, I think I'm in love with Velma. And it's just, he puts, like, his whole guttural throat into it.
He puts his whole pussy into it.
And it's just horrible. It's a horrible voice, and I hated listening to it. And interestingly, this movie, the version that we had, has 15 minutes at the end of eerily silent behind-the-scenes footage, which you didn't watch, but I found what I think were the same clips on YouTube, and watched a bunch of them. And it just made me think about, like, what it would be like to work on a movie like this. Like, and everyone knows the caliber of movie it is. And they're sort of lying to themselves, saying that, you know, they're like, that was a great take, or that was a great performance, where they know that, like, nothing matters. Anyway, you hear Nick Pilatus...
Like how I'm feeling on this podcast. You know, sometimes we finish, like, a segment, like, we'll be like, oh, you know, I think Chill Out Scooby-Doo, that was a pretty good discussion. Doesn't matter. Think about the caliber of this podcast.
You hear Nick Pilatus' real voice was what I was getting at.
Yeah.
And you had a theory that he's ADRing the Shaggy voice. And it sounds like his voice is similar enough to his horrible Shaggy voice that I think it's definitely him doing it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely believe it's him doing it. I just don't think it's him doing it on set. You
also get to see the Scooby-Doo stand-in doll they use, which is in one shot it was like this sort of mannequin with Scooby-Doo's face attached to it. There's a bit in this movie where Scooby-Doo is driving a golf cart, and how they did that was they put someone in a brown morph suit and just had them driving the golf cart, which is funny that the color mattered.
I guess it's the way it interacts with the light, I would imagine.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. According to IMDb, the gang first encountered a giant frog creature in the new Scooby-Doo movies, The Haunted Horseman of Hagglethorne Hall, in 1972. Here it is called a lake monster. There it is called a moat monster. And Richard, a moat and a lake are both bodies of water.
Does it say that?
Yes.
Does it say Richard?
It does. It says Richard.
Pretty scary. I feel like I'm in an episode of what did you call Scooby-Doo a second ago? Scooty-Doo.
It also then says read this to Richard, Alex. And it's a little weird that it called me Alex instead of AJ, but that is still like, it's not missing the mark. IMDb also tells us that this is one of the few times in a Scooby-Doo production that the villain was a real paranormal entity and not a person in a mask. And this is a piece of trivia written by someone who's only watched Curse of the Lake Monster and hasn't watched the other 22 Scooby-Doo movies. Because if they did, they would know that the monsters are real almost half the time. What a bullshit piece of trivia.
What a bullshit piece of trivia. It didn't even name either of us.
Speaking of Common Sense Media.
All right, here we go.
I couldn't find much interesting, like, there weren't any really cool reviews.
Probably not
or
worth
interesting,
bringing
funny.
up then.
No, I found something that is worth bringing up, and is something we've never really explored on this show before. Common Sense Media has a talk to your kids about section, where it's like, watch this movie, and here are probably some things you can talk to your kids about if you're wanting to squeeze a life lesson out of every single thing your children watch.
They love to do, those crizzos.
So I thought we could discuss the questions that these ask.
Okay, yep.
The first one, it says, families can talk about mysteries. How are mysteries solved in real life? What kinds of experts play a role in unraveling clues? In what ways does this movie oversimplify that process?
Yeah, well, I think it's just our honourable boys in blue, that solve mysteries in real life. I mean, that's what the police force are there for, and I haven't heard of them doing anything else.
Well, it's also got a question for tweens. This says, what did you think about the relationships that were depicted in the story? Did the characters' worries resonate with you? How have your experiences with boys or girls compared to what they went through? To whom can you turn to for guidance on issues like these?
The dog.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
You can turn to your dog for expert advice when you've got a crush on a girl or a boy. And Common Sense Media doesn't list any sort of diverse gender identity.
Yeah, like it says, for girls, if you're a boy, or boys, if you're a girl. I don't know. Who do you turn to?
You were the last person I turned to for
romantic
advice, I think.
Admit that.
So does that mean you're my Scooby-Doo?
Yeah.
Or are you're more like my Fred?
Right.
If I'm Shaggy, I guess.
Right. I usually turn to my fiance
and ask her for girl advice. There's this girl that I like, but she's being a fucking bitch. And I just you talking to the girl about that. What about these questions, Richard? How well did the characters transfer from animation to live action, and the CGI style of this movie?
Is it actually Common Sense Media?
Yeah, it's not very commonsensical, is it?
No,
or it is.
That's
it is
advanced
commonsensical. What, if anything, was lost in the change? That's an interesting question. What do you think gets lost in in general live action Scooby-Doo? What gets lost in between the live action Scooby-Doo and the cartoon Scooby-Doo?
Well, I think that the cartoon physics is one of the big things, and I like that this movie tried to include some of that. Right,
so that's something that wasn't lost. That you're talking about the next question, which is, was anything about this movie improved over I guess not improved over the cartoon series?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, it's that that's one of the things that I miss most when cartoons go live action, and I get a kick out of when they bring cartoon physics into it. But is anything lost? I mean, I think that it is really interesting seeing the characters be like the actual age that the characters are supposed to be. Right. And I wonder if, if it wasn't for the live action Scooby-Doos, the two other ones, like if these were the only live action Scooby-Doos made, would I, when I watch Scooby-Doo, think of the characters as being younger because these are my only real life parables I have?
Yeah, and would you have held your tongue talking about how sexy Daphne looked in Camp Scare, the thing that you did?
Well, if we go back and check the record, it's just me talking to myself.
I think something that gets lost in the transition to live action is I can no longer freely watch a vaguely pleasing Great Dane cartoon just being a dog, and now I have to watch like this monstrosity that has like these fucking Geiger-esque proportions in some shots, and like does these dances or does these like looks to camera which like penetrate the Scooby snack at the center of my soul.
Any awoogas?
Yeah. Have you seen any other movies that brought animated characters to life? What did you think about them?
Have I? Yeah.
Cool.
Thought they're pretty bad.
Alvin and the Chipmunks?
Yep.
The Flintstones? Rocky and Bullwinkle?
More like Rocky and bullshit.
I got a 5-star review on Letterboxd for this film. I'm going to read it to you. I looked it up on Letterboxd and I was like, what are the 5-star reviews saying? Because who's giving this 5 stars? This is from FMA Blue on the 1st of January 2023. What? They watched this 9 days ago? I guess it was the most recent one. It says, this is totally a cinematic masterpiece. Then there's 2 100 emojis. Then it says, first movie in the box office to make $Scoobillion.
Yeah, Letterboxd has really just become that, hasn't it?
What do you mean?
I don't know, just dumb joke reviews that, and then I feel like you can write it.
I'm sorry, did you want a sincere 5-star
I did.
Scooby-Doo Curse of the Lake Monster review?
I don't know. I feel it does annoy me on Letterboxd when I feel like people are just posting reviews to try to go viral. Like, it to me is like ruining the sanctity of what like Letterboxd, used to be this really underground thing that like, really just for film people, and now people just go on there to be like, I'm going to give the worst fucking movies 5 stars and make the more $1 billion joke.
Listen, as someone who works for Letterboxd, Richard, I disagree. I think that what you're talking about is absolutely still there. Look at the like year in review that just like those aren't that. There's no like silliness that rises up to the top of what what is front facing. Yeah,
I mean, you can talk about any platform and be like, no, there's still good stuff on there. I'm just saying that it's like,
okay, what's still good on Facebook, dude?
I don't know, my page?
Events. No one else is doing events. Messenger's like its own thing now, though.
But yeah, I don't know. I just that it's just like, I don't know. Letterboxd. It was one of the. I'm being pretentious weenie. That it's like one of those things that a bit hipster weenie. Like I used to feel like sort of my thing, this like secret little club, and now it's like the jocks are there and they're making fun of me for taking it seriously.
This is how I feel whenever a Fast and Furious movie becomes one of the top grossing movies of all time. Like, Get Out. This is my
Get Out's not a Fast and Furious movie, though.
I don't think that joke was funnier than the point I was making.
I think it was.
This is a pet peeve. When you've got a killer knock-knock joke and the person just says who's there, I just don't want to tell them the joke anymore.
That's the appropriate fucking response.
When they say come in.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not funnier than my knock-knock joke.
Hey, AJ, knock-knock.
You've ruined this for both of us. Who's there?
Oh, and I now don't want to fucking tell you. You've ruined it.
The onus was on you. What about knock-knock? Who's there? Come in. Come in who? Oh, maybe don't tell that joke, actually.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why are we doing this again? We can't beat the last time. Get ready for Barbie 2, but this time it's Scooby-Doo.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a cult popture snack.
Welcome, everyone, to the next Scooby-Doo movie. This is the 24th Scooby-Doo movie called Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Phantosaur. And as eagle-eared listeners will have picked up, every third movie we've had a guest or two on, and the pattern has kept up because I would love to welcome to the Scooby-Doo episode David Correos and Hamish Parkinson. How are you guys?
Did you want to go first?
You go first. No, you go first.
David's still doing great. He's doing amazing right now.
And Hamish looks relaxed. And I heard that Din Din's is looking good. Chickpeas. How are the chickpeas, Hamish?
Chickpeas are good. Crispy's good. I got some
Okay.
crispy ones sitting in the corner waiting for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Crispy chickens.
Oh, did you air fry those?
No, and I've got an oven.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got a faster oven.
Oh, is that the benefit of an air fryer?
I don't know. I just like them. They just make you just chuck them in and they come out crispy. I don't question the science of it, you know.
That sounds. Do they have a little function on it?
They have a lot of functions
chickpeas?
on it.
Oh, yeah.
No, you could just Google a recipe. That's what I have it. The day I bought my air fryer from Costco, I went out and bought a can of chickpeas, being like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna make crispy chickpeas because I fucking love crispy chickpeas.
Yeah.
And then they've just been. I haven't made them yet. They've just been sitting there. Dave, do you have a question?
No. I was loving this. Air fryers are just convection ovens with a basket.
Yeah,
That's what all the air fry haters say on say online.
yeah.
On our anti-air fryer.
Yeah. Fuck air fryers. They hate it.
Yeah. Well, this is a unique setup for the podcast. We've got Dave in my loft, and Hamish and Richard in separate Zoom call boxes. Has it ever been something like this before?
I don't
Richard?
know that we've ever had someone recording out of Hamish's house, apart from the one other time we've had Hamish on. We have not in the Scooby-Doo episode, but I was thinking about this as well. I was like, we've never done this before. Not with the extra person, but we have done two in one place and one somewhere else.
Yeah.
But this is frankly silly.
This is, hopefully, the chemistry remains intact. This wonderful chemistry everyone's heard so far. Hopefully we can keep that going.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
despite
Hamish
any-
and I just cannot compete with, the in-person chemistry that's going to be coming out of you two.
I have a theory. that this, I knew this was a new thing for you guys because we're going off the same headphone, so I'm only hearing it from one ear and you're hearing it from one ear.
Yeah.
I feel like our ears should be kissing. The
Oh.
other one should be kissing the whole time, so we get the Dolby surround
You
sound.
can
for
put your
about
other
2 minutes.
headphone in your other ear.
No, I got no sound on this one.
Oh, okay. I have both sounds on my headphones, so I'm not having the exact same experience.
This is the three-legged race of earphones.
I also like that because you guys are in the same location, we can't see your faces, but all we can see is what looks like a crucifix.
Yeah, well,
giant-
that's a Freddy Krueger plushie, but I do have. Hold on, I'll go get something.
Oh, I'm seeing it from a different angle.
No,
Audio medium.
Hamish, I'm seeing this from a different angle.
Yeah.
Like, when you go to town, you see someone do a chalk painting and they draw the X where you're supposed to see it from.
Yeah,
Where I see it from, it's actually two pieces of wood about 2 feet
Yeah, that's the
away
thing.
from
Yeah, there's actually a massive gap between.
I see what you're
yeah.
saying.
You tripped out
the
my mind
cross.
when I saw you go behind it.
I do have Beaker from the Muppets on a crucifix. If that,
That feels
what you're
sacrilegious to the Muppets.
yeah.
That feels sacrificial.
Well, we're here to talk about not the Muppets, but another intellectual property, which is Scooby-Doo. And before we get into the movie at hand, do you guys know what Scooby-Doo is? Dave, do you know what Scooby-Doo is?
Yeah, I love Scooby-Doo.
Yeah?
I grew up with Saturn Telstra TV.
Yeah, okay.
For the Kiwis out there.
Yeah.
And they would just play. We got Budget Cartoon Network, which was just Boomerang over and over
Boomerang,
again.
yeah.
And so I well versed in the old school Scooby-Doo.
Mm-hmm.
Kid Scooby-Doo. I remember that one too.
A pup named Scooby-Doo?
Pup named Scooby-Doo.
Yep.
Love that. Love that Simple Plan, the theme song.
What's
for
new, Scooby-Doo?
What's new, Scooby-Doo? Shout out to Simple Plan.
Wow.
And then you also have the live action ones, which I think I like this. I know people say the second one's better,
Yeah.
but I like the first one.
I agree.
Do you remember when we watched them together on Christmas Eve? We watched the first one together on Christmas Eve, and we made a duck fat smorgasbord and a tiramisu.
Yeah, it was too much fat, hey?
Yeah.
That
So
was just
much
fat
fat.
on fat on fat. We should have been sculling lemon juice in between. just to
Yeah,
really
so we
cut
made.
it up,
We went to the supermarket and we saw you can get just duck fat by itself. So we thought, oh well, let's get this, and then we'll make duck fat. I think we couldn't be bothered making potatoes, so we made like duck fat fries. And then we were like, oh, what about duck fat bacon? And then we'll get some duck fat chicken. So we made duck fat.
Bacon's such an overpowering
Yeah,
flavor
duck
to cook in
fat.
another animal's
Duck
fat.
fat fries, duck fat bacon, duck fat pork belly or pork chops, I think, duck fat steak, duck fat chicken, and of course, duck fat duck. And then we also made a tiramisu that didn't have any duck fat in it. But there was a discussion had about whether or not we should. And then we're like, will this ruin the entire tiramisu?
This is what I love about being friends with Richard. Even though moments for me go through one ear and out the other, Richard is there to remind me the fun that I had with duck fat.
Yeah. Well, that's good. What about you, Hamish? Do you have any either Scooby-Doo experiences or, I guess, duck fat experiences? I'll accept them too.
If you have one that combines both, would love to hear it.
I mean, I did have a pet duck when I was watching Scooby-Doo as a kid. I was a Scrappy fan. I like Scrappy more than Scooby-Doo.
Oh,
wow. Hot take.
I was thinking,
the podcast's first Scrappy fan.
Really?
Yeah.
I think so.
I fucking ride with Scrappy, I don't like the humans are the worst part of the show, and it's like, it pisses me off that it's always about them. What I caught on, did you guys make tiramisu because you're watching Scooby-Doo?
And it rhymes.
Oh, Scooby-Doo's tiramisu.
Yeah, is that what you're doing?
No, right. I think we would that be funny?
Let's do Scooby-Doo. We're making tiramisu.
I also
What's your tiramisu with a Scooby-Doo inside?
There you go.
The one other
Scooby
thing
snacks.
I remember about that is that we bought like coffee tea bags. Do you remember that, Dave?
Yeah.
It was like it was
the
tea
ones?
bags, but with coffee inside. And I remember like dragging the tea bag across our sponge cake as we tried to.
Because we wanted to turn it into a pirate map at some point.
Get mum to get a lighter.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, now that that's out of the way, let's talk about Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Phantosaur. So this came out in 2011, directed by Ethan Spalding, who we've heard before because he directed one other, and he's who I've named this new era of Scooby-Doo after. It's the Spalding era. Richard, wow. I don't know if you're okay with that, but that's what I'm going with.
I wish you'd run this past me before we had two guests, where I have to be cool with it.
You don't have to be.
That's true. It's all content, baby. Whatever you say, whatever you do is content. You just talked about tiramisu for 10 minutes.
I'll be on your team, Richard. Whatever your opinion is, I'm on your team.
All right.
Oh, cool.
And I'm on Richard's team too.
Oh no. So Ethan Spalding, the Spalding era, of course, defined by the old school character designs, but with slightly updated features and things like that.
So, Richard, what are we calling it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They're calling it the fuck AJ era.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck AJ.
Fuck AJ.
So yeah, this starts with an opening song that's like a sound-alike for some 60s hit.
It's called Dig It, Scooby-Doo.
There you go. Does anybody want to take a guess at what the band? I don't know.
Beach Boys.
But what Beach Boys? Because we have had a few of the other ones had a Beach Boys sound alike in it, and it's real funny to hear something which I associate with like making corporate video for some company's social media. That's what I associate it with, and it's a Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah.
Like, so what is it about? I guess is the big question. Who wants to? Shall we crawl our way through what happens in the plot of Scooby-Doo and the Legend of the Phantosaur?
Okay, so I have like the first half nailed down.
Oh, nice. You've been rehearsing it on the way here.
Okay, maybe Hamish can pick up where you leave off.
Okay. So, gang is at the hospital, and they're like, Shaggy's screwed up.
Shaggy's fucked.
He's messed up. He keeps screaming, and then they play through what the scene was or where they went to, and it was the final scare of the ghosts in the haunted house, and that freaked Shaggy out. And then the doctor was like, you have this condition that's gonna screw you up with the word acute in there. It was an acute condition.
Yeah.
And then they were like, you can't do the screaming stuff anymore. You can't do scary stuff anymore. And okay, we won't do that. Instead, we'll go eat food. And they go eat a lot of food. And then they end up going into the desert. I don't know how they ended up in the desert.
Something happens.
But and then they met a guy. They met a guy with a ponytail, and then he was like, "Hey, you can relax here." And then they gave him tofu chip cookies.
Yep.
And then they went through. A little tiny lizard went out, first gag that hit with me kicks in, where Scooby gets scared by a massive dinosaur, glowing dinosaur, and then Scooby runs around the rock, and then Shaggy goes, "Oh, Scoob, you're scared of the dinosaur," and then they see the rhinosaur, the rhinosaur, which there was another gag there, and then they went back, and then it's the tiny little lizard. And I was like, classic gag, buddy, classic gag. And then you find out that the monster's for real, and then Shaggy gets freaked out. Don't worry, don't put the time on me.
No, I just got a message. I promise.
I got this. And then
sorry to interrupt, Dave. I love that listening to this, that AJ's little listening noises are fluctuating between like entertaining a child and I'm terrified of you.
What I'm terrified of is like there are so many cables at Dave's feet, and he is sitting in the most precarious position, and like at any moment, like something's gonna pop out and we'll lose the record.
But you're just going, yep. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Stay still.
And this is the favorite way.
I can hear the
favorite
duct
way
tape
to
in the
communicate
background.
Yeah. All right, so then what happened?
and then the guy with the ponytail, who I thought was Fred Willard.
It is Fred Willard.
Is it Fred Willard?
It is Fred Willard.
It was Fred Willard was the guy. I was like, oh god, his voice stuck in my head. And then he does hypnotism to show Shaggy that he can conquer his fears. And then he get given a secret word, bad. Every time he says bad, he's gonna get real confident. And then I was like, this seems familiar. Like this seems like badass Shaggy. Like you know how like there was a kind of like a thing where Shaggy was like,
what if I told you it was from this movie?
Yeah, I do want to talk about that meme.
We'll talk about it in a bit, but let's get through the rest of the movie. So Shaggy will turn into this like courageous character if he hears the
Ultra
word bad,
instinct
but
Shaggy.
he doesn't know that the word is bad, so they don't know what's triggering it.
yes.
Well, it's like he doesn't have any fear, right?
Yeah.
He loses all fear, which makes him badass because he's like he doesn't give a fuck about anything now. Can I swear?
Yeah, you can swear.
Just once.
Oh yeah.
Sugars. Zoinks.
Zoinks. Jinkies. Yeah, so is there anything else you wanted to add, Dave?
I know more, but I feel the vibe is like
Velma falls in love with a guy that looks like her brother.
Velma falls in love with a male Velma who is played by Matthew Gray Gubler
from Criminal Minds.
From Criminal Minds.
Oh wow.
The skinny nerdy dude in Criminal Minds plays him.
Literally, like
he had real Riley vibes from National Treasure.
Yeah,
sure, yeah.
Within like his first word he spoke, I was watching this with Jess, and she was like, "Was that Matthew Gray Gubler?" She's been going through a massive Criminal Minds phase. So.
Wow. So essentially, the monster at the base, at the center of the story, is the Phantosaur, which is like a ghost dinosaur, which may or may not be a guy in a suit. It might be real. Who knows? At this point,
is this where we talk about the problematic part of this movie, or
tell us what is the problematic part of the movie? Hamish?
Crazy.
The Phantosaur is part of Native American lore. They don't say Native American though.
No.
From a tribe that I can only assume is made up.
That's probably safe.
Who could they be offending if it's a made-up tribe? But then they're also exploiting this made-up tribe by using the Phantosaur as a tourism attraction, right?
Yeah, so there's like two sets of villains in this one. There's the like capitalists who are wanting to use the Phantosaur legend to drive traffic to like tourism and that sort of thing. Yeah. And then there's the scientist, including Matthew Gray Gubler and this other woman, who have found a real dinosaur like frozen in crystal that they are quartz, sorry, and they are. I've got it. So, guys, we started writing down the motivations of the villains because we keep forgetting them. So I can tell you, I've written it down that the So Professor Svankmajer and Windsor are projecting the fiery Phantosaur hologram, which is a separate thing, so that they can get locals to leave, so that they can remove the crystallized Allosaurus. And Miss Deitch and Mr. Babbitt are running the other Phantosaur, so that they can dig up silver for the Thaumatrope mining company. It's so stupid. It's so mind-numbing to try and remember all these like meticulous like motivations and culprits and things. But that is the plot of the movie, and this film contains something very significant for the ongoing journey that we've been going on in the Scooby-Doo movies. Is that for the first time ever, Scooby-Doo not being able to pronounce words properly has an effect on the plot.
Yeah.
So every now and then, Scooby will be like, he'll try to say like sandwich, and he'll say randwich, and they'll be like, "What are you talking about?" But it never has any like. Doesn't matter. It's just a joke, and we move on. But in this, Scooby works out that Shaggy's trigger word is bad, and he goes rad, and they're like rad, and he's like rad, not doing a Scooby voice, but speaking like it. He's like rad, raying rad, and then they're like, they just guess a bunch, and they can't guess it, so they can't control it, and Shaggy has to, who has been changed back to normal Shaggy, has to believe in himself to jump over a big chasm, and what is a powerful scene.
How gutting must that be for Scooby-Doo? That he's been friends with these people for so long, and they've never considered, maybe we should make an effort to like understand what his speech is.
Yeah,
because it's not that hard. Like, if he's going, language, and like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
What I've learned from TikTok, they should have put some little buttons in front of them, and then they can actually properly communicate with
like
Scooby.
a little pig.
And they can and then on there it can have rad, and it can have randwich,
and
it can have...
Wait, so the machine...
It still has a speech impediment?
The machine still has a speech impediment.
No, because that's how Scooby talks. You got to honour how he talks.
Well, I don't know if there's a need for a machine if you've got a talking dog then.
True. Okay. I just wanted to talk for a bit. No, sick. I got my 2 minutes in.
There's a group of characters we haven't spoken about, the like bikers led by Tex.
Oh yeah,
I fucking loved these guys. Like Shaggy goes when he's all Ultra Instinct Shaggy goes into a bar and beats up all these bikers, and then one comes in and he's the sort of the biggest, toughest one, and he challenges him to a ride from Dead Man's Peak down Dead Man's Curve, ending on Dead Man's Avenue. A joke I think should have had one more.
Sure.
But they then they end up going on this race, and Shaggy flops between being normal and brave.
At one point, he thinks the word bad, and that triggers him back. And I was like, "That's cheap."
But he ends up saving Tex's life, and then he's forever in their debt, and so the bikers end up helping out the mystery gang. And I was just like, "What a cool!" Like, I feel like reformed bikers is such a fun trope.
I love that they knew the geography of like the landscape so well in order to help him. They're like, we know where all the entrances to the caves are.
They're busy punching rocks with their motorbikes. You know where all the good caves are.
Yeah. So, Richard, did you like this one? Was this a high point for you?
Yeah, I actually quite enjoyed this one. I watched it with two other people who haven't been watching all of them with me, and they were like,
an important perspective to
they
have.
they just finished watching Glass Onion when I got home. It was the last couple of scenes, and I was like, "Oh, are you guys in the mood for another mystery movie?" And I put on Legend of the Phantosaur, and then they were like, "Oh no," and I was like, "I have to watch so many of these in the next 24 hours. I'm putting it on." And I ended up like really enjoying it. I think the Shaggy, just believe in yourself, like, really, that whole character arc really worked for me.
Made you think.
And I really enjoyed that.
It feels like it was made for people who have been marathoning this film, that they're finally doing like a, Shaggy's got some psyche problems, like something's fucked up. Like, that's something that's even more effective when you've watched 23 other films of Shaggy freaking out, to finally get one where it's like, hey guys, we actually need to be considerate and take some responsibility for our friend who we keep putting up as live bait for all these pterodactyls and dragons and lake monsters.
Because this came out in 2011, eh? And that was
Yes.
like was the movie thing? Were they doing that? Were they like going inside the movie, like going and when they like eat the movie and they're like, let's question everything about these characters
When they eat the movie.
Like when they go meta.
Are you talking about it being meta?
Nah, because meta's like referencing the movie. Well, this is like, let's show the repercussions of what these
it's
characters
expanding.
probably go-
It's what happens when you've written these characters for 45 years and you're like, we've got to do something different.
But I feel like that was like the whole thing with like when you got like I can't think of any movies all I can think of is like 21 Jump Street. I don't think that's even a thing.
That's very meta though.
But it's like
confusing your message a little bit.
Yeah, I know, I really am. But wasn't like 2011
Spice Girls movie
like the time when they were like trying to do that? Were they doing that with other films at the same time? Was that like a thing? Was that a
I guess like when did people start complaining that franchises had like taken over? Like there's too many sequels. Was that around 2011 or was it much before then?
Yes, I think all the sequels.
Yeah.
Was it sequelitis? Wasn't that?
Yeah, I would say that like 2011, we were not long off the back of like Avatar being the highest grossing film of all time and an original story. I would say that 2012, when the Avengers came out, that was the real turning point for when its blockbuster became synonymous with franchise.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. That it is like. It is a case of like trying to reinvent and find new stories to tell with characters and things that have been well told already.
The question for you, for Richard and AJ, is this actually the first time that they've gone, yeah, Shaggy has severe acute anxiety?
I think so. We haven't watched there are 10 or I think there's been 10 TV shows by this point as well. So Scooby-Doo has existed since 1969. The movies we started watching started in 1988. I think.
Oh my god!
So there's a whole other stream of Scooby-Doo that we haven't watched. So maybe in those cartoons, there's a lot more of like Shaggy losing his mind.
This is
But
actually very run of the mill for
Yeah.
if you watch the TV shows.
And this Scooby-Doo movie was attached to Mystery Incorporated, the TV series.
I'm glad you brought that up. The Mystery Incorporated is its own separate thing. I think they kept these animated
left, by the way.
movies.
He's had enough.
I think they kept the movies going as a way to represent the classic depictions of the characters, because Mystery Incorporated, they look a bit different. Their relationships are adjusted
Velma
a
and
bit.
Shaggy are fucking...
Wasn't
the voice characters?
The voice cast
actors were the same
across the board. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, so
I want to know, David Hamish, what did you guys think?
Yeah.
Of
Duck Fat Souvlaki or whatever.
Duck Fat Souvlaki.
Just like your experience on the podcast so far.
Do you have any thoughts, David?
Do you have any thoughts, David?
Oh man, every day I live in the moment, man.
I remember this movie.
I thought that the midpoint was the most intriguing part for me, where they solve the mystery and then the mystery keeps going.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. It does end in the middle of it. Yeah,
and because I literally went like, that's nice and short.
Yeah.
And then like they went back and it got real confusing after that point. I was like, I part of me had left the story.
Yeah, right.
And so then I was like going like, why are they in this cave now?
I remember that point too, Hamish. Yeah. I remember the point where I started clocking off.
Yeah. Try do that 47 times. Dave, you told us that you'd written down some things that your niece or something had said.
Yeah, so I'd watch this movie because I was like, I can't watch this by myself. Maybe if I have people to hold me accountable, like like 7-year-olds, maybe I could probably get this through. And also, I didn't want to shit my pants by myself, so I needed someone to not make it.
You needed someone there while you shit your pants.
Yeah, my nieces and nephews to go. Oh, Uncle David, you're so stinky.
He's done it again.
Stop doing it. So I wrote down. I was like, oh, maybe it'll be good to see like what my 7-year-old niece, because she was reviewing the movie constantly, which I think was why I clocked off a little bit because I kept hearing in the background.
Because I'll just get her.
Shut up.
So here are some of the memorable quotes that she said during the movie. And this is going from like throughout the movie. At the start, she said, "Oh, he's got so much energy." That was related to Scooby-Doo. And then she said, "Can I have another lolly?"
Oh.
Followed by...
What was the answer?
The answer was yes, and I gave her 3 lollies.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then they were like time zone lollies, so they crap lollies, but I love it. Next one was, "Can I have a nugget?" Next quote was, "Oh right, I've got candy on my neck." 'Cause she had a candy necklace on at the same time.
Interesting.
And then the next quote was, after eating the candy, "I don't really like this candy." So then I wore it, and then she quoted. And then she quoted, "Where's the other lollies?" And
it just goes on like that.
Until the movie sort of just ends.
I finally get to a movie quote where she goes, this was after the hypnosis bit where they were trying to find it out.
Wow, we're pretty early in
And she went, "The word is scared. It's the word they're looking for." Because he said it.
But she was wrong. It was bad.
Yeah, I don't want to call her out.
But in
I
her
really put my
defense,
pants.
that child's defense, that is the theme of the movie, right? Like,
right, yeah.
Like,
she was picking up on themes.
Shaggy or Spanky is scared.
I loved that.
Spanky
was so funny.
Fred Willard keeps calling them the wrong names, including Spanky and
Stinky.
But what's
Saggy.
the character's name? Richard, can you look up what Fred Willard's character's name is?
Yeah.
Snaggy?
Mr. Hubley.
Okay. All right, never
Maybe
mind.
that's a play on words for Hubble telescope.
Probably.
Yeah, because he sees
Science.
Shaggy's true personality.
For some reason, I thought he had Spank in his surname, and I was like, why would someone with Spank in their surname think someone else was called Spanky?
What's the female doctor's name? I feel like I misheard that every
Dr.
time.
Goodbody?
Professor... Oh, no, this is probably what I was thinking of. Professor Svank Mayer.
Yeah. So I did hear that right. I was like, there's no way. There's no way.
I had a thought during this movie, and I'm wondering if everyone had the same thought. So it's when they decide they're going to the La Serena spa, and they're in a coffee shop, and the guy working the coffee shop is a guy named Shaky Joe, who's constantly shaking, and he gives Scooby some coffee and he goes fucking buck wild. The thought I had while watching this was that if we made a live action version of this, Hamish would be perfect for Shaky Joe.
That's fair. That is fair.
Shaky Joe was actually voiced by Matthew Lillard as well in the film. So.
During that same scene, my niece gave a quote there, and she said, "He's got so much energy." That was the part.
Yeah.
That was legit the part.
So was she talking about Scooby or Shaky Joe?
Scooby.
Oh, when he goes crazy.
Yeah, when he goes, whoa!
And he like dances on top of Shaggy's head, which is a very funny moment. But imagine having a Great Dane dancing on your head.
Breaking necks.
You would be breaking neck. You would.
It would be so heavy. Great Danes are heavy. That's why they're not called mini Danes or small Danes.
Dishonorable Danes.
Or dishonorable Danes.
Okay, all right.
Or
good Danes.
Or good Danes. Yeah. Great.
There was a couple of... Did you guys pick up on the film references in this movie? We had a Raptors in the kitchen scene, a la Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
There was Wild Hogs with the
bikers.
With the bikers.
Yep. Reminded me of Ray Liotta in that film.
Ray Liotta.
But we also get a game over, man, from
Yeah.
Aliens. That was... that was weird and out of place.
Yeah, like picking up all these movie references like they're fun things and then being like, shouldn't have done them. I thought that was out. It didn't fit the movie at all. Did you guys like that? At the end, after Shaggy has learnt that he can be courageous without being hypnotized, he gets Fred Willard to undo the trigger, right? And so he says, and there's a scene where Fred Willard's character's like, "From now on, you will only be Shaggy," and then it cuts to wide. The whole mystery gang's there.
Yes.
And then the last scene of the film is everyone driving away dressed as Shaggy, talking like Shaggy. And then there's even a post-credit scene where the mystery machine itself has grown Shaggy's hair and is speaking as Shaggy. What do we think of this? Because as someone, again, who has seen 23 other Scooby-Doo movies, fascinating to hear like the voice actors we've come to know as these other characters speaking like Shaggy. I couldn't be more interested in that scene.
Yeah, I thought that was the best gag of the whole film.
Yeah.
I thought that was the best part, and my niece and nephew agreed that was the funniest part of the whole film.
Wait, the nephew?
Was there a nephew there this whole time?
Yeah, there was a niece and a nephew and
he's
another
a quiet,
nephew.
brooding type.
Wow. But the niece had stuff to say. Like, I just feel so bored.
So, what we talked about before, there is, of course, a very famous meme was born from this obscure little film known as the Ultra Instinct Shaggy meme. Now, I just copied the Wikipedia entry about the meme, but basically, I think I can skip the first. So, it was posted on something, and then it quickly went viral, becoming part of a wave of memes depicting Shaggy with superhuman abilities, often requiring only a small percentage of his power to perform inhuman tasks or defeat ostensibly more powerful opponents. Variations of the meme use frames from behind-the-scenes features of the 2002 film, where Matthew Lillard is subtitles being like, "Yeah, I only was able to tap into a approximation of his power," or something like that. Yeah. This meme grew so much it's referenced in Mortal Kombat 11. It is been seen and acknowledged by Matthew Lillard, and the game and Injustice 2 also references it, and of course the Multiverses, the party brawler game that came out. That came out last year, has you can play as Shaggy in it in what looks like just a reference to this meme, and I think the game was made because of the meme. That's my belief.
I think theory confirmed.
Yeah.
What?
So what do you guys think of the Ultra Instinct Shaggy meme? Because Richard and I know, detest this meme.
I really loved it.
You love it?
I was a really big fan of that meme.
What did you like about it?
Give it to me, Hamish.
Well, what's the meme called?
Ultra
Instinct Shaggy.
I don't know if I know this one.
The meme is basically the idea that Shaggy is this like
all-powerful
eldritch
deity,
god who's yeah.
It was I liked it because it was like a mixture of the Dragon Ball Z and the Shaggy. Like it was pretty much
very Dragon Ball Z inspired.
Yeah, Ultra Instinct is from Dragon Ball Z, so that's Ultra Instinct Goku, and so you went through all that kind of stuff. I think I was watching that on TikTok. I think that was most of my TikTok feed for a while, and I was into it. I was like, "This is a real dumb meme," but I don't know, it just tickled me.
Okay. This meme, for me, taps into the kind of the sexualization part of Scooby-Doo.
Okay.
Where everyone...
We've talked a bit about that on other segments.
Because this is like he looks hot here.
Right.
This is a hot version of...
He's a hot ball.
This is fuckable Shaggy.
This is Shaggy with ultimate riz.
Yeah, this is Snacky.
Oh, Scooby Snacky. Who's the real Scooby Snack? Would you do it for a Scooby Snack? The Scooby Snack and its Ultra Instinct Shaggy? I don't like the meme because
it's like updated Chuck Norris jokes.
Yeah, and it felt the best memes are the ones that get out of control. That like someone makes a joke on that joke, and before you know it, it's like a new brand of humor, right?
You're famously a big fan of Pepe.
Yeah, exactly. Pepe, a great example.
I got out of control.
That's the definition of getting out of control. The Ultra Instinct Shaggy meme felt like it was so designed to be a meme, and I think that's my problem with it. It doesn't feel pure.
I thought that like the Shaggy meme was like, because you can kind of see it now with a lot of like the edits on TikTok where they cut things and put it on top of, it's like big fan of the Thanos stuff where they just put in people from Breaking Bad on the Thanos fight.
I don't quite know what you're talking about, but I know you're talking about TikTok, so I understand completely.
So like overlaying Shaggy on like Dragon Ball Z, like there were like parts where they were just editing right on top. I feel like that was one of the first types of like that kind of like YouTube poo, right?
Right. Well, I think YouTube poo predates.
Well, yeah, it's like
that kind of
YouTube that like this kind of specific.
I can
YouTube
get into
poo
these
like,
creative ones, but when you just take a behind the scenes shot of Matthew Lillard and say, "Yeah, I only used 1/10 of my power," it's like that's the same joke everyone's been making. You haven't built on it in any way. There's no. I have gained nothing from seeing your version of the meme compared to the last 30 ones I've seen. Whereas, like, if you
stood on the shoulders of giants and
they were so concerned about whether they could, etc.
It's such a derivative meme, eh?
Thank you, Dave. I'm glad we've turned you around.
David just people can't see, but he's burning a picture of it right now.
fuck that meme, guys.
God, I'm so glad that
so glad I finally stepped away from the Ultra Instinct.
When you take a step back and really look at it,
I was an idiot.
What have I been doing with my life?
I'm a fucking chump.
Do you guys consider yourselves meme lords or no?
I enjoy a meme. I enjoy memes.
That's different, though. Are you a meme?
You said that in a way like someone on the first date be like, so just gonna put it out there.
I'll just say this now, because if you're not, this isn't gonna work. Are you a meme lord?
I'm a meme pleb.
Okay.
But like saying it like it's like if not, that's like it's cool. Like, are you a meme lord or like no or like whatever?
No, that's fine. So should we get these coffees?
Oh, God.
You paying or am I paying?
I made it awkward.
I don't know. I don't know if I am a meme lord anymore. I think I'm getting too old to be one. I used to be a meme. You guys remember? I used to be a meme lord.
Oh my God!
I was an edge lord.
I was an edgelord as well, but thankfully I got out of that.
Yeah, and I hate that it exists inside me, and I feel like
there are still Facebook statuses that you wrote that are still online. That'll be
I deleted Facebook, baby.
Okay,
just blanket delete everything. Yeah. But like even in like day-to-day life, I can feel like there's a little bit of edgelordiness like deep inside me. But I try to not let it out, and it's calmed down like a lot. Like I don't.
You're a straight edgelord now.
I'm a straight edgelord.
Yeah, I get you.
There is.
What about you, Hamish?
Yeah, you're a meme lord or?
Oh no, I don't even know what that one was. I'm a mean noob. I'm still learning the ways of the internet.
Well, at least you're
stop
trying
now because it doesn't get any better.
I don't understand what the kids are into.
All right. Well,
Hamish, what kind of lord are you? Of the lords,
cottagecore lord. I'm like cottagecore lord.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I got a cat. I got some corn in the backyard.
Nice.
You got boots. You got boots growing in your kitchen.
I got some boots growing.
Nice. Got a good Scooby on that thing.
I'm exactly what you think of a 35-year-old who listens to a lot of indie music when you're
nice.
Yeah, like the Beths.
Well, Dave can attest to this being in my house currently. My house is quite cottagecore in aesthetic, is it not?
We're in the attic of the cottage.
Yeah.
Right now. There's the support beam right there.
Yeah.
You got sunlight to grow a lovely monstera.
Yeah.
Or a swamp plant. Yeah. If you like caterpillars in your room.
I love caterpillars. I would like to ask you each an individual question.
I can if this is what
you can ask it. It's what you're thinking.
I can answer it for one of them.
Okay.
And I just want to ask Dave, do you feel any kinship with a character known as the Shadow Creature?
No.
It sounds like something you could adapt into one of your comedy shows, though. The Shadow Creature. In a good way.
What's a Shadow Creature? Oh, tell me. And if because I don't know. I don't know what the Shadow Creature is. Did I clock out too early in the movie?
No, we've surprised you with something.
I've sprung this upon you. Every other guest has had quite a nice little lead into this segment, but not you, Dave. You are just getting the Shadow Creature and I'm asking you to please make content with that.
So when I was, I don't know if I can talk about this. Well, you can feel free to get rid of this later on. But when I was in high school, I went to an all boys Catholic school, lots of white boys, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like a little bit slower than everyone else, and so they adapted the name. They called me the Shadow because I was in the friend group. Wait, I would always be a little bit behind, and someone pointed out, like, David, you're always behind us.
I think this does resonate with you. Then I think this works.
You're the Shadow, and so they called me Shadow for like a couple of weeks in high school. It was my nickname.
So it's not necessarily because you're a person of color that they
no,
they
Shadow. Pointed out because I'm also.
I was trying to look for any semblance of like justification there, but no, they were racist.
Yeah, I got, we're teenagers, and I'm feral, dude. So I'm a creature. So I kind of relate to the,
right.
I got moments that in my life that I could draw from to all this thing.
Well, what we've done is we have gone through and catalogued the release date of every single episode of every single TV show that Scooby-Doo has based on, and we have decided that based on people's birthdays, like you guys were both on the Barbie episode, so you'll remember we gave you the Barbie from the year you were born as kind of like a horoscope. How does it relate? We thought that giving you the villain from the episode of Scooby-Doo that debuted on your birthday, and I happen to know your birthday, Dave, as the 6th of December. No, that's not the 8th, I know. So the 8th, you have the Shadow Creature from Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo, Season 1, Episode 12, The Ghoul, the Bat, and the Ugly, that came out in 1979. Wow. And now
Can
Hamish.
we record a new intro into this so I can not have to talk about the Shadow?
I think the Shadow thing shit worked.
I got fucked.
I got fucked. So one thing we've liked to see is how everyone's villain relates to them. I think that's a really interesting way that your villain relates to you. Is that it's literally a nickname.
That nickname has been following you around all your life, much like a shadow.
There you go.
Okay, you know what? You won me, guys. So just call me Bindi Arms because you keep twisting and I keep going.
You Slick Shaggy meme, and you're on board with the Shadow Creature.
I'm on board.
Hamish, when is your birthday?
11th of December.
11th of December, so not too long after. Yeah. You get. This is
the light creature.
The creature of pure light.
The good creature.
I'm going to get Shaky Joe.
That'd be great.
So in 1982, they did Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo shorts. So it's like one episode would be made up of 3 shorts. So you have several. Wonga and Pterodactyl in 1 Million Years Before Lunch, Werewolf Scooby-Doo in Where's the Werewolf, and Salty and Flint in Up a Crazy River. So that's all one episode.
Yeah. I feel like all 3 do combined make this. Like the angular kind of bony kind of thing of a pterodactyl. Yep. You've got the fuzziness of a werewolf. Love to come out at night. Love to be misunderstood.
And
wow, that's so beautiful.
Salty and Flint, you've
I'm a salty guy.
You're a salty guy, but you can still.
I'm a salty mother flipper.
You've still got that spark from a piece of flint.
Hamish, how's your pterodactyl? Can you give us a pterodactyl noise?
Pterodactyls just aren't they?
Well, we don't actually know what they sounded like. But Dave, you've actually provided an excellent segue without even realizing it. Because our next little game that we're going to make you guys play is
pterodactyl noise.
Pterodactyl noise.
Name this dinosaur.
We want you guys to bust out some impressions. So we've got a leaderboard. We've gotten all our guests to do some impressions. But what we want to do is we're going to ask you individually in a moment to do your best Scooby-Doo impression. We will rank that out of 3. If it's good enough, you will then move on to doing a Shaggy impression, which will be marked out of 3. If you then move on to the final round, you get any character in the Hanna-Barbera universe, dealer's choice, to do an impression of. So you can pick, your back pocket impression. That's the best.
Can I psych David out here?
Yes.
Just because I found it very funny when he first did his Shaggy impersonation, and it sounded like an Italian man.
Also,
I want to do the Scooby snack.
Also important that we keep forgetting to point out, you can absolutely not do this if you want.
I'm happy to fail.
Good. Dave, are you happy to?
I love.
Sweet. All right.
Yeah, I'm keen to see
on
my
board?
range.
Yeah.
My range of Italian-based.
All right. Who would like to go first then?
You pick it.
All right. Hamish, let's see what you've got.
All right.
There's a Scooby-Doo first round.
And then we'll hit.
Oh, Scooby! Well, Scooby, I want my Scooby snack.
There's so much liquid in that impression.
All right, we've been writing little notes. I've just written very wet Scooby.
Very wet Scooby.
How many points should we give it, Richard?
What do you think, AJ?
I think maybe 2.
All right, 2 points.
Could you give us lines to say as well?
Okay, yeah,
Give us lines.
Yeah.
Dave, your turn for a Scooby.
Scooby-Doo. Can you say, Rot-row Raggy, there's a ronster?
Oh, Rot-row Raggy, there's a monster.
I reckon that's a 3 out of 3.
That's
probably the
fucking
best.
good.
That's probably the best Scooby-Doo we've had on the episode, I reckon.
Oh, yo, what's up?
That was sick. Honestly, I'm excited right now.
All right,
Like,
it's still anybody's game.
nah.
I'm very competitive.
Yeah, right.
I'm really not. I'm like trying to keep it in right now, and I hate that I'm competitive, but I'm very.
I don't care. I just want to see what he does.
It's an honor to watch him work.
Yeah, man.
All right, Hamish. Well, now we're going to turn back to you for your Shaggy impression. And AJ,
I've got a prediction that Hamish can do a really good Shaggy.
Yeah,
I was thinking the same
I can't
thing.
remember what he sounds like, so I'm excited to see.
AJ, do you want to feed a line?
Yeah, let's do Zoink Scoob, there's a ghost over there.
Zoink, Scoob! There's a ghost over there! I sound like a gold panner from American 1920s.
The key to a good Shaggy. Maybe Dave should do his before I reveal the key to a good Shaggy, though.
Yeah, I reckon.
All right.
How many points are we giving Hamish?
I think another 2.
Shaggy. Sweet. All right,
Wow,
Dave.
you're generous. Like, objectively.
No, the thing is, like, once you guys are gone, we redo the numbers.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's a.
Wow, that was really good.
Wow, that was really crap.
Wow, cool. Yeah, maybe put down a 2.
This is honestly what auditioning is like.
Yeah,
like,
Except this, you
you
don't
go,
get anything if you do it good.
you don't get it in the audition either.
Oi, Hamish, I don't know if who can relate to this, but yo, when you read the audition and you're like, this isn't for me. Like, why am I debasing myself for this? But then you look at the numbers and you're like, oh, this is pretty good.
Have you ever done an audition, David, where you've gone in too strong? And they just look at you and they go, oh, that wasn't it.
Are you asking, has David Correos ever gone too strong in an audition?
Yeah. Have you ever gone full Correos in the audition?
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, I know I went too hard when my throat really hurts when I leave it. And I'm just like, man, I screamed too much. Screamed too much for that
was
one.
the Shortland Street audition, was it?
All right, Dave, we're turning to you now for a Shaggy.
Oh, no. Okay. What was the sentence?
So give us you mean like there's a ghost right behind me?
You mean like... Oh, fuck. No, I can't. No, I don't know where this one is. Okay. What's it again?
You mean like there's a ghost right behind me?
You mean like there's a ghost behind me? God, that was so bad.
We're locking that one in though.
Fucking classic me. I do really what I do good at the beginning.
Do the Italian one again. Do the Italian one because
do Italian Shaggy.
No!
Zoinks, eh?
No, 'cause Italian accents, they've got like 6 years. They got 6 years, and then it's gonna, everyone's gonna go back to the vault and be like, "Yo, he did an Italian accent."
You can do Italian accents, I think. The key to a good Shaggy is to halfway through the sentence suddenly change your octave upwards. So you go, you mean like there's a ghost right behind me? That sort of thing.
Holy!
Thank you so much. I'm not on the leaderboard, unfortunately.
And he never will be.
Can you give us a zoinks?
Zoinks! So it's a very squeaky voice, but it's like he'll get halfway through a sentence and then it's like they've done a new record of the line and pushed him right up to the top octave.
Wow. Give us. Okay, can I have my fun?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna get you to say zoinks, but I'm gonna give you different things that Shaggy zoinksing to.
Okay.
Okay. This one is the monster. He's heard. He's trying to keep quiet.
Yeah.
But the door's just shut and he doesn't know what's behind.
Okay. Zoinks! I think that door just shut on us. This is very encouraging, Dave. I don't think I'm doing anywhere near as good of a job.
No, this is so good.
Could I get Shaggy's just discovered his wife wants a divorce?
Okay. But I thought we were so happy.
Can I?
Was that good?
Can I get one as
Zoinks! I thought we were so happy. God, that was terrifying to do that and have 3 people not laugh.
We were waiting for you to say zoinks.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for it.
Welcome to comedy.
This is why I didn't do comedy.
But I want one as well. So can you have Shaggy reacting to a child that has just run up to him and is retelling the plot of their favorite movie?
Okay. Zoinks! Wow! That sounds like a fun movie!
That was very Ringo Starr-ish.
Yeah, I was like,
alright, we're not here to judge my impressions.
No,
Hamish, give us
any character from Hanna-Barbera.
I reckon a 1 for Dave's Shaggy.
Alright.
Fair call.
Really? You gave that a 1 and me a 2. That seems...
Nah, yours is.
Well, we're gonna keep. You guys are tied now. So
you had the raspy.
Right.
You had the tightness in the throat of Shaggy.
That's just me, baby. That's all. Parkinson.
So yeah, you guys are now tied. So have a little think about which character from anywhere in Hanna-Barbera you want to do an impression of. Any could be from Scooby-Doo, Flintstones, fucking Magilla Gorilla, Yogi Bear, Captain Caveman. Dino Mutt.
Dave, you've got a killer Captain Caveman. Surely.
I can't remember.
No one can. We're millennials. We don't know who Hanna-Barbera.
No, Captain Caveman was great.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Caveman.
I remember Top Cat. I remember Wacky Races.
Yep.
I remember Yogi Bear. Was he Hanna-Barbera?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
All right, Hamish, are you ready?
The fear.
Is this part of the impression?
Yeah, this is very abstract.
No, I'm going through. I don't know which voice I can do. I'll do the dog that laughs all the time.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
that great choice, Muttley, I believe.
Yeah. Muttley, yeah.
Fuck, I was going to do Muttley too.
I loved it. I loved the Muttley. I would give that maybe a 2.5 or a 3, Richard. What do you think?
Give him the 3!
I think it's got 2.5.
Okay.
Wow, you guys are generous.
All right, Dave.
Okay. Was Pink Panther?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. What does Pink Panther sound like?
Exit.
Or was it
stage
Top Cat?
left even?
Yeah.
That's Top Cat, though.
That's Top Cat?
Yeah. No, that's Pink Panther.
Yeah, they're both kind of similar.
It's almost like there's 4 voices in Hanna-Barbera and they just cycle through different characters.
I can't. All I remembered was Muttley.
What about Yogi Bear?
Pardon?
You can do a Yogi Bear.
What about a little Yogi?
You can do a fucking Yogi Bear.
Hey, boo boo. Oh, boo boo. Oh, boo 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 ba ba boo boo.
All right, that was pretty good. That's a pretty good Yogi Bear.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Hamish, what do you think
I
we
think
should
that's
give that?
I think that's pretty accurate. I think 2.5.
Yes, can we
Let's
just
do it.
tie? Because we're friends. Like,
So-
I'm friends with Hamish.
Where does that put them on the leaderboard?
You guys actually tied, so you both end up with 6.5, which puts you tied for 5th, behind
Wow.
Lily Hanson,
Nice
Alistair
work.
Tremblay, Birchall. I didn't know the last half of his second name. Alexi.
It wasn't
and
that you
Alexi
didn't know how to
Tolianos.
pronounce it. It was that.
It was that the
You got
Google
it.
sheet
Oli-
was
Oleopolis?
cutting it off.
Yeah.
That's so sick.
Oh, thanks. I'm sure if he listens, he'll be glad to hear you say that.
Oh, yo, I love that guy.
And you guys are just above James Mustapick.
Wow. What did he do?
He gave up after shagging.
No,
Who's got
guys,
first?
not gonna do it. No, guys.
No, three,
my
baby.
God.
That was a 3,
I'm
baby.
tapping out.
What is this impeccable James Mustapick impression?
I can do people I hang out with. I can't do cartoon characters.
Can
Do
you
me,
do
do
Dave?
me.
Do Dave.
I like how no information was communicated in that
Yeah.
impression.
Just you.
You are so good at just knowing what to do.
This is awesome. Wow.
What's your impersonation of Meg, David?
Oh.
Oh! Oh!
I love this.
Yeah!
Non-verbal
yeah,
impersonations.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Daddy wants a snack. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what that was. I'm sorry.
It's like a jazz singer who like forgot how to bebop.
Forgetting how to scat.
Yeah, you're like, skibbly mama.
Shall we bring this to a close then? After these wonderful
Yeah,
impressions,
finally.
this wonderful journey we've been on. Dave and Hamish, thank you so much for coming on the show. Where can people find you online?
At David Post Office.
Sweet, on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, on everything. That's my handles.
Sweet. David Post Office. Hamish.
You just Google me, baby, I'll be there.
Can we plug a horror show?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
plug some stuff?
When's the horror show? 'Cause-
It's going to be in February and March.
Okay.
February the 21st in Christchurch?
Okay, that's the
Oh, we
day
should be
after
out-
this
we should
comes
be out
out.
Wellington.
Yeah, we should be all good for that.
Oh, wow.
And then there's one at in Wellington. That's going to be at Bats Theatre from the 1st to the 5th of March.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to be at Basement Theatre from the 7th to the 11th of March.
That's an
I think I'm owed a ticket to your show.
Yo, sick, come along.
Because
owed a ticket?
because I bought one and then
Yeah.
you had to cancel it because of COVID and then just nothing happened.
Yeah.
I didn't get refunded. I didn't go to another one of your shows. So I think it's still
Did
like-
you
Well,
get
it's
an
not
email
our
about
fault,
it?
is it,
I think-
AJ?
No, I know it's not.
It's not.
He just brought you guys on here to confront you about that.
Awesome.
Sorry.
So that's
Oh,
a
you're
horror
just-
show.
You're
What is
just,
that?
you're just trying to get money out of the arts, aren't you? We're suffering, don't you know that, AJ?
I'm in the arts too, Hamish. I'm not as
All right,
funny
so
as
let
you,
us-
but I'm in it.
Just buy another ticket.
What's a horror show? What is that? What do you mean by that?
It's called Ha Ha Horror, and it's just the most cook shit that Hamish could come up with.
Okay, I will
Is
be
there any
there.
other description that you've got, Hamish?
Yeah, it seems all right.
Awesome. Okay, well, we will see you there. We'll see you at Ha Ha Horror. Thank you very much for talking Scooby-Doo. Thank you for doing the do.
Until
With us.
next time, do.
And let's
Do-do.
walk forward, Richard, with this new revitalization into Scooby-Doo and the Music of the Vampire, which is the 24th film that we've got to talk about. This was halfway, though.
Yeah.
This was halfway through the films.
You did this to yourself.
Hamish, zero sympathy, doesn't care.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake.
Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Now, AJ, tell me about your mood.
My life sucks, Richard.
Oh, yeah?
I
So first of all, if it's not, it's summer holidays, right? But if it's not a bloody kindergarten next door, it's
me talking about Scooby-Doo.
or my neighbours operating some kind of heavy machinery, which I'm hoping the microphone isn't picking up. It's one or the other. God fucking damn it. It's like, oh, the kids aren't playing today. Time to leaf blow into a microphone. I don't know. It's not by a lot of metrics early in the morning, but I was up late.
What were you doing up so late?
I had work to do. I was busy yesterday, and after we finished recording with Dave and Hamish, I was like, all right, I need a break from, because we'd recorded like 4 segments of the Scooby-Doo podcast yesterday. And I was like, all right, I need a break. And I maybe took too long of a break, and then I had to do some work, and then I had to watch not the movie we're talking about now, but the next movie we're going to talk about.
You messaged me last night at 2:09 a.m. saying, starting Big Top now, lol.
Yeah, and now it's 10 a.m. I wouldn't have got to sleep till about 4-ish, maybe.
Yeah. So you haven't had your 8 hours.
I haven't had anywhere near close my usual 10 to 12 hours of sleep, Richard. And I feel horrible. And we have to do this now because did we explain this? We had to, because of guest scheduling and trying to make plans work how we planned them. We had to cram about 9 Scooby-Doo movies. I got to watch one still.
Yeah.
I still got to watch one today. I forgot about that. I was going to go back to sleep.
Yeah, I'm thankfully up to date, and then I think we get to slow down a little bit. But this is just what happens when you try to book people over Christmas and New Year's, which I think we've already explained. Anywho, the film we're talking about now is Scooby-Doo, Music of the Vampire. And as IMDb trivia describes, this is the first full-on musical in the Scooby-verse.
That's true, though.
Yeah.
It is the first full-on musical. It's also like, I don't know if I would consider this film part of the fuck AJ era. Because because the next one is Big Top Scooby-Doo fulfills all the same tropes and feels like it's a sequel to Phantosaur, not a sequel to Phantosaur, but in the same series as Phantosaur. But do you know the budget on Music of the Vampire compared to the other films? Because this feels like so much more, like the animation is like 5 times better than it is in the other movies.
I don't know if things like the budget are publicly available for those.
Yeah, maybe. But do you know, like, there's so much more texture to this one. This is I've put this 3rd in my ranking.
Wow.
It's behind Zombie Island and Alien Invaders, and the only reason Alien Invaders beats it is because the groovy song from Alien Invaders is better than any of the songs in this movie. Yeah, sure. But there's just like the first thing I noticed is that it's like Scooby-Doo Music of the Vampire, and then it says original movie, like in the title that appears in the film for some reason. Like, so I do you know, was this made separate from the other movies being made at the time?
It's not like notably part of anything different.
Damn. I thought that was going to be a sure thing, because it feels like there's Scooby-Doo movies and then there's, let's make a Scooby-Doo movie. You know, this feels like almost like it could go to theaters, this one.
Wow. Bold call. I mean, it's directed by David Block. So maybe it's just maybe Ethan Spalding isn't the
hotshot director I made him out to be.
And maybe David Block's who you're actually after.
Do you know what I'm talking about, though? Or is this just something I've noticed?
I think it's the sleep deprivation.
No, it's not.
Crazy.
I've been thinking about this for 2 days since I saw the movie.
Did it keep you up at night?
No, it's not something I'm worried about. I'm just like, interesting. This feels like a lot more love and care went into it than the other movies.
Wow.
Like, it doesn't have the alternate animation opening title sequence like the other fuck AJ era films do. It doesn't like have the Just for Laughs band making music for it. I don't know, it just felt different. It felt like this was like, if the other ones are the TV show somehow, this is the movie. That doesn't make sense, but that's what it felt like.
What is Music of the Vampire about, though, AJ?
So, interestingly as well, we're returning to the Creole swamps of Louisiana. And it's not specifically New Orleans, is it? It's just Louisiana.
Yeah.
But, like, this is where Zombie Island took place, so it feels like that's somewhat of a intentional decision. They're going on holiday, the Mystery Gang are going on holiday, and this isn't very different from the other movies. Their holiday is interrupted by real goings on, but the main crux of it is that Velma has decided where they're going, and they're going to a vampire convention, or a vampire fair.
Shell Sallyville.
Exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth. And this, the vampire at the vampire fair, which is almost like a Ren fair, but vampire themed.
Yeah.
There's a sort of forgotten author there named Van Helsing, not that Van Helsing, who's like a vampirologist, and they sort of strike up a conversation with him and find out that he's like sad that no one is like reading proper vampire literature anymore. They're all reading Silverlight, which is at the time, I'm sure, very, very, very
it's a
relevant
New York
parody.
Times, #1 best-selling movie book, which is described on the cover as being sappy and glittery.
Yeah, so it's a Twilight joke in 2000?
12.
That's pretty late. That's pretty late for a Twilight.
No, that's like what Eclipse came. No, that was the same year as Breaking Dawn Part 1, I think.
Yeah, so it's pretty. I just think it's too late to be doing.
Well,
this.
I think maybe with the amount of love and care they put into this film, it probably took a little bit longer.
That's probably true. Maybe that's why, actually. Maybe that's why it doesn't fit in with the other films surrounding it, is because it was probably took the production of the other two films for it to come out.
Yeah, took so long to write all the bloody songs.
Yeah. So they find out that there's like a vampire musical happening. And so they go to that, and the vampire musical, the actors are performing like a dress rehearsal, and they're a bunch of like goths. And in their dress rehearsal, they do what Van Helsing tells us is a real vampiric ritual, which allegedly summons a real vampire that starts running amok in this little Louisiana town. There's some lady as well who's like a what's she doing? What's that? She's not she's trying to sell something. She's trying to like capitalize. She's built up to be like the main suspect, but then ultimately has like nothing to do with anything. The Velma gets kidnapped by the drama guy, the guy from the musical, who has like taken on board being like an undead vampire, and they want to make her a vampire bride. Shaggy, for a lot of this, believes he's been bit by a vampire, but he was actually just sort of like nicked by a wooden stake.
A stake, yeah.
Yeah. And in the end, it turns out that the monstrous vampire is actually Van Helsing himself in a costume, using very elaborate techniques to make it look like he's not in on it. He's got this gas that hypnotizes people, which is like kind of just as amazing as if vampires were real. You know, I keep thinking about what Andy and Alistair said, that like there are so many things in Scooby-Doo that are more amazing than a monster being real. And we're like, don't worry, the monster's not real, kids. Magic's not real, and we can go back to normal. And it's like, okay, but there's a talking dog. And
there's a hologram that can kill you.
Yeah, there's somehow projectors are being used a lot and all over the place. I was thinking about this. When was the invention of the projector? Because was a projector mainstream by 1969, or did the projector come to prominence during Scooby-Doo's lifetime, and the writers of Scooby-Doo were like, oh, fuck yes, this is so convenient. We can just use this now.
Well, I mean, the projector, because obviously we had movies.
Yeah.
So they've been around since pre-1900. But I feel like they really came into prominence in 1969 when Scooby-Doo debuted.
Yeah. And there's one thing that I was like, this is ridiculous, where Van Helsing, before they know he's the bad guy, he gets pulled out of the boat in the bayou by some vampire hands and dragged away, and he's just like, go without me, save Daphne. And then it turns out the way he did that was he built like bionic arms and hid them in the reeds, and then had a trigger that he stopped on. And it's like, where was this thing? You were in a moving boat where this happened.
Yeah,
and
how
Velma's
did you
just
stomp
like,
on it? Yeah.
check it out. And she stops, and it comes out of the bushes there right next to. I was like, what is going on? This is such a far reach. Anyway, he did it predictably because he wanted to drive more traffic to his new book.
Yeah, Vincent Van Helsing wanted to become make the place a year-round tourist attraction and sell books, and also the Fangenschanz wanted to become immortal, actual vampires.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So you quite liked this one, didn't you?
So I think it's just objectively, I think, a more well-made animation and structured film. I think. My biggest issue with it is I'm so stoked we've got a musical, and I was like, oh fuck yes, I'm so ready for a Scooby-Doo musical, a Scooby-Doo-sicle, if you will. But all of the songs are like really bad, or at least
do you remember any
unnotable. I remember somewhat liking the opening and closing song, which is about how they're going on holiday.
Yeah,
and
it's also
there's no more monsters, etc. etc.
Yeah, they're going on holiday, and Daphne's like, "We're going to listen to show tunes on the way."
Yeah,
and she pops, and then so they start singing. They're like, "You'll be singing along before you know it," and that sort of sets up them singing, and then it being a musical. Yeah, there's a line in that song where Fred says, "We don't want no spooks or kooks," and I was like, "This feels like, like these feel like slurs
in the world of Scooby-Doo."
Yeah,
I mean, Fred's pretty Aryan, so it makes sense. I like the part where they're all singing, and what do you know what the song's called? Maybe I should look.
Which
up some
one?
lyrics.
The first song.
The first one.
The first song is called "Done with Monsters,"
because I think the lyrics are quite, other than the possibly racist one. So it starts off, Shaggy, I don't want no more ghouls or nothing scary, no apparitions giving me a fright. Don't want nothing that I need to bury or creatures that go and bump in the night. Daphne goes, no poltergeist and nothing supernatural, no giant beast that sneaks up from behind. Shaggy says, no ghosts that rattle chains, Daphne, or things that eat your brains. And Shaggy and Daphne both say, no banshee that scares me out of my mind. The chorus is, we're finally on vacation and we're going someplace new. And then Scooby-Doo says rest and relaxation, and they'll say, is all we're going to do, which I thought was a brilliant lyric to give to Scooby, who can only begin words that start with R. So he says rest and relaxation. I was like, and it makes sense. It's like the only line he sings in the song. I don't know. This was all right. This song
the only other one that stood out to me was called Scooby and Me. And on the Wikipedia
I don't
page,
remember it.
The Scoobypedia page, the only ones that actually have like their own pages are Scooby and Me and Done with Monsters. But yeah, Scooby
because
and Me
the others
just,
are barely notable. There's like a waltz that just sounds like every waltz you've ever heard, and
yeah, it's just a song about how much he loves Scooby, and it's always going to be Scooby and Me. So I looked at the songs were all written by a guy called Randy Rogel, and he is known for he wrote Yakko's World.
No shit, that's such a classic.
Yeah,
I guess, but that's also not original, is it? Yakko's World's a parody,
dance, isn't it?
Yeah.
He wrote like all the songs for Animaniacs, and he wrote episodes of Batman the Animated Series.
Right, so this is pretty good. This is pretty effective man at what he does. That's interesting. Like, I don't know. I'm surprised to hear that because songs and those shows and just the writing in those shows are often like really good. But is it that there's only usually like one song per episode of Animaniacs? Is that maybe the thing? Or maybe the music in Animaniacs isn't any good. I don't remember. But it's more
Yakko's
like
World though. Oh, that is.
Yeah, but he didn't create the melody to that, which is the whole thing.
But it's apparently he was helping his daughter with homework, and he noticed that United States, Canada, Mexico, and Panama rhymed, and he was like, I know I can do with this. And yeah, fun fact, I know all the words to that song, and it's helped me in many a pub quiz.
Well, do you want to crank it? All I remember is New Zealand is like second to last.
No, Australia's second to last.
Ah, okay. Do you want to sing it?
New Zealand is New Guinea, Sumatra, New Zealand, then Borneo, and Vietnam, to Niger, Morocco. Yeah. Anyway, it starts with United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic, Dominican, Cuba, Caribbean, Greenland, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda. The main thing is getting your, like, I know the words, it's just getting your mouth around it. Bahamas, Tobago, San Juan. Yeah. You know,
well, that's all the countries.
Yeah, I don't need to do the whole song.
What did you think of this? You haven't? Did you like it as much as? Well, I don't know if I liked it. It was more just like
it was fun.
It'd feel insane to put this any lower than whatever.
So I mentioned I watched Phantosaur with a couple other people, and then I was like, "Oh, do you guys want to watch the next one?" And they were like, "No," and I was like, "Well, I actually have to watch it." So, and they were like, "Oh, okay, fine, then yeah, chuck it on." And then when this one started being a musical, it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys." Like, it's one thing to make people watch a Scooby-Doo film. It's another thing to make people watch a full-on musical in the Scooby-verse.
And then not even a good musical anyway.
It's a good film, just the songs aren't notable.
If the songs were notable, this would be tied with Zombie Island. Zombie Island's a better story, but this has got, if this had songs, it would give this one its own little Creole spice. The movie has a framing device where an old man
voiced by Jim Cummings
with doing a I'm not sure if it's offensive or not.
Absolutely, yeah.
Louisiana
it's like a
Creole
Cajun
accent.
Yeah,
right. Is that offensive? Because the character's white.
Felt offensive.
I don't know enough about the Cajun
Creole
story,
area,
but he's like, let me. Oh, I probably shouldn't do the accent just in case. He basically says, let me tell you the story about the vampire, the music of the vampire, and then they. So he's telling the story, and then halfway through the movie, Shaggy and Scooby run into him, and he feeds them gumbo. But then he doesn't close the story. He doesn't end the story. You never see him again. I was like, no. When you open a movie with a guy telling you a story, you are to go back to him.
He needs to finish the story.
It just ends.
You
so
owe
funny.
that to your audience. I have a question I want to ask you. Are you familiar with like the other stories that this movie referenced? And what would you say is like the appeal of vampires or musicals?
What are the other stories it references?
Yeah, like vampires and stuff.
Other stories? Like, I don't know. I'm not that familiar with vampires. I imagine I know maybe slightly more than your average person. Like, I don't know how, like, you know, I know that that you need to invite a vampire in. I feel like that's becoming maybe common vampire knowledge, but not. I know that. Are
you just saying that because of the Renfield trailer?
Yeah. Do you know what? The Renfield trailer came out the other day, and I was like, "Are people going to get that he was invited in, and that's the joke?" I wonder if that was. I mean, I only know this because I've seen a movie literally called "Let the Right One In," but thanks to Fright Night, I also know that traditional vampires can turn into mist and dogs, which is referenced in this movie.
Misters, yeah.
That's interesting, isn't it? That's the second thing I've ever seen that said vampires can turn into mist. The first being Fright Night.
Well, okay, another question for you then is that some readers have criticised other Scooby movies for their paranormal themes. Do you think that vampires, monsters, and ghosts belong in an animated movie geared towards young kids?
Yeah, I think that's the best shit.
Nice.
I think it makes you a better person. I think it makes you a more equipped person, a more creative person. I think a little bit of non-threatening scariness is one of the best things you can give a growing child.
Wow.
As in, like, what's showing them a scary movie, something that can't actually get them. I think it gives a person a better personality.
Wow.
Are you reading off Common Sense Media?
I am reading off Common Sense Media. I was waiting for you to pick up on that. Turning to your old friend, Common Sense Media, this is an incredible tool, I think.
Like for parents and their children, or for the podcast?
Both. I think it's fantastic. Yeah, educational value, not present, apparently. Positive role models. It's got 3 out of 5, and it says, what's great about the Scooby Gang is that they're all so different, yet manage to be close friends who work well together. They use their different skills to complement each other when working on a mystery. Sometimes, well, a lot of the time, Shaggy and Scooby are frightened, but eventually rise to the occasion and push through to act bravery. It sounds like Scooby-Doo wrote the last word. Because it should be bravely.
Yeah. I think, and I've said this before, I think something that I really like about the dynamic is there's never any doubt with any of the characters. Like in Phantosaur, Scooby's like, I saw a dinosaur. And Shaggy's like, you saw a dinosaur? You know? Like, there's never any, like, I don't believe you. They know better than that. And I think that imbues every, like, movie that we've seen. There's this deep trust and respect for each other that I guess I like. Speaking of, we're talking before about, like, vampire lore. Did I ever tell you that when I was a kid and I saw Shrek, and when Shrek is explaining that ogres are like onions because they have layers, my interpretation of this was that traditionally ogres have layers, multiple layers of skin. Yeah. Like that's part of ogre lore. Like how a unicorn has a horn, or how you need to invite a vampire in for him to come in. I thought ogres had layers. Because what else is like, people don't know this about ogres. I was like, oh, interesting. And then there's a line where Donkey's like, you're so wrapped up in them layers, onion boy. So it's like, right, yeah, because he's got multiple layers of skin. And the reason the dragon didn't burn him to a crisp is because he's got layers. I don't know why his shirt stayed intact, but, you know.
Well, that's just one of the layers.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
I mean, we all have layers, except when we're naked. I love it that there's so many stories of you interpreting things in just like the most literal sense but the thing is that you're always like, oh yeah, cool, that makes sense. I loved like we're talking about Endgame when they're like, why aren't they just firing down? And he's like, but sire, the troops. And you heard it as, but sire, the truce. And you were like, oh, they have a truce, then that's why they're not doing it.
I don't remember that.
But you're all like, just these misheard things you're always just so happy to accept.
Like how I thought that the twist of Ace Ventura was that this woman had a dick on her butt. I thought that until we watched it for the podcast. I was like, it's some weird story about a woman who's grown a penis on her butt. Spoilers and also problematic references to Ace Ventura.
Yeah. Anywho, what do you say we move this discussion right along and talk about Big Top?
Yeah, let's do it.
Take off that small top and put on a big one, AJ. AJ's wearing an ill-fitting t-shirt for those. I can't see what you're wearing.
Wearing my dressing gown. Stars on it.
The biggest top.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake.
Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
It's real sad that this, like, I'm sort of more woken up now, and that the one I actually liked I was grumpy and miserable for. And now the one that is responsible for me staying up late is I'm like ready to talk about the buzzsaw or whatever it is outside. I'm so sorry if that's getting picked up. It is quite loud, but I've often been surprised at how little this microphone will pick up outside of my voice. So hopefully, like I've had my air conditioner on and it hasn't picked up like 5 feet away from me. So
well, so these
are great microphones. We have a great setup, Richard.
Oh, we do.
Our audio sounds great.
We have great banter as well, I think is quite important.
It's good for a podcast.
Yeah. So this is Big Top Scooby-Doo. This is directed by Ben Jones, came out in 2012 as well. And do you know, this is the first Scooby-Doo film we've covered that doesn't start with the word Scooby-Doo.
What about Aloha Scooby-Doo and Chill Out Scooby-Doo?
No, yeah. That's the first one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we're back in the fuck AJ era.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's so weird. We dipped out for, like, this sort of more lavish, expensive movie. And I was like, oh, did the fuck AJ era just last, like, 3 movies and that was it? But it's like, no, they just dipped out for 1 movie and then we're back in it. And I really liked Abracadabra-Doo and
Camp
Scare. I really liked Camp Scare and I really liked
Phantosaur.
Legend of the Phantosaur. I thought this one sucked. This is like one of the worst ones we've watched. Like, I thought this was so. I mean, one of the worst ones we watched still places it probably like 15 movies before the end of the list. But
yeah.
I don't know. It was because I had to watch it or I was in a bad mood. I just thought the plot structure and so much of it was just like seen it before, boring. But yeah. What did you think of it? Should I say what it's about?
Yeah, I just realized I had another page of notes for Music of the Vampire. Damn.
Do you want to go back?
No. Fuck.
Is anything interesting?
Fuck. Oh, God, so interesting. So interesting. And the world's never going to know them.
What? You're going to deprive listeners this deep of your
actually,
thoughts?
there's one noteworthy thing that happened in the last film we talked about that it was as far as I can remember, that's like the first time we've actually seen Daphne be the damsel in distress when she gets taken by the vampires.
Yeah, we're starting to see certain tropes that you take for granted actually being implemented. I had a similar thought in Legend of the Phantosaur, where there's a big storyline about Fred needing to pass his science exam, and I was like, Fred, you're 48 years old. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
But it's like, no, they've always been teenagers, or at least they were rebooted back to teenagers at some point. They're like explicitly adults in the live action films and the Zombie Island ones.
Yeah,
but those are supposed to take place later.
Yeah. Also, in that Scooby and Me song, there's an interesting line. I can't remember the exact line, but Shaggy implies that he thinks the rest of the mystery gang wouldn't care if he died.
That rhymed itself. Maybe that was the lyric.
Yeah. All right, anyway,
so Big Top, we start with our alternatively animated sequence. It's not so much of a Beach Boys ripoff this time, though, I guess. The music. I can't remember how it went, but it was not as bad.
Yeah.
But not it didn't feel like it was from the 60s, which I don't know how I feel about. But basically, they're on holiday in Atlantic City where, quote, nothing bad ever happens or something like that. And then Daphne's like, what about like gang shootouts or something? And I was like, Jesus Christ, you're bringing that up in your kids' movie? And Shaggy wants to go see his favorite Swedish death metal band play, which sounds awesome. And it's like something I should be liking in this movie. But they get distracted because Fred gets distracted by the circus being in town, and Fred loves the circus, bro, and he's always loved the circus.
Well,
that's Fred's thing.
Fred's a dweeb.
Yeah, true. I guess that came through here because he talks about how cool it is, and then he just makes them go. But the circus numbers are bad because there is a werewolf on the loose that's maybe scaring customers or something. And anyway, they almost immediately run into the werewolf. There's no graceful storytelling around it. They just run into a werewolf. And the story is sort of about the Mystery Inc. gang needing to step in for everyone who's gone missing in the circus, and so you see them do a bunch of circus tricks. Shaggy gets really popular. He meets the lead singer of his favorite Swedish death metal band, and they fight the werewolves, and it turns out that the werewolves are actually baboons in suits, and also one of the circus people who are still around, and they think the mystery's
Whitney Doubleday.
Yeah, they think the mystery's solved, but surprise, there's still about 10 minutes left in the movie, and then they realize that the strong man was also in on it, because they're like, no one called us meddling kids. It doesn't feel like this is over. And so there's admittedly a pretty great climax, because Scooby-Doo's climaxes are pretty good sometimes, where it's like a train level. The mystery machine drives up alongside the circus train, and Shaggy and Scooby jump onto the train and manage to coerce the animals on board to attack the bad guy, which was a couple of interesting moments of continuity here, that Scooby can speak to other animals. Interesting. We've long since established that the mystery gang can understand Scooby.
Yeah,
like there was a brief flash where like, can they? And no, they definitely can. But this is the first time we've seen Scooby able to like use his transliterative powers for good.
and he's not speaking English to the baboons. He's speaking baboon to them.
Yeah, but then all the animals come in, so presumably there's just an animal language, like in Wild Thornberries. And they win, they save the day, they get called Meddling Kids, and the Swedish death metal band plays for the mystery gang alone. They do a whole concert in a stadium for 5 or 6 people, and I was like, I wouldn't want this. If I'm going to go to a concert for my favorite band, I want it to be packed and like there be heaps of people there. I don't need it to be exclusive for me. It would feel stupid. They're like, are you ready to rock? And it's like, why are you talking to me like this?
Of course I am.
Yeah.
Why else would I be here?
The other thing that I thought was mildly interesting was Shaggy has a nightmare where he imagines Scooby gets bit by a werewolf and turns into a human, and we see a human rendition of Scooby-Doo, and he looks like shit. He looks like a stinky, overweight version of Shaggy, and he doesn't even have Scooby-Doo's voice. Is just like, hey man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And then he wakes up. But I was thinking a couple movies ago, I would like to see a human version of Scooby-Doo. And here it happens. So maybe I can make wishes and they'll come true in the Scooby-Doo episode.
Wow. What else is there anything else you want to wish?
I wish I had a
girlfriend.
I want to see Daphne in more bikinis, but have the movie explicitly state that she's over 18.
Like she gets a bikini for her 18th birthday.
No, it got to be older. It got to be
she's like, bikini for her 18th birthday, and then she puts it on, and you're like, yes, and then later on, she's like, well, I don't actually turn 18 till tomorrow. Like,
no! Like, what kind of fucked up movie would that be if it's like they go out of their... Like, because Camp Scare, I've been thinking about this a lot, and like, should I edit out the part where we're talking about how Daphne is? But like, Camp Scare is not one of the ones that establishes how old they are, and I think if it did, it would be a weirder movie, like on the movie maker's part.
Yeah,
it'd be like pervier, and they're playing off the fact that they haven't said how old the characters are in that one. I think maybe I'm just desperate to come across as a good person.
Yeah, I just found out, like, just while I was waiting for you to come online, that when the Sugar Babes released their first single, that train coming, I know its destination, they were 15.
That's weird. How old were they and Push the Button?
All right, when did Push the Button come out?
2006. It's 2006.
2005. They were 20.
I remember my life when that song came out, and it got either going to be 05 or 06.
God, that music video, man, and I can say this because they were 20. Fuck, that was so sexy.
I hated it. As a young Christian 12-year-old. I was like, this is perverse. I was like a little old Republican.
But like, yeah, Mucha Buena in that song, how she's like just wearing these little booty shorts. It's like, oh my god, it was insane.
And I remember my mum really liked the song, and I was like, oh, you got to see the music video, mum, and she didn't even care. And I hated the song, and then she made it her ringtone, and I was like, this song, I will never escape the song. Now, I kind of like the song, but I like Round Round.
Yeah, Round Round was good. What year did that? Was that the same? That was off the album.
That was pre Push the Button.
Yeah, so they were 17 when that song came out.
Well, I'm just saying I like the song. I'm not saying anything else about it.
I think one of them was 18.
Oh, thank God.
There's a really interesting like Ship of Theseus thing with the Sugar Babes as well.
No kidding.
Yeah, so it was like Sugar Babes, the original. I'll get their actual names, but the original lineup was Keisha, Siobhan, and Mucha, and they left like one by one sort of thing until there was a band called Sugar Babes which had none of the original members in it, but then the original lineup got back together but couldn't call themselves Sugar Babes, so they formed a band called Mucha Kesha Siobhan.
Well, yeah, classic. You've heard of them.
Yeah, but it's fun that it's like they weren't allowed to use the name, but it's like they're actually more Sugar Babes than this other band. And you know,
that happened to me with AJ's movie club. I had a Facebook movie club for a couple of years, and then it was dying, so I retired it, and then gave it to our listener Ben Close, who may be this deep in the podcast, I don't know. And then I retired the movie club maybe 2 to 4 months before we started the Discord. And I think about that all the time, because if the movie club existed once we got our Discord and once we actually started like learning there were quite a lot of people that listened to our show, like I absolutely could have got them to join the movie club, and now I don't have it, and I think Ben still runs it. So Ben, this is me saying I want it back.
I want to ask you, AJ.
Is this a Common Sense Media question?
Do you think the violence in animated movies is less upsetting than in live action movies? Does the violence seem less threatening since it's a comedy?
Yes, 1000%. What is this question? These are such leading questions. These are such loaded questions to turn children into little Republicans. Something I am well versed in.
AJ, why do you think the crime-solving Pooch and his friends still appeal to audiences?
God damn. That's actually a really good question. And something that we should talk about in the Scooby-Doo episode, particularly on a movie I have very little to say about, other than you see a human version of Scooby-Doo. Because it is interesting, isn't it, that like these characters, like I had this thought when I saw someone dress up as the Mystery Gang for a party, and I was like, when was the last time you saw a Scooby-Doo thing? And it's like these characters, people, it's underrated how like Scooby-Doo has stuck in the pop culture consciousness. I would say on a similar track to characters like Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny.
Wow.
Certainly not to that degree, but like, you know, you can just dress up as Mickey Mouse. You can just buy a Mickey Mouse toy,
tail and stuff, and people know who you are.
And similar, I guess, with Bugs Bunny. And what's the most iconic part of a bunny?
The ears.
Okay. And like you can just do that, and no one's going to be like, "Oh, that's interesting that I didn't know you're into that," because it's just kind of like these things that everyone's into. But Scooby-Doo is kind of like that as well. Like people dress up, and people.
I think that the Mystery Gang is so like their outfits are so iconic, but also so easy to replicate, and so. If
Maybe
you are doing...
That's the key to their success.
But like for things like costume parties, where you're like, oh, that's an odd thing to do. If you're looking for a group costume, you have 2 guys, 2 girls. That's like the easiest thing you can do. One of you just gets to wear like chinos and a green shirt.
and look like shit.
Yeah. The rest have to... I mean, yeah, the other ones are probably harder.
I reckon Daphne's the hardest one.
Yeah. Or finding an orange turtleneck's probably hard.
That's true. They're easy to make sexy as well.
Yeah, fuck yeah. If you're over 18.
That's part of the appeal. Yeah. Well, how would you even make something sexy if you're under 18? I hate this joke. We should stop making this joke.
Really? This is one of my favorite running jokes on the podcast.
It just feels so dicey because also, like, as I established a couple episodes back, I didn't continue a conversation with a 22-year-old on Hinge, which is so much older than 18. So clearly, my standard is a little more respectable than just over 18.
Okay.
I'm a good person.
Well, I'm not the one who said I liked Round Round by the Sugar Babes.
I was watching this on 1.5 speed last night.
Wow.
On my laptop. I had ordered Uber Eats for the third time in a day.
Wow.
Because my FPOS card, my debit card, I'm in between debit cards. My debit card was expiring in a couple of weeks, so I tried to get ahead of it and wound up accidentally, like, retiring the one I have and activating a new one that I don't have yet. And so I can only use Uber Eats with our PayPal to get food. And so I was...
What were your 3 Uber Eats?
I had breakfast. I bought horrible Uber Eats orders as well across the board. For breakfast, I bought pancakes from Theo Broma, the chocolate lounge, and it was just insane, like tiny little $silver pancakes, and then like chocolate syrup and ice cream, and I was like, this is too much for the morning.
Wow.
And then before Dave arrived at my house, I was like, I'm so hungry, but he's going to be here in like 10 minutes. So I really quickly ordered McDonald's. He wasn't there for about half an hour in the end.
He went to the wrong house.
Yeah, he went to the wrong house. And then so I had McDonald's, which is probably the best meal, but still not great. And then as I was finishing up my work and it was 2 a.m. and I had to watch Big Top Scooby-Doo, I was like, all right, I'm going to get some food. So I ordered from the 24/7 bakery in Christchurch.
Oh, wow.
And I got a pepper steak pie, a cream donut, and a Fanta. And I didn't brush my teeth when I went to bed last night. And I woke up and my mouth tasted like old Fanta. And I was like, ugh. Still haven't brushed my teeth to this day.
Oh my god. So if you're smelling that, that's what that is.
That's old Fanta. And so I was watching this and my eyes just were like not focusing. They were going in and out of focus. And it reminded me, Richard, that I need to get some new glasses because I can't see without my glasses or with my glasses. That storyline is not forgotten. And it's if anything, it's becoming more and more pertinent because as these movies start to glaze over me in the second half, we're in the second half, but we're not on the home stretch. Yeah. If anything, the idea that we still have to watch half as much as we already, and the exact same amount as we already have is like. Feels life-defining. It feels like horrendous, and that's just something we have to live with.
What are you thinking for your new glasses?
I'm going round after wearing round for my short film mystery box. They were fake, but I thought I looked kind of cool.
Right, so
I'm always getting to glasses like
off or anything.
You don't have round. You have like rounded triangular glasses. I'm talking like perfect circles.
How dare you? Do you have Bailey Nelson in Christchurch?
No, I don't know.
You should go there. You usually get like 2 for a couple hundred or something.
Oh, dude, no, that's a scam. What you do is you get an eye exam, then you email the eye exam to like one of many online retailers. You'll get like $35 glasses.
That feels like a scam.
That's everyone I know does this. And their glasses last. And even if they don't last as long as the expensive ones, like, okay, it's just another $35. Like,
yeah, no, I get these are made in New Zealand. They're so
you're not you're the chump. You're the one who's falling to the what's it called? The monopoly that the glasses company has in the world. There's like one glasses company and they own all the other mainstream glasses companies. The reason glasses are so expensive. How much are Bailey Nelson?
It's like you get like 2 for $200 or something.
That's too much. I'm not spending that much on glasses when I can get perfectly good ones.
Your glasses are something that I don't want to like skimp out on.
They look great. All my best friends do this, and their glasses are so much cooler.
I
than
don't do this, and I'm your best friend.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Lucas does it, and they're my other best friend.
One thing that's interesting, back to the film. So you mentioned how like
we're still talking about this.
How Shaggy gets really popular, and I wrote in my notes that Shaggy gets mad riz, which is funny because Dave used that same term 2 films ago, but it felt like it was again one of those things where I was like, did I fall asleep and miss part of this movie? Because for just like 20 minutes it feels like a completely different film about Shaggy just being surrounded by babes and Scoob gets jealous.
Well, that did happen in the movie. I can't tell you if you fell asleep.
Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like it just felt so much of a departure from everything else that had happened up until that point.
I mean, I think this is like we said, like what's the appeal of a Scooby-Doo movie, and it's not so much the mystery, it's the like what's the theming for this one. And so like I think it's a good argument to make that one of the flaws of this movie is that werewolves are not very organically a circus-themed villain, and they probably could have done something with, I don't know, clowns, creepy clowns. Could have beat the creepy clown trend by a few years. They should have known they could have done that.
Well, but these were just people dressed as clowns, though. Not real clowns.
No, they weren't not real clowns. Well, I guess like you'd pull the mask off the scary clown and there'd just be another clown under it. That's a good joke.
Yeah.
That'd fit into a Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. There was did you like the joke in this when Fred talks about how when he did his circus course, he broke a few bones, and they're like, "Oh, you look like you've healed all right." And he goes, "No, I dropped one of the other guys." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And he's like, "Yeah," and they fell on someone else. And he's like, "Oh," and then they rolled into another group of people. And he's like, "Oh," and then they knocked over a grandstand which was seating 48 people. And I was like, that is a pretty funny joke, but at the same time, it's like, damn, Fred like probably killed some people. Yeah,
and Fred's supposed to be this like fearless leader and the one that doesn't do any wrongdoing. I thought that when it happened, I was like, this feels like it should be more of a Shaggy story than a Fred story. Shaggy's the dipshit.
Well, I think that's what we're seeing is that Fred might be more of a dipshit than he initially led on.
That's probably true.
Well, do you want me to let you go brush your teeth and get some Uber Eats? Or do you have anything else you want to say about Big Top?
I'm going to have to get Uber Eats, aren't I? Unless my FBOS card has arrived in the mail. I'll check that.
And then what will you do?
Everyone.
Get Uber Eats?
Oh, yeah, probably. Oh, fuck. Scooby-fucking-Doo, man. Like, the amount of stuff I've had to do in the last...
The amount of stuff Scooby-Doo?
At the end of last year, start of this year, that would have already been stressful had I not also had to watch 47 Scooby-Doo movies. And we could have started this later. We did Barbie later. Why do we start this now? We could be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed up to like probably Zombie Island by now if we'd started at the same time, you know? And we'd be like, wow, the world is so bright and beautiful.
But it's not.
It's ugly. And wet.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake.
Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Well, I have spent the last 2 days of my life either watching Scooby-Doo movies, talking to people about Scooby-Doo movies, or editing this podcast, which is also maddening because I'm just re-listening to conversations I've already had. Almost non-stop as well. Like, I got up. Oh, no, wait, sorry. I should phrase it as I went to bed at 4 a.m. after watching Scooby-Doo, got up at 10 a.m. to record Scooby-Doo, then went to watch another Scooby-Doo movie, and now I'm talking about the Scooby-Doo movie right now.
You're scoobed out.
And what are you going to do after that?
Yeah, probably going to watch another Scooby-Doo movie after this.
It's too much.
Yeah, it's too much.
Now, eagle-eared listeners, a term we've already used, might be able to hear a third voice from what they've heard for the last couple of movies. And that voice, as some of you may know, because that's probably this might be the only part you've tuned into because you're such a big fan of our guest Britt Miggs.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, Britt. Hey, how are you going? We were just talking before the record, we could hear some sirens. It's like someone who's only ever heard of New York City wrote a screenplay and was like, there's heaps of sirens in New York City. Like, it felt like...
Sound up, sirens.
This is what it is. You hear the sirens, you hear a little pigeon squawking. Like, that's that is New York. But yes, nice. I live in an area where sirens go off quite a bit, which is, amazing as someone who frequently records myself. So incredible place to live.
I once saw a sort of a friend of a friend was at my friend's house, and he was up from another city, and all I knew about this guy was that he was vegan and a musician. And when I walked in, he was holding a guitar and there was like some vague root vegetable on the floor next to him. And I was like, it's like you're an action figure and you're being sold with your accessories, because these are the only two things I know about you. So hearing sirens from our first New York City guest felt like a similar thing.
Am I the first New York City guest?
I think you might be.
So, yeah.
This is an honor.
Most Americans we've had on the show are from LA, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So. Well, I'm glad I get to represent. Yeah. This is great.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice.
Well, to start us off, if you guys were an action figure, what two accessories would you have?
Okay, I feel like immediately a slice of pizza, especially,
classic New York.
Going into the New York thing, but
New York.
It is a big part of me. I have a pizza tattoo. It's like a whole thing.
Nice.
So definitely a slice of pizza. And then maybe if I wanted to lean into the New York thing, a pigeon. I love pigeons. I'm all about them.
Do you have a pigeon tattoo?
No, but it's on my list. I'm going to do it.
Get a pigeon, have it with a piece of pizza in its mouth.
Yes.
Is it too personal to ask about your pizza tattoo?
It's not at all. It's not. It's a really dumb story that has a great ending. My now husband, so it worked out. Now husband Spoilers. And I, because when you hear it, you're like, you're an idiot. We were on our second date, and it was this horrible game of chicken where we like passed a tattoo shop, and I was like, you won't, and he was like, you won't, and then just got pizza tattoos, and I thought it was going to be, a funny one-off fling, like, oh yeah, it was just a crazy story, and now we're married, so it's kind of weird that...
I think it's better that you're married because you got the tattoo. If you never saw him again and you were stuck with that tattoo, I feel like that would be worse.
Right.
And then, your future husband... sees your naked body in all its glory for the first time and is like, oh, what's the story behind that? And like, this one guy.
I think it makes me sound really mysterious and crazy, like Manic Pixie Dream Girl, but if that were the case, but
I think they only live in LA. I'm so sorry.
But no, it worked out, and I married the guy. But at the time, my friends were like, "You're a dumbass." So,
did he get a tattoo?
Yeah, he got a pizza.
Wow.
So it's a couple of slices of pizza.
Yes. Yeah.
My action figure, I think, at the moment would be a microphone and just a toy of Scooby-Doo, because that's what my life feels like at the moment.
Mine would come with like a little miniature AJ.
Just a miniature version of him. Yeah.
Yeah. Or it's you collect like the 5 different outfits of me, and each of them has like a small part of AJ. And if you buy them all, you get to build a little AJ figurine as well.
Wow.
That's really fun.
That's adorable.
I like that.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
That's sweet.
All right, so we're 27 films in at this point, and the 27th film, I believe, is Scooby-Doo, the Mask of the Blue Falcon.
Yes.
Which we've all watched, I assume. And
wait, what? No.
And we all enjoyed.
It's happened.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo Mask of the Blue Falcon. This came out in 2013, and it was directed by Michael Goguen. And does one of you want to tell me what this is about? I've heard AJ's voice enough over the last 12 hours of this podcast, so Britt, if you don't mind, I'm going to throw over to you if you want to give us a plot synopsis.
Absolutely. So, we see the gang and they're on their way to what I interpret as Comic-Con, but it's this kind of, hyper, I forget what they call it, but it's a very...
Mega Mondo
you have it open.
Comic Palooza.
It's interesting because it sounds like they're trying to be legally distinct and be like, it's our universe's version of Comic-Con, but then Comic-Con is in the title still.
It's like they're almost getting it, but then not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you have like the wiki up or whatever, but yes. Yes. So they go to this Comic-Con and, Scoob and Shaggy are so excited to see their favorite superhero, the Blue Falcon, and Dino Dog?
Dino Mutt.
Like dynamite.
I'm so close. Okay, so keep me honest.
You're doing better than I am.
And of course, chaos ensues. There's this Hyde character who intends on ruining the entire Comic-Con, and that's when they have to start investigating and doing what, they do best. And I'm giving spoilers? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, we want people to go out and watch 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
Listen, if you haven't seen it, turn away now.
Yeah.
No.
Turn it off.
But essentially, there's this. Okay, and I don't know if you guys got this, where it was just me. There's clearly this guy trying to be Adam West, right? Like,
I'm so glad you've said this.
Okay.
I thought it was Adam West for the whole movie. Yeah.
I thought it was him.
I was going to be like, this is Adam West's Birdman because he's playing. It's like how Michael Keaton played Birdman, but it's Adam West playing a washed-up superhero actor. But it's meant to be an Adam West character.
Right.
I think the voice actor is doing an Adam West impression.
The voice actor is
Jeff
Bennett, who I recognize as the narrator from Dave the Barbarian, if you guys are familiar with that short-lived Disney Channel show.
Okay, the short-lived. Well, the entire same thing. The entire time I thought it was Adam West, and then afterwards, when I saw it wasn't the same voice actor, I was like, oh, okay. They are trying to do an Adam West. So that is who is playing the original Blue Falcon. Now he's been replaced by this like hot young guy. I think it was actually a pretty deep commentary on the state of superhero movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Coming out a year after the Avengers, this is a commentary on the dark, gritty reboot of superhero movies.
Yeah, it's much more in line with Adam West's relationship with like the Dark Knight trilogy.
No, it really was, and I was like, okay, this is a lot deeper for like a 2013, animated Scooby-Doo movie. But, that's a layer. This guy is replacing him and he's really upset. He's washed up. And then he shares his booth at Comic-Con with this other washed up robot fighting guy who, spoiler
like a destruction
alert,
derby sort of thing.
He ends up being Mr. Hyde. So that's the whole, I would have never guessed that it was him. But, they get into their typical hijinks. There's, a couple of different things that this Mr. Hyde character does. Am I saying it right? Mr. Hyde? Is that him?
Yeah.
It's like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. So I think I'm making a couple of assumptions here.
Yeah.
So Blue Falcon was a Scooby-Doo contemporary. Like in the 70s, Blue Falcon was
Blue
a TV
Falcon's
show.
like another, it's another Hanna-Barbera show.
Yes.
And I'm assuming Mr. Hyde was a lead villain in that show. That's
it's a
what I'm
pretty
assuming.
big
And-
leap you're making there, AJ.
and in this movie, not only is it established that Blue Falcon is a TV show in the Scooby-Doo universe, but at Comic-Con, all the other posters are for like the Flintstones, Space Ghost,
Yes.
and stuff,
Atom
which
Ant.
leads us to the conclusion that Scooby-Doo is the meta-universe of all of Hanna-Barbera,
Wow.
which exists as TV within the Scooby-Doo.
Yes. It's very
universe.
meta. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
so yeah, this show exists in the universe, and then basically what is happening is from within the Blue Falcon comics, it seems that Mr. Hyde is like copying all of the same tactics and, releasing bats and then releasing the slime and doing all of the same things. And in the end, it's so beautiful because the original Blue Falcon saves the day. So the Adam
And
West
then
washed up guy. Yeah.
They make a sequel to the Dawn of the Return, or whatever it's called, the Blue Falcon, the new one, where it unites the old and the new generation of Blue Falcon. And everyone wins.
And Scooby-Doo plays the new and improved Dino-Mutt.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a point where, because Scooby-Doo, like, we're not 100% sure to what extent, but he's and the Mystery Gang are kind of celebrities in this world. And in the world of the film, it's like, here's Blue Falcon, the new one, and then Blue Falcon's father, portrayed by the original Blue Falcon actor. And then they're like, wait a minute, that means Dynamite is, and he rips his head off, and he's Scooby-Doo in the world of the film. So that's like, if in The Dark Knight Rises, you had Christian Bale playing Batman.
Christian Bale.
Yes.
And then you had Adam West show up as his dad, and then Robin revealed himself to be like a real life minor celebrity. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson as Robin. Like,
yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
It's how are audience, because the crowd cheers at the end.
Yeah, they're so happy. Yeah,
and it's like, how is this a satisfying payoff for this actual audience?
And there's a couple of really fun implications here that are ripe for two men who are nearly 30 to be podcasting about.
And a
one
woman.
of those things, and a woman. One of those things. One of those things is that it is established that the original Dino-Mutt who played Dino-Mutt in the Blue Falcon TV series is dead. I believe you see him taxidermied at Comic-Con, which tells us that in the world of Scooby-Doo, dogs have regular lifespans for dogs, which means how old is fucking Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo is
the
immortal.
death of Scooby-Doo. Yeah. You're like, well, maybe. Or is Scooby-Doo going to die in the lifetime of the Mystery Gang, and they're going to still live on, probably have full lives without Scooby-Doo?
Or maybe there's been dozens of Scooby-Doos.
Oh my god!
They're just like,
and they just keep replacing them.
They just keep replacing them, and Shaggy's too fucking stoned to notice.
Yeah, no one's told Shaggy.
Because in Legend of the Phantosaur, there's at the start when they're like, oh no, this is a service dog, and he has an ID was issued in 1969 and is valid till 2011. Which was a very funny gag, I thought. But yeah, I mean, maybe Scooby-Doo is immortal. I don't know.
They just keep replacing him. I have a funny little story. When I was too young to understand death, or so my mother thought I was. She's 5 years old. I had this white bunny, and she, while I was at school, and and she goes out, my mother, the saint, goes out and gets a brown bunny. That's all they had left, and brings it home and convinces me that she's given it special food and it changed colors.
That's precious.
So in theory, they could just be replacing Scooby and telling Shaggy, yes, this is a new dog. I mean, this is the same dog, but this it's a new dog. Yeah. Yes. So yeah.
That reminded me of someone at work. I remember them telling me about the idea of like not knowing the concept of death.
Yeah.
When she was like a little girl, and she had a new sister, and her mum walked in and she was strangling her baby sister like quite violently.
And
Jesus Christ.
she was like, what are you doing? And she turned and she looked up at her mum and said, I wanted to know what dead is. Which is like, that could be in a horror movie. That's a terrifying
is
thing
a
to
horror
say.
movie. And now that kid is not well known.
As senior producer.
Okay.
The Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Yeah.
The other thing that Scooby playing Dynamite called into my mind, this other fascinating implication with everything we've seen in the previous 27 movies, is that before he removes his mask, he's like, and yep, it's me, Dynamite, which means that Scooby-Doo, who cannot speak properly, can when he's acting. Like usually, Scooby, we've dubbed it Scooblish when that's how you talk when you have R's at the front of almost every word. Yeah, exactly. Like this is definitive proof that he
chooses to talk like that.
He's putting it on as an accent.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And the amount of havoc it's caused where people don't understand him. And it's like he could just choose not to, because you're not supposed to think about it, because in the movie Scooby-Doo and the Mask of the Blue Falcon, you're supposed to believe it is Dynamite at that point. So they're hoping maybe you've forgotten that he just spoke in perfect
You're just
English.
suspending your belief for a second. Yeah. Incredible.
I have a talking point I want to bring up with you guys.
Yes.
I think we can talk about movies featuring talking animals. Why are they so funny? And how is Scooby similar or different than other animal pop icons? What do you guys think?
Richard, are you reading the prompts of Common Sense Media's review of this film?
No.
Are you familiar with Common Sense Media, Britt?
I'm not.
It's great. It's like this conservative Christian mum IMDb.
Incredible.
Where
talk to your kids about these things after the movie.
Yeah, so that they don't grow up fucked up.
They don't grow up fucked up liberal.
What are the religious takeaways that we got from this film?
Exactly, yeah.
It has 1 out of 5 stars of sex, romance, and nudity.
Love that.
What was the one for? Oh wait, no, that guy. They make out at the end.
Disgusting.
The comic book seller guy and his new lady, who I guess he met at Comic-Con, and they make out in front of his nephew, which I did think
that's true.
Inappropriate. Yeah.
They'd probably give that 2 stars actually.
They go to a Hollywood party at one point in this film where there's a bunch of bikini-clad women, and also just I know what happens at those Hollywood parties.
We all know.
There's someone doing cocaine.
There's definitely coke, maybe ketamine. There's a lot going on there.
It does say drinking, drugs, and smoking, and not present in the film. But you got it right. Those are the 2 things it flags: the bikini-clad women walking around and swimming at a Hollywood party, and a grown-up couple kisses at the end of the movie.
Not swimming. Oh my gosh!
They should be wearing full clothes to go swimming. This is a children's movie.
Full clothing. Okay.
Also, the one review, community review, the headline is Adam West as the Blue Falcon. It's it's not.
He was clearly doing an Adam West. We all thought it was Adam West.
A really good one.
Yeah, it's impeccable.
Richard didn't.
No, I knew better.
Richard.
Good on him.
Yeah. So what makes talking animal movies so funny, guys?
I think it's because in real life
they can't
get this. They can't do it.
Because in real life they can't, and they're never. Well, I guess no. They're always goofy, even if they're playing serious. Even like a Brian Griffin, they're always a funny character. You know, they're never like a serious character. So they're made to be funny. They're supposed to be funny.
Here's a question. What's the most serious movie to feature a talking animal?
Wait, I have to Google.
I really have to
talking.
There's
animals.
got to be a dream sequence in something that's not a funny movie, but it has.
So the two I'm considering are Homeward Bound. No,
yes,
Homeward Bound has talking animals and is not very funny and is quite sad. And I don't know if this counts because it's I was thinking maybe Donnie Darko, the talking rabbit, but that's a guy in a rabbit suit. So
I don't know if that counts. What about I just saw Narnia, like that lion. He's Asgard.
Yes, that's a great answer.
He's very serious.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing funny about that.
No. Heavy religious undertones. It's a very religious movie. Yeah.
I bet that has 5 stars on Common Sense Media.
Yeah, or
all adaptations of it.
Yeah. The Legend of the Guardians, the Owls of Gahul.
The Owls of Gahul. Oh my God.
But is it a talking animal movie if it's nested in entirely talking animals, or do they need to be talking to people? Like, does it need to be?
Well, I think that's when you because you can have serious animals, but it's like Chicken Run or something,
right? Well, Salem the cat talks in Hocus Pocus, and he's actually kind of like the straight man in that movie. You know, he's like. You guys
he's the only one with some common sense.
Yeah, he's like, you need to get your shit together, and there's trouble afoot, and he's like being serious the whole time. So I don't know.
No, that's a good point. I've got a prediction.
Okay.
I've got a prediction for something that is in the IMDb goof section of this movie. I haven't looked. Richard's running this ship, but I predict that in the IMDb goof section for this film, it will point out that so the characters work out that the Mr. Hyde impersonator is replicating crimes that Mr. Hyde committed in the episodes of the TV show that he appeared.
Right.
And he appeared in episodes 1, 2, 3, where they realize, oh, yep, all of these have happened. And then they're like, he doesn't appear again until episode 22. And they use the information they learn from what he does in episode 22 to predict what he's going to do next. And then the final thing he does, they're like, well, we know what he can do next because we saw it in episode 17. And I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but 17 comes before 22.
Now, I don't know if you guys know much about numbers.
I don't know if you can count, but...
that is in there, AJ.
Yes!
Wow!
I'm getting way too good at predicting IMDb.
That is...
What a useless skill to have.
Stunning. Yeah, that's really good.
That is very good.
Thank you so much, Britt.
Yeah.
There's an interesting sort of like character thing in this. So Fred is like, oh, cool, I want to see the new dark, gritty Blue Falcon. Shaggy and Scooby, I like want to see the classic one. Daphne is a collector of these. They're called like the Littlest Fuzzies.
Yes.
Which I thought that was fun and cute. And then Velma's like, fuck this nerd shit. And
oh my God, Velma's such an asshole in this movie.
I wanted to bring that up. I was like, the women in this particular Scooby movie, they did him dirty. Like Daphne, it comes off, I mean, she's kind of Daphne, but I'm like, she's so obsessed with this doll thing. And then Velma is she's almost forgettable. Like I keep forgetting she's there because she's so rude and unhelpful the entire time.
Just so mean to her best friends.
Yeah, and also it's like, Velma, you're the nerdy one.
Yeah.
That's your defining characteristic.
This is your Disney World. Like, what's up with it? Like, you would think that she would have some kind of fandom that she'd be into there.
I guess she's that breed of nerd that is like not pop culturally nerdy, but is
loser,
sciencey.
Exactly. She's like, ew, Funko Pops, get out of here. Like, I like
in
to
her defense,
read.
though,
Yeah.
fuck Funko Pops. Oh God. Britt, do you collect anything like Littlest Fuzzies?
Imagine she collected Funko Pops after you just...
And I was like, I gotta go. No.
You walk over and trip and some Funko Pops
No. I do not collect Funko Pops because I'm not a serial killer. I collect, the only thing I really collect is every new place that I go, I'll get an ornament for the Christmas tree. So that every December, it's like, I remember I went to that place or whatever. But that's like,
every guy you go on a date with, you get a tattoo.
Yes, actually, burying the lead, I have all different food all over my body. I ate fries with
Shaggy
this guy.
and Scooby would love you.
Oh yeah. They ate that entire banquet, which I'm like, that is one of my favorite parts of the Scooby-Doo universe, is just that these are two guys, they are stoned off their ass and they are eating everything. Like every time they just finish off all the food. It's my favorite. Yeah.
So have you seen a lot of Scooby-Doo outside
Yes,
of this
been
movie?
meaning to ask.
Well, I'm going to be honest, probably just more of like, like the mainstream ones. The ones that are in the zeitgeist. But yeah, like and I wanted to say that in my heart, I'm like, Matthew Lillard, he is Shaggy. Like, he is the best Shaggy that there's ever been. I don't know if that's controversial to say, but I was so glad that he was the Shaggy in this movie. So the ones with him, like the live action ones, are really what I'm more familiar with. When I was a kid, I definitely watched it, but like I have no memory of.
That is almost a universal experience.
Yeah,
it is fascinating. Every guest we've asked, what's your relationship with Scooby-Doo? Everyone has not said anything overwhelmingly negative or positive. Of
course I watched
I was
it.
aware of it.
Yeah.
And including us as well. And like, I think that's really funny because this is our second blockbuster podcast. A few years ago we did Barbie because there's 37 Barbie movies at the time, and we would ask our guests the same thing: what was your relationship with Barbie? And we had way more like enthusiastic answers about what people's relationship with Barbie was, whereas Scooby-Doo, everyone's just be like, and maybe it's the like age demographic of the guests that we've had on is like Scooby-Doo's kind of like a boomer Gen X thing, and we've almost exclusively talked to millennials and Zoomers. So maybe we needed to get some old school fans on.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's similar to the Flintstones. I'm like, I watched it my entire childhood, couldn't name a single episode. Like, it just falls into that same genre. Like, I couldn't name a plot of an episode, but I know that they're solving mysteries. I know that Scooby and Shaggy are getting high, and they don't really say it, but they allude to it.
Yeah, we know what they're doing.
You know what they're doing, and they're snacking, and like, I know the personalities of all the characters, but other than that, I don't really know anything except for, the live action ones with Linda Cardellini and Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze. Yeah.
Based on your kind of knowledge then, what would you say Fred's defining characteristic is?
And maybe not including this particular movie, but I kind of thought he was supposed to be a himbo, right? He's like hot, he's dumb, he wears a little ascot, and that's like his whole thing.
This has been an ongoing journey through this podcast, is trying to define Fred Jones, because I always felt, and this was 20 movies ago now, but I always felt in the live action films, it's a new character invented for the live action films. Like, he's not really like his cartoon counterpart. But then the post Freddie Prinze Jr. Fred movies, I feel like he's slowly been meeting that version of him.
Been going,
and I wonder if the big difference is that Frank Welker just has the most adult voice, that I'm completely disassociating him with being like any kind of himbo character, and maybe they're actually more similar than I once thought. It's just Frank Welker, it has sounded like a 48-year-old man since he was in 1969.
He came out of the womb and he sounded like that. Like, he just is an old man. Yeah.
Wow.
That was pretty good. Yeah. Daphne.
The key to a good impression is to do like one syllable.
Just that's it.
Yeah.
That's great.
I'm curious. You're kind of, people can't see this, but you're kind of dressed like Shaggy, Britt. You've got a green top on, but above that, you're all Daphne.
That's true.
And have you ever dressed up as Daphne? I feel like you'd make an amazing Daphne.
Thank you so much. No, I haven't. It's so funny. Like, until I guess last fall, I was blonde. So my whole life, really, I was blonde, and then I went red, and I love it. And I was like, I should do Daphne one Halloween now that I'm a redhead. It would be perfect. But I feel like, I definitely associate more with Shaggy.
Yeah. I get that.
Yeah, I like to eat and get high, so I'm like, I'm Shaggy.
When you were blonde, did you ever dress as Barbie?
I definitely did for like a college party. I'm not remembering specifically, but I had the very typical American college experience, you know, red solo cups. Yes. I'm like, don't tell anyone I was in a sorority. I'm like, it is a shameful secret. Yeah.
Wow. Well, this is pretty far into a podcast.
Yeah.
24-hour podcast, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
What's the reality of living in a sorority like?
It is so
because
much
it's
dumber.
I only know this through movies. It's not a culture we have in New Zealand at all.
Imagine if you're like, it's a lot like a Scooby-Doo mystery. we just tied it all back in.
Just full circle. Would you know we're solving mysteries? No, it was so
a good TV show.
Like there were things that I was wrong about, and then there was things that I feel like I just was not prepared for. But I went to a school that was very strict on hazing, so there was no like, you know, all those hazing things. You're like, oh, you have to be, you know, tied up and do this and whatever. Like I didn't do any of that. But
then I don't really care.
Then you're like, actually, I don't give a shit. But you know, lived in a house with like 30 other women and
30 other people.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was.
Oh my god.
It was crazy, and we had something called houseboys.
Oh yes.
Which is like, we employed them basically, and they would like make all of our food for us and live in our house. Like not live in our house, they lived off campus or whatever, but like come every day.
So, what did they go to the college? Like...
Yes. And it was like
okay.
every frat guy, it was like their dream to be a houseboy because then they just get to hang out in a sorority house all day. So it works out.
Kind of like, because I imagine that in an ideal world you would want like essentially a eunuch, you know, doing this job. But it's like, is there like some kind of sexual element?
It sounds sexy as hell, to be honest. And I didn't want to ask. I'm glad Richard sacked up and asked.
Not so. That's the other thing. They were also very strict with like there were no boys allowed in the living quarters. It was just in the like hangout living room section. But I would be lying if I said that, you know, a houseboy and I did not have a hookup, you know, outside of the house.
Nice.
It's a great way to meet ladies. You know, we got just my sorority house, like a little just outline of it. No.
If you did solve mysteries, the TV show could be called Kappa-Doo.
Kappa-Doo. Oh wait, so have you seen House Bunny? With Anna Faris.
No, but
it's exactly like that.
Oh, it is just a feat of cinema. I love that movie so much. And I'm sorry, you won't totally know what I'm talking about, but Richard will. Like, because I shouldn't have ever been a sorority. You know, I'm a comic now, and I clearly am not in the right mindset, but I just like am packaged like one. So I don't know.
Cursed to be a hot woman. Damn this perfect body of mine. In
here, though, I am like just a little gremlin, so I shouldn't have been there. And I
think that's hotter than just being a typical sorority girl, though, right?
Well, thank you, but
you want a sorority girl on the outside who's a gremlin in the inside. I think that's
not the other way around.
That's ideal.
Yes, who's shaggy on the inside. But I would go when I was rushing, I would go, you know, and meet people in the houses. And there's a thing that Anna Faris does in that movie where she remembers names and she says it like a gremlin. So she goes up to people and she's like, Maggie. And I did it, and the people who didn't see House Bunny were like, okay, she's a fucking weirdo. And then one person thankfully had seen it and was like, oh, that's good. Yeah, House Bunny.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, finally. And they're just like, oh, from the movie. Cool.
From the movie. Cool. Anyways.
Cool.
Yeah, we got off on a tangent, but I can't believe I admitted that on a podcast. But yes.
If it makes you feel any better, it's a podcast no one will listen to.
Yeah, no one's going to listen to it.
No, I hope they do.
Deep, so don't worry about it.
I want them to know.
Oh my god. But yeah,
all right.
Where were we? Like, how did we get there?
Well, I've got some more talking points if we want them. So obviously this movie talks about the popularity of comic books and the way old stories are remade and modernized.
Just reading more.
What are your favorite movie series? And would it be weird if they were remade someday?
What, comic book movies?
Yeah, what are your favorite movie series? And would it be weird if one day they remade them?
Yeah, it would be. Thank you for asking a yes or no question, Common Sense Media.
Would it be weird if they... And it's like, what? No, I guess not.
Wouldn't it be crazy?
Yeah. What a weird question. Would it be weird? I don't know. It depends on the
movie. Okay, so a series is anything 2 movies or more, right?
Arguably,
yeah, according to our podcast.
Okay, because I'm like I immediately think Wayne's World, and I know there's 2 of them, and I'm like, I don't know if they remade them, it probably wouldn't be as good. And I do think that remakes, unfortunately, I don't know. Like I'm struggling to think of a remake that did it right. There needs to be enough time, right? Like I think that if you remake something from like the 50s, whatever, but what the movie industry is doing right now is remaking things that are not that old, and I think it's a problem.
They also the thing is they should be remaking things that were bad. Like I get from a marketing standpoint, you want to be like, oh, we're remaking Wayne's World, and people be like, oh, I loved Wayne's World, like, you know, and that's what you want. But instead it should be something like Jason and the Argonauts that's like, it's not a very good film, and it still has a bit of like, and it could be modernized. I mean, obviously you wouldn't get the same sort of charm with the old
real interesting movie to pick, Richard, because it's like this defining movie of stop motion animation.
But that's the thing, is that like, yeah, I mean, and that one, it's like you lose the only charm about it by remaking it. But
remake something that tanked.
And like something that is a great idea but wasn't executed well, but instead Hollywood just goes, well, I guess people don't want a movie about talking food products, and it's like, no, that's a great idea. Sausage Party sucks.
I mean, there's a lot of rebooting of very recent tanks. You know, you got like Suicide Squad, and I'm sure there's another example other than that where it's like they just started again. I mean, look at they sort of did that with Spider-Man as well. So that, I guess, like, would you rather something be remade or something be like softly rebooted?
Yeah. So I guess you're saying,
I would rather
AJ,
reboot.
It wouldn't be weird.
Yeah, it would. So to answer the question, no, it wouldn't be weird if it was done right, but it's so often not done right. And I'm like, I do, as we're talking about Scooby-Doo, I hate that like franchises are taking over. You know, we have have you heard about the death of the mid-budget movie?
Yes.
We're the franchise podcast, Britt. This is almost all we talk about.
But you know, like I'm like, we gotta come up with some fresh ideas that we can then franchise. I'm all for it. As long as, you know, there's some new stuff too.
What a terrifying prospect to come to halfway through the Scooby-Doo franchise. That the answer, the solution is newness, and we're like, all right, 25 more films to go.
25 more. No.
But I mean, that's good. We haven't covered Wayne's World on the podcast yet, so you know, maybe there'll be a future DM in your Instagram wondering if it's free.
I would love that. I mean, there's so many good sequels, and it's just like, it sucks. I'm gonna say something profound. Sucks when they're not good.
Yeah, totally.
Some are good, some are bad.
An interesting thing, because we've been doing this podcast for nearly 7 years, right? So we've watched a lot of franchises. Which we should be more popular. We've watched a lot of franchises which I don't think I would have ever seen had I not done this podcast, right? And it's something I've discovered in this time is that the idea that sequels are always bad, or that good sequels are rare, or that even superior sequels are rare is not entirely true. I think what people pick up on is that it's rare for a sequel to be superior and also a great movie, right? So we've got something like Terminator 2 is like, it's famous because it's arguably better better than the first one, and it's so good. It's like, yeah, sure, but I think Shanghai Nights is better than Shanghai Noon. But who cares? You know, neither of them are great. So we're not like so I don't think it's that hard to surpass the original. I think it's harder to do,
especially when the original is Shanghai Noon.
Yeah, like maybe that's what I'm saying, is that it's more a case of a great original movie struggling to reach heights in a sequel, as opposed to just that exercise being impossible all the time.
Have you guys been talking about Glass Onion and Knives Out and stuff?
Yeah.
In our private time, yeah.
In your home.
Not so much on the Scooby-Doo episode. But
I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for getting off on tangents.
No, this is a delight.
Sorry, I haven't heard the last 12 hours.
I have not heard the last 12 hours of this, but no, I think, so many people are like, oh, if it was better or worse than the first one, and I'm like, they're both good, and we can let that be. And I think it was a very good, I know that they're not necessarily like, they don't follow the same through line. It's a completely different cast, and there's just one central character that they follow. But I loved the second one. Like, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's I feel like if the third Knives Out movie is like as good, that's going to be like potentially one of the best franchises of all time.
Absolutely.
Purely because the conversation about which one's better feels a lot more fluid than some other franchises we've covered where there's been a clear winner. Because I haven't decided which one I prefer either. I love them both. So, yeah.
I really, I enjoyed them both. I think it's always just like, oh, your first, you never forget your first. And so I think it's like,
you've got it tattooed on your body.
Spoiler alert, that is not the first guy.
Oh my God, Britt has a crush.
Oh my God. But yeah, I just think because it was the first one, I like the first one better. But I'm like, they're both good and they're different. And so we don't need to, why pin two queens against each other? Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I keep saying to Richard whenever he insults me on podcasts. I'm like, why pin two queens?
That's what you say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
Okay, what is your next question? From that exact list.
What are some examples of other crime-solving kids or teens in movies, and how does this Scooby-Doo movie compare?
That's what an asinine question. How are these like? I don't like these questions. These are not common sense. These are like someone was like, oh God, I got to come up with 10 questions.
Talking points.
No, there's only 3, so that is the last one.
Okay.
So if we could just get through this.
Other crime-solving kids. Crime-solving kids.
Who are your favourite crime-solving kids? Do the Narnia kids solve any crimes?
I wish they did.
Oh, wait. I mean, do Stranger Things count? Like, I was
thinking Stranger Things as well. Yeah.
They technically... But they're solving a crime for
Cosmic
their own...
crimes.
Yeah, and it's like so they don't die. Like, it's not for the the team.
Fun. These guys just do it for fun.
It's not a junior
that's their
detective.
thing. Yeah.
Well, one of the first franchises we ever covered was Ace Ventura, which has Ace Ventura Jr. in it. So that's my answer. That is probably has talking animals somewhere in it as well. So,
yeah,
I mean, certainly. They talk to him, but we can't hear it. I think that's the difference.
Yeah, that's true.
I also love Ace Ventura. Just that's another sequel.
Have you seen Ace Ventura Jr.?
I haven't. Wait, I'm gonna look it up. Crime solving kids.
Yeah. Do you
who does this?
What do you also think about the problematic elements of the first Ace Ventura?
Ask useless stuff.
You're like, hey Britt, how do you feel about racial slurs?
Hey, so it's pretty transphobic.
Without any preparation, can you please eloquently state how you navigate this thing that could get you cancelled?
What are your feelings? I'm like, that wasn't good.
Great answer.
That's my official statement. That was not good.
Wow. Do you think it would be weird if they remade Ace Ventura?
What are your favorite sequels? And do you think it'd be weird? Yeah, I don't. There are certain things where I'm like, only one person can play that character, and
Jim Carrey as Ace Ventura, I think, as well as like
I don't know if he could play him now either. I think that was a performance that is stuck in the 90s.
That was just his. No one wants to see I'm so sorry. I mean, no offense, he's wonderful, but like, no one wants to see an aging Jim Carrey doing that whole thing. So I'm not finding any crime-solving kids shows, by the way.
Yeah, you just find like these like unsolved case files for kids.
Boring.
And it's like, how to get your kids into the fun of forensics. I'm like, so you take your kids out to a local lake and just see if you find a dead body.
Just leave them there.
Just leave them there. No, so Harriet...
Stand By Me is my favorite kid solving a crime.
There you go. Immediately it did bring up, I can't believe I didn't think of this, but Harriet the Spy, which I loved.
Nice.
Great.
Nice. Well,
I probably think
Great
Harriet
movie.
Tubman's a better role model, though.
Britt, could you explain your thoughts on Harriet Tubman in 1,200 words or less? Oh, and of course, Nancy Drew. But, I mean, I wasn't a big Nancy Drew gal. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm more of a Nancy Pelosi kind of person.
Just keep thinking of... Oh, my gosh. Well, Scooby does. I forgot to say this.
Scooby does.
Scooby does and Scooby-Doo.
It's called Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo and Scooby does and Scooby did.
Yes. Can you Scooby-Done?
Listen, I don't know if we've talked a lot about the movie, but I've had a lot of fun. So,
well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's better than talking about this movie.
That's good for your listeners. No, but
I did write some.
What were you going to say,
notes
Britt?
as well?
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say Scooby has made its way into my comedy. I totally forgot. I have a Scooby joke. Like in
lay it on us.
No.
No,
you're not going to tell us the joke.
No, it's transphobic. I don't want to say.
Honestly, it does. It's very racy. No. No, but when you were like, how has the show impacted your life? I totally forgot. It's like I do this joke a lot in my stand-up, and it's a Scooby joke. But basically, all right, I'm like, I was not doing this to be like, let me do some stand-up on your podcast. But basically, I talk about how, my husband and I are both like wildly irresponsible, and that being married to him is what I feel like Scooby-Doo and Shaggy being married to each other feels like. I'm like, Zoink, Scoob, we gotta do our taxes. And he's like, Ruggy. And then we both get high and eat a bunch of snacks, and neither of us do our taxes.
Oh, that sounds like a dream marriage. Hey, Britt, I don't think I'll ever be as happy as you are in my life.
You gotta get a pizza tattoo. That's the secret. Okay. That's the secret sauce.
That's the first step. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you just sort of gave us a taste there of your Shaggy impression, and we've actually got a game that we've been playing with our guests. If you would like to participate, just full disclosure, you can say no. We need to keep telling guests they don't have to do it if they don't want to.
No, don't offer. Don't do this with consent. Just do it.
So we have got a leaderboard of every Scooby of every guest we've had on this podcast, and we've asked them each to do impressions, and we've been ranking them amongst this leaderboard. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression, Britt, and Richard and I will rank it out of 3. And then if we think it's good enough, you'll move on to a Shaggy impression, which you've already given us a taste of. And if we'll rank that out of 3, and then if we think you're good enough for that, you can move on to the final round where you can do an impression of any Hanna-Barbera, Scooby-Doo, whatever character to try and impress us. Maybe you've got one in your back pocket.
I've always got one of those laying around.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you guys to hear my atom and.
Can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
I just want to say that if I don't make the leaderboard, My blood is on your hands. Okay.
You'll make the leaderboard.
You
We've got
guys are
people
getting
at
named
zero,
in my
so-
suicide note.
This is all on you. Okay, wait. Do you give me something to say, or I just do it?
I can do. Can you give us an Shaggy? There's a monster behind you.
Oh no.
That was pretty
That
good.
was good. I liked that.
You had the gravel to Scoob. It's not just starting every word with R. It's the gravelness. Yeah. All right, I reckon we give that. What do you reckon, Richard? Like
I could go like a 2.5.
2.5. Alrighty.
I love how I'm giving you my. I'm like 2.5. Yeah.
Sweet. Can you give us a Sorry, just typing in the score.
Shaggy.
Can you give us a Shaggy?
And you can say, Zoink Scoob, you mean like there's a monster right behind me.
Zoink Scoob, you mean there's like a monster behind me?
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
That was one of those ones where it's
Matthew
like,
Lillard, yeah.
Well, it's like your starting voice isn't the same as Matthew Lillard, but it's like you're doing the same things with your throat that he would do. And but, obviously you're just cursed with your sorority girl voice.
I know.
What do you reckon? I reckon that's probably another 2.5.
I reckon it's another 2.5, yeah.
Sweet.
Is anyone getting threes? I need to know who's getting a 3.
Yep. Who's got a 3? Lily Hanson gave us a 3-point Yogi Bear.
All right. What's their address? Yeah, no.
All right. Yeah. So any Hanna-Barbera character, who have you got for us?
I'm like, and I had to go look up a list and make sure. I mean, I knew the Flintstones, and I think that's probably the best shot I've got is to do like a Yabba-Dabba-Doo.
Give us a Yabba-Dabba-Doo.
Okay, I'm gonna not be near the mic.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait, maybe I'll add in a little special something.
Oh.
Yabba-Dabba-Doo, Wilma!
Yes, that was so good. I reckon a 3 for that, Richard. I reckon we've got a
if nothing else, just for
Flintstone.
the energy.
She's got good spirit.
I just can't help but root for her.
So that gives us a total score of what is that? What does that maths equal, Richard?
8.
8. Which puts you second place.
Oh my!
You did it!
Gosh, I'm pumped.
You are 1 point behind, or half a point behind Lily Hanson, and half a point above Alistair Tremblay Birchall. So, well done. You've made the leaderboard, and thank you for being game, because there have been guests who clearly did not want to do it, and I feel bad for asking them to.
No, I'm putting this in my credits. This is like an exciting moment for me. Yeah.
Excellent.
We do have one more question for you.
Yeah.
And that is, do you think it would be weird if what is your birthday?
Do you want the whole thing with the year?
You don't have to say
no,
the year.
just the date is fine. Just the day.
Okay, it's September 25th.
September 25th. So we have also collated every Scooby-Doo TV show episode and documented the villain that debuted in an episode that aired on your birthday.
So I get a villain.
So yeah, it's sort of a horoscope thing. We're hoping it'll resonate with you in some way. It has with other guests before. So what was it again? It was September
25th.
25th. All right, let's give you... Oh, it's a stacked day. Let's give you...
there's multiple on this day.
There's some. Yeah, you got 3.
Wow.
I'll give you all 3, and you can choose. How about that?
That'll be a fun exercise. Yeah.
You can either be the spirit of Fireball McFane.
AJ, I just want to
I'm on the wrong
interrupt
one.
you. You're on the wrong day here. Britt, you get Gator Ghoul.
I went from getting like, you have the pick of the litter. And then
No,
it's like,
that's true.
You are a spooky alligator.
This is from the Scooby-Doo / Dino Mutt Hour. Season 1, Episode 3, The Gruesome Game of the Gator Ghoul in 1976. So it was somewhat relevant that it was about the movie you watched with us. Do you have an affinity for alligators, undead or not, or anything like that?
You know, this actually makes a lot of sense for me because the college I went to was in Florida. And that is, I mean, they're replete with gators there. Like there's alligators all over the place. So that makes a whole lot of sense.
If you revealed to us that you had a spooky alligator tattoo, I would have stopped recording it.
Oh,
I would have been like, "Holy shit!" And the
that would have been
horoscope
amazing.
works.
Shit, I should have lied.
That's comedy, baby.
Yeah.
Well, comedy is just lies.
Yeah. It's comedy all, it's complete
comedy
lies.
is funny lies.
I don't even have a husband. I made that up. No.
I've never seen Scooby-Doo and the Blue Falcon mask.
Yeah, you just got this pizza tattoo and you're like, fuck, no, I'm like, what's...
Better have a good story. Yeah, no.
Awesome. Well, hey, we will probably hang the conversation.
We'll probably hang up. See you.
We'll probably hang up. Britt, thank you so much for coming on our show. It's been awesome. We've been off air. We've been trying to get you on our show for a wee while. You got one of our video essays a lot of views about a year and a half ago when you retweeted it for us, and that was how we came into contact. It was
it was the signs one.
The signs video. You tweeted about the driveway scene the day I posted the video essay, and I was like, I gotta capitalize on this.
Which is also famous person. Crazy that just came into our brains at the same time. Like, I mean, that scene scared the crap out of me.
Exactly. Imagine what would Scooby-Doo think if he saw that?
He'd be like, Roro.
Where can people find you on the internet, Britt, if they would like to?
Yes, everywhere. TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. I am at Britty Miggs across all of those platforms. So all the same.
Nice. Well, check her out. She's very funny, and very glad to have finally podcasted with you, Britt. And let's move on, Richard.
I was going to end us to finish off the segment with some common sense media questions from Signs. But unfortunately, because I used the last 3 Scooby-Doo movies on Common Sense Media, it's now saying, we hope you enjoyed your 3 free reviews. Join Plus for unlimited reviews. And you know what? I'm thinking about it.
You're going to join. You're going to put that email in there and join.
Okay, let's see how much it is. And how much do we have on our Patreon?
Well, I could probably... Common Sense Media.
$3.99 US dollars per month.
Like, we both have 3 free articles because we have not used it yet.
That is true. We'll get you back on for the next 3 films.
This says 4 stars. Sign says 4 stars on Common Sense Media and a lot of positivity. And I've just remembered that, no shit, it's about like a priest regaining his faith. So it's probably very popular with
do you have a question
the religious right.
to finish us off?
All right, here's the question to finish us off.
Would it be weird if they remade
or if aliens came?
This was a movie directed by M. Night Shyamalan, a director with his own distinct style. What are some aspects of his style? Who are some other directors with distinct filmmaking styles? Whoever made Scooby-Doo and
Michael Goguen.
of the
He doesn't have a Wikipedia page.
Wow.
He doesn't? That is
Oh, no, he
sad.
does. It's just not linked to it. Oh, no, this is a different Michael Guigan.
Poor Michael. Yeah, no, they want us to discuss different directors. And I'm like, M. Night Shyamalan has a new movie coming out.
Knock at the Cabin.
Knock at the Cabin, yes. I go see all of them, even though they're hit or miss.
A lot of misses in those, that hit or miss ratio.
I know, but it's like, and I hate that Signs is like one of my favorite movies, and
same.
Mel Gibson's in it, and I'm like, sorry.
Horrible, and it's Christian. Oh my god, how embarrassing! Yeah,
I've never seen Signs.
Let's watch Signs. What are you doing right now?
It's too scary. I can't go back.
Do you want to live stream you watching Signs?
Well, we would love to, but we've got to go.
You have more guests. You have more guests.
No, we've got.
I'm not happy to watch Signs.
We've got to watch Scooby-Doo and Adventures: The Mystery Map.
Okay, yeah,
it's a short one though, AJ.
Let's do a rain check on Signs.
That's what all the guys say. They're always like, "I have to go watch Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Machine."
Let's go get M. Night. Let's go get Mel Gibson tattoos.
Yes.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake.
Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.